What? Okay. Nice. Hello. I am yellow. I am yellow. I just came home. I'm everywhere all at once except on stream. Hi. Paper, thank you for the bits. Lucas, enjoy your dinner. And hi, everybody. And yes, Shadow, I don't know. Don't ask questions. It was terrifying. You want to do two? Oh, Starshine. Hello, Starshine. The Earth says hello. Missed you yesterday. Yeah. I woke up right before stream with a headache, so I could not stream. Sorry. I also had something with my voice this time. Surprising. I guess it's lagging. The Earth says hello. Goofer. And today I was outside, so it was a close call, but the kitties did not have any food anymore. So I brought home some food. I almost got a 10-kilogram bag, but I needed to go grab some monsters and something to help me sleep. Turns out, sleeping pills, not if you don't have a doctor's prescription. And basically what I used before was the same effect as sleeping gummies. And so I took the gummies instead. But yeah, 10 kilograms of kibbles. Are kibbles only for dogs? Or is it also for cats? Nice rest. I was going to make you take a break. I did work though. I did work a lot. When I say a lot, not as in hours, but I did a lot of things. I'm almost done with the thing I was working on for that specific project. Gummies are so much better. The thing is, gummies are a nice experience, right? Because it's gummies. It tastes nice. Also, the texture is cool. But first of all, I was influenced by my mom, who was so convinced that you could get addicted to sleeping gummies, or at least dependent, as in you cannot sleep if you don't take them anymore. I did some research after that. You can't get addicted or dependent on melatonin, so they're safe. But yeah, I stopped because I was worried about this too. They're supposed to help, not to be the only thing that puts you to sleep. But since I learned about that you cannot be dependent on them, what's the point? It's 10 euros for a month. It's okay. I'm subscribed to sleep apparently. But yeah, the pills that I was using, same effect, so I won't be using them anymore. Even though technically, at about 2 euros per bottle of 10 pills, so that's 10 nights, I'm getting fucked in the ass. It's 6 euros for a whole month. The bottle of gummies is like 10 euros, maybe 11. I'm getting fucked by 5 euros. You can't get addicted, but you can develop a tolerance. So I hope, because I did use them for a few months, like maybe 3 at most, every month. So like every night. I hope the little break that I took, trying pills but that are melatonin too, and then the sleeping pills, and a bunch of nights where I was just raw dogging it. I hope at this point I'm not tolerant anymore. I forgot my fucking coffee. Oh, I knew I wanted to get to the other store. I was like, I need to do four stores. One for the cat food, one for the monsters, because that specific store has some nice prices. Then the pharmacy to get the things for sleeping. And then the one in front of it. And when I was to the pharmacy, I was like, why did I want to go there? Is it to see if they have the new flavor of Monster Energy? Because they did announce they had a new one. Because I'm on the search to try them all. I'm trying to try them all. And I was ecstatic when I said, yeah, new flavor. Didn't find them. I was like, did I really make another stop just for monsters? I already have a bunch. Let's be for real. Nah, it was for my coffee. I forgot. I wanted to alternate between decaf and coffee, like normal caffeine. Because I feel like my routine of sleep and quality of sleep somehow was better when I had tachycardia from coffee. Because I went to the doctor. She did diagnose me with too much of a heartbeat. My heart was too gung ho. And I was like, yeah, that's probably the coffee. So I stopped. But I'm pretty sure once my body was like, oh, so we're never getting caffeine anymore? Okay, fuck your sleep. I know that to some people, caffeine helps them sleep. And I'm wondering if it's not my case. That's gonna be for Salmon to bring me. I'm not going out anymore. This part of your personality was why I wanted to choose Achiever. When I did it on a whim, I was like, perfectionist. I got perfectionist. Oh, really? Am I I am a perfectionist. Look at the hair I did on my model. If you're not a perfectionist, you don't draw them like this. There are way easier ways. And I was like, for my new model, I want to do simpler. I want to do more like painted, kind of, because I prefer models that look drawn, not like perfectly rendered to the pixel, right? I do like when it's a little bit rough. I spent the last 3 weeks on the new hair. I've been drawing more strands of hair than I have now. So I guess it's a good diagnosis on your end. Aaron Boy Salmon. I wish. I wish. He's more like grocery guy. He does the groceries, I do the cleaning. He cannot clean for shit. Because probably, to be fair, his eyesight is very poor. Kind of. Not like that poor, but he had to get surgery. Remember? If you were there. So he probably doesn't see the dirt like I do. You have to see it. I need to see it. It's not that I have. I probably will die if I don't. Ooh, I talked to my mom today for an hour. It's been a while. I'm too hyper because I just came back from outside. Am I like a dog? Do I pee when I'm excited? Do I pee when I'm happy? Probably. I don't. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just happy because I went outside. That is very dog-like. But no, I'm a cat. I'm a feline. Interesting statement to walk in on. Well, then walk out. Walk out. It might become normal again. That might be you. You might be the cause. I sensed your arrival. No, but for real, what's happening to me? I didn't get a monster yesterday, so I'm not hyper from the monster. I barely got one sip. What's happening to me? I didn't even sleep well. I should not be like this. Oh, wow. Well, I fear this stream is gonna be interesting in many different ways. Oh yeah, I still didn't eat today. It's 8 p.m. I haven't eaten. I'm not hungry. Maybe that's why. Maybe my body is protesting. I don't know. Keep it down. You're not that French. Ah, fuck. The controller worked, and then it doesn't anymore. Oh, I checked. It worked. Oh, shit. I need to launch it again. Sorry. Apologies. In some games, if you plug in the controller, um, after it works. Some games you need to launch it with the controller plugged in already. And now I refresh the filter on my face. I'm white again. And I'm piss yellow. There we go. Game. Okay. Does it work? It works. You're excited, but I'm excited too. Facing withdrawals. Me too. When I was working, even though I felt like shit, I was like, damn, what's happening to Kano? What's happening to Achi? What's happening to Afro guy? Keep it down, you're not that French, let me tell you. Just to explain one thing, my brain is faster than me. I don't know how to explain it better. My brain works faster. When I said that, I was like, my brain is rioting. Rioting is inherently French. I'm half Moroccan. You're not that French. There you go. You have the whole... In a split second, I did all of this, and the result was not explained to you. I hope it's understandable. I hope you made the connection. Oh, fuck. I don't know what my mother would think if she saw me right now. She'd probably be very, like, she'd probably be laughing to some degree. To some degree. The explanation was even better. Oh, you didn't have it. Oh my god. Well, on your end, I must be like crazy. No? You're like, what the fuck is she talking? Are French people just like this? It's concerning to me. Oh, yeah. That means I can get away with a lot of things. Yeah, if one day I say something in the spur of the moment, like something exciting is going on, and I say something and you don't get it, it's probably because my brain works like way too fast, even for me. My brain isn't even coherent enough to recognize there was something I was supposed to find odd. Yeah, French people are just like that. I mean, to be fair, they are just like that. They are. We've been playing for 18 hours. Wow. I did not see them pass. What happened last time? Oh, right. Right. Keep out for this one, Kano. We didn't start this hour. Minorikawa, Osawa either. I like to end with Osawa. Oh, it's meaning because of medication. Yeah. How long have you been stopping nicotine? How long has it been? You had like 2 or 3 keep outs. One for Achi. Oh, we only did Achi last time, right? The mall, remember? What was this? Oh, it's a keep out. It's not a switch. Okay. Was there ever a switch in this one? No. I want to see what my reporter that believes he's in a shonen has happened. Also, I just finished my series, my K-drama. It's called Beyond Evil. Highly recommend. Now that I finished. Highly recommend. Really liked it. If you like detective type of stuff. Now I'm starting a new one. This one is Stranger? Something like that? Not hooked on the beginning of this new one. The first one was better. Like Beyond Evil was better. Shonen Boy. Oh my god. It's starting strong. No! Oh right, his computer broke. Minorikawa's cry of despair echoed throughout the cafe. His laptop monitor stared back at him, black and empty. Don't you die on me, buddy! He jabbed his finger sharply at the screen. But the computer gave no response, looking well and truly dead. What the hell? Minorikawa pounded his fist on the table. This would be a worst-case scenario even if he weren't desperately pressed for time. Guess I'll just have to write by hand then. He rummaged around inside his bag and pulled out a notebook. I can still do this, he shouted, doing his best to psych himself up for the task ahead. How is he not in, medical care? The man has been shouting left and right to nobody. How has no one called emergency? I will still do this. Excuse me, sir? The waitress appeared timidly beside him. What? Minorikawa snapped, his pen still flying across the paper. Sir, if you could please quiet down. There. My damn computer just broke. I'm allowed a scream or two. Minorikawa was in no state of mind to be quiet. If it weren't for the deadline he was racing to meet, he'd probably have gone on screaming until he passed out. You need to be in therapy. Your computer is broken, you say? The waitress peered at the monitor. Yeah, look, it just suddenly stopped displaying anything. Could it be that, the battery is just dead? Minorikawa sat bolt upright. That's it! The waitress flinched as Minorikawa's finger jabbed toward her face. I hadn't considered that possibility. Hey, let me plug in somewhere. There is an outlet right there, sir. She pointed at an outlet by Minorikawa's feet, making no attempt to hide her exasperation. Health service? Call the police. Call somebody. The man has... Oh my god, I love him, by the way. He's just so out there. I mean, they all are. I recognized that I needed to stop using nicotine in early February, where I was having around 80 to 120 milligram of nicotine a day leading up to it. Then I went about 2 months of still using pouches. Then in April, I started using nicotine gum, a 6 milligram per piece, and I tried to make sure to only have 1 to 3 pieces a day. February? Hey, it's not that long ago. No wonder you're experiencing withdrawals like this. But you can do it. Minorikawa would believe in you. He would. Who would... In this game, who do you believe would have been smoking before and has stopped? I think Minorikawa, to be fair. Hi, Odies! Thank you for passing by and saying hi. Happy lurking! Afrodude is doing hardcore drugs to this day. He is not quitting anything. He is still on it. And Minorikawa definitely, but he is smoking, to be fair. So maybe he doesn't qualify. Somebody that is not seen smoking because they have quit. Headcanon, quit. I want to believe that Afro guy used to smoke cigarettes and decided to quit and has been doing something way worse. And he's like, hey, no more nicotine. She's so cute. Minorikawa plugged in the power cable and the monitor sprang to life as normal. So, now that that's sorted, would you please be quiet, sir? Don't talk to me, you're interfering with my writing. Okay, he's so rude. Afrodude doesn't do any drugs anymore. He used to do insanely hardcore drugs, and then he was trapped in his apartment for a year and stopped all drugs, and now his brain just doesn't know how to be normal. That's canon. That's just canon. It has to be. He has been experiencing withdrawal in that apartment for a year. Ooh, Osawa definitely quit smoking. I think that's him. The scientist guy. He definitely did like 3 to 5 packs a day and he's done. That's why he's crazy now. Minorikawa's fingers had already begun dancing across his keyboard. With a sigh, the waitress disappeared back into the kitchen. Wow. Oh yeah, now we're talking. His fingers picked up speed as he went about touch typing. The act of typing at a keyboard without looking at the keys, that's what you should be aiming for. I hope you're well lurking out, cause I'm insanely busy. Focus on work. Minorikawa believes in you. That's the guy on screen. It would be... You won't understand anything. There's too much going on in this game, I swear. But thank you so much for passing and saying hi. The aspiration of computer novice is everywhere. The typical method involves placing the index fingers on the F and J key, with the middle ring and pinky fingers resting on the A, S, and D or K, L, and... What is that? What is the name of that punctuation mark? Semicolon? To either side, from which all other keys are easily reached. With practice, a touch typist can instinctively hit the correct key every time without looking. Semicolon. Thank you. I was going through all kinds of withdrawals locked in your apartment being naked for a year. I don't think anyone would be able to be normal afterwards. That's why we need to love him. He has gone through so much. And look, his Kowlin. Oh, Kowlin. Why? Why? Semi-Kowlin. Why? It's not Colin? What is it, like your bowels? Bowl? Like an eating bowl. Colon. Colon. Is it in? Or is it un? Un. Colon. Colon? Oh my god. The pros and cons of surveillance cameras. Kinda both. Fair enough. You know what? I need to change my keyboard. It's annoying, but I have what used to be a QWERTY keyboard, so an English keyboard. It's beautiful. I like it. It's simple. It has lights under the keys. It's silver and white. Pretty. Pretty. But it used to be QWERTY, which means, for my French ass, the fact that it doesn't have accents anywhere pisses me off. Even though I should know where they are by now, the fact that I had to change and some punctuation marks are not there. They are not there, and I don't remember where they are. It's 100% keyboard, by the way. But yeah, I should have stuck to my ugly gamer keyboard that I used to have. Because they just don't make pretty keyboard in AZERTY. I ain't got any idea how to make accents. To us, imagine a 100% keyboard. Like every keys is in there. You have the F keys up top, right? The first row in the far back. F keys, escape, stuff like that. The row underneath are some numbers, right? You need to be in caps or in shifts to press those, because you have the numpad on the right, but you have these keys also for numbers. That's where our accented letters. So it's not just the accent, it's the letter with the accent. That's where they should be. But yeah, they're not anymore. For the most basic accent letter, the E accent, it's okay. I know where it is. But some others that I'm not used to, right? It's a bit more work. Gross? What you mean gross? But yeah, those arrows, they're not exactly arrows. But there are arrows that point to the left and one to the right. It doesn't have that horizontal line, though. It's just the other part of the arrow. gross to be teasing? Ah. But yet those arrows, nowhere to be found. There is one, but not the other. And I cannot do it anymore. Proprietor of outdated electronics shop oversees high-tech camera system. Bedlam and bogus weight loss drink sales demo. Bankrupted organizer remains undiscouraged. Now Minorikawa's spirits were riding high. His riding rolled along at a brisk pace. Sir? It was the waitress again, her voice yanking Minorikawa right out of his soaring mood. Sir! Now what? Has the President of the United States agreed to give me a one-on-one interview? The waitress's eyes went wide with confusion. Yeah, me too, girl. Huh? Because unless it's something that important, do not speak to me right now. But she was undeterred. Sir, please, if you could just be a little quieter. Minorikawa's fingers ceased their rattling across the keys. Just what sound do you have a problem with? All I've been doing is writing a copy. Well, for the last while, actually, you've been talking while you write, sir. Call the police, call the ambulance, somebody. The man is crazy. Talking? Minorikawa tilted his head in confusion. Yes, sir, you've been talking about an electronics store and some bogus weight loss drink? I assume that's what you're writing about? You're saying I've been narrating my copy aloud while writing it? That's right, sir. Other customers sitting nearby were openly snickering. Well, so what? He snapped. He was red in the face now. Tsundere! Oh my god, my nightmare. They're all looking at him. You should all be delighted that you get to hear what I'm writing before the magazine goes to print. Well, actually, sir, one of our customers has been complaining. Complaining? Of all the nerve! Who was it? Where are they? Minorikawa scanned the other patrons, many of whom were unsuccessfully trained to hide their laughter. It was me. Shizuo! It was a grumpy older fellow who'd been making a scene earlier. That's not tsundere, that's just being embarrassed. Yeah, but he's pretending to be so, like, you should be grateful. Well read. That's Sotsun. Bogus diet fads, peeping security cameras remind me of that sleazy tabloid 4-star general gossip I hate so much. Oh, you sure seem to know a lot about it for something you hate so much. The man's face twisted up with a scorn. Your behavior is bothering everyone in here, he said. Do you not understand that? No, I don't. Guess a reporter who writes nothing but nonsense prefers nonsense in everything he does. Bars. Bars? I would not have, wow, bounced back from this. Minorikawa could feel his blood boiling. What was that? Go on, say that again. Oh, gladly. Nonsense, filth, cold swallop, flim-flam. Flim-flam? You bastards, how dare you! Minorikawa stormed over to the man's table. Flim-flam indeed! Bogus or insincere content? Few things anger Minorikawa more than reporters using dishonest means to create a story. Having his own work called Flim-flam would naturally make him blow his top. Wow. Flim-flam is a town in Canada. There is no way. Canada cannot be real. Yes, sure, Shadow. Enjoy your lurking and your ramen. Don't eat just ramen, though. Have a balanced diet. Get some veggies in there. Ooh, you know what's good? Kimchi. Kimchi is so good with ramen. Not with it, but like one bite of ramen, one bite of kimchi. So good. Just who are you calling flim-flam? The other man stood up and glowered in Minorikawa's face. You utterly lack of manners or sense of decency for starters. The girls are fighting. I would die for kimchi. If I could get... So, you know, in Korea, you know that kimchi comes from Korea, but you're like, surely it's a dish like any others. They wouldn't have like secret compartments built into home to make your own kimchi. That's like so stereotypical. There's no way that's even a little bit racist. No, they do. They do. Some of them do. And I say, revolutionary. I want one. Bring me a hole in the ground where I can put my kimchi all year long. I need one of those. Oh, I have plenty of manners and decency. I also happen to have a deadline. Bah! As if a flim-flam artist like you has a work ethic. Stop calling me flim-flam! The waitress inserted herself between the two men. Gentlemen, please, stop fighting! I demand that you remove this man at once, the older fellow barked. He is the one you should be kicking out, Minorikawa shot back. By now he was ready to go for this guy's throat. Please, the waitress pleaded. Both of you return to your seats. Get the fuck out of my establishment. Get the fuck out. She grabbed onto Minorikawa and began to forcibly drag him back to his table. Oh, it's too late for that. Giving in to his anger, Minorikawa threw a punch at the troublemaker. We punched the dude? Okay, just calm down. Minorikawa did his best to swallow his pride. Sir, you have a deadline. Go back to work. Okay. Just calm down. Minorikawa did his best to swallow his pride. Whatever, he huffed. I don't have time for this anyway. He stuck back to his seat. The other man snorted and sat down with a scowl. That was heated. The needless interruption, just when he'd finally gotten into writing mode, had all but killed Minorikawa's motivation. He decided he needed to take a breather. He turned to the waitress. One spaghetti Napolitan, please. Spaghetti flavored with tomato ketchup. Ew! Napolitan is a corruption of Neapolitan, though the dish itself has no connection to the Italian city of Naples, Napoli. Rather, it originated as a menu item at a hotel in Yokohama shortly after World War II. There is also a spaghetti dish from Nagoya called Milanese, which likewise has no connection to the Italian city of Milan. Really? Ketchup? No. He might not have a lot of spare time, but working on an empty stomach wouldn't do him any favors. While waiting for his order to come out, he decided to read back over the copy he'd written so far. Huh? When he looked back at the monitor, the screen was black yet again. Looking down at his feet, he saw that the power cable was now unplugged. Tell me you saved everything. Tell me there used to be autosaves back in 2008. Hey, what kind of cafe are you people running here? He shouted. The waitress hurried over, looking combative. Sir, you yanked that out yourself when you stood up earlier. What? A likely story. It's the truth, sir. Minorikawa pointed at one of the customers sitting next to him. What a... Okay, he's such a leech. Is she telling the truth? Did I really yank my power cord out myself? The man nodded sheepishly. Yeah, well, then that's the outlet's fault for being someplace where it unplugs so easily. Minorikawa squawked. Arrest that dude. Oh my god. The waitress marched away, head held high. Just make sure that spaghetti's delicious, Minorikawa shouted after her. I would pay like 10 times the price if for some reason I became manic and did everything that he did. I would pay 10 times what I owe. Do that and I'll consider us even. Get him out. Get him banned. Oh, and loaded with cheese. Lots of cheese. He plugged the power cable back in, then let out a heavy sigh. In all his writing fervor, he hadn't thought to save his work. Always make sure to save your work to avoid losing data. Honestly, why is it that your computer only seems to freeze when when you've forgotten to save your stuff? That's the team complaining. If you're working right now, save. Save right now. He was probably going to have to rewrite most of what he'd done. Can he shut up while doing so? Excuse me? Minorikawa looked up to see a young woman standing there. I'm so sorry, she said. About my father. Oh, that's Rumi. She gave a tiny bow. Your father? Oh, the rude old man? He's just a little worked up right now. Please don't pay him any mind. So what, you waiting on your boyfriend? Huh? That would always happen when I would play The Sims. My game would just crash after hours of gameplay and not saving. Goddamn. The woman was taken aback. I happened to hear you two arguing earlier. Would have been about 2 hours ago? Oh, I see. An awkward, embarrassed smile came to the woman's face. I thought he was going to ask my father for permission to marry me, so we've been waiting for him, but he hasn't shown up? No, he must be really busy. She cast her eyes down sadly. Oh, Kano, you dumbass. Minorikawa took a better look at her. She was gorgeous. A woman with her looks wasn't something he saw every day. That was for sure. Say, would you mind talking with me for a bit? He asked. Me? Yeah. I kinda need to turn my mood around here. I was eating just ramen. I had miso in it. It paired so perfectly with creamy chicken ramen. Oh, creamy chicken miso ramen. Oof, I'm hungry now. Should have sneaked in some sushi when I was out and not tell Salmon. Me sushi. We are the sale was yesterday. It's Wednesday now. They have a sale in at a sushi place where I can order from, where every Tuesday, if you buy one box that's like 34 euros, I think it's 22 piece, you can get another one for free. It's buy one get one free. So for 34 euros you get 2 meals or a meal for 2. 42 pieces in all. And on Fridays, it's another one, but it's twice the price. So that's hella sushi. One day I'll do it. One day I'll buy it. Are we ready for some mukbang? Never. I hate chewing sounds. I like that music. Well, okay. At least until my father gets back. The woman cast an anxious look toward the restrooms. What's your name? Rumi. She sat down across from him. Wait a second. Aren't you... Not just miso, white miso. The distinction is very, very important. Red miso is good, and what is normally what people think of when hearing miso. But white miso is basically an altered flavor miso. Really? It's hard here to get red miso. I didn't know it existed. I only know about white one miso. I can stand my own chewing sound, let alone someone else's. Mukbangs were... I'm glad it kind of fell off. Because back a few years ago, not that long, everywhere on YouTube was mukbang. And it's good for the people that like that type of content. I see why people like it. It feels like you're eating with somebody, you know? But my god, they were doing the most with the sounds. And I believe some people might like it. Just like some people love the tapping sounds on mics and some others, they can't stand it. But for me, it was misophonia hell. I did tell you about that one time I almost punched my dad for doing wet lip sounds in my ears all of a sudden. I almost punched him. It's the first time you had white miso, really? You used it correctly, right? I don't know what it's called. It's like a miniature version of a strainer. I think for when you cook pasta and you need to get the water out, you use that tool, but make it way smaller. And you're supposed to mix the miso with the warm water through that so you don't get bits. Yeah, some are cool. I like some food reviews, but once they start enhancing the eating sound, I'm out. True. A colander or a sieve? Colander, I think, is the right one. I've heard that before. Sieve, I think it's for flour, right? It's way more fine. But yeah, a colander. Funny enough, in French, the unofficial name for this, a colander, is a Chinese. I just realized why. Oh my god, why are we so racist? It's because of the hat, isn't it? If you put it upside down, it looks like a hat. Oh my god. I hate this country. Oh god. And I don't even know the name. Like the actual name, the official name of that stuff. Yeah, a sieve is extremely fine. Now that the image is in my head, I'm so sorry. What hat? To show how racist it is. Imagine the typical, I think it's a farmer hat for the sun. For technically all of Asia that I know of. I think in Vietnam they have it. You can also buy it as a souvenir if you go there. But the Chinese had it too. Perhaps even the Japanese when working in rice fields. Yeah, exactly. Imagine that hat. Now imagine a colander. I don't know if you guys have the version that is completely smooth and like perfectly cylindrical, but cut in half. I know what I'm saying. But us, it's like, it looks like that hat, but inverted. And that's probably why we call it a Chinese. My god. But yeah, it kind of looks like that. Kind of. Minorikawa appeared at Rumi's face. One of those twins that was chosen as Miss Midoriyama? Rumi shook her head. No, not me. No? Darn, didn't think I'd be that lucky. How rude. He took a sip of his now cold coffee. Oh, also because of misophonia, I'm so scared of going to an actual true ramen shop in Japan. Or even in South Korea, because I would like to go there at least once in my life. For Japan, it's at least 10 times, but I want to go to the good food places, not cater towards tourists. At least for the first time, maybe tourist places, that's fine. But my second go, I want to go to the little shops, right? That don't speak English at all. But the right way to eat is to make a bunch of noise, and I'm fine with my own noises. Not fine with anyone else's. I'm so selfish, my god. I do know the girls you're talking about, though, Rumi said. What a screen! Oh my god, if you're not looking at the screen, look right now. How do I even do that sound? Oh, I know. You can't hear it. I took a gulp of my water bottle and I swear I tried to spit it out in the fucking glass and you couldn't hear any of it. Well, imagine that's the sound. Minorikawa spat out his coffee in surprise. Rumi squeaked in alarm as the spray splattered her face. Nope, didn't use enough force. Let me try again. I did it so hard. So hard, and it was mostly my voice, not even the water. I'm not doing this again. At least there's not water anywhere. And purse your lips harder. I'm being coached to spit. Your mic is too good. It's a 50 euro one. Chinese company, I believe. Honestly, I think I won't be upgrading my mic in like forever. Unless I decide to do ASMR. The French ASMR. Oh my god. You want to do a revolution. You want to guillotine the rich. Subliminal messages. You want to fight for your right to a better work environment. Not only are you being coached to spit, but being coached by a dude who is straight. You know? I mean, if you like being spat at, you might be good to coach people to spit. You don't have to be the one doing it. And I'm gonna leave that conversation now. Don't answer. But Minorikawa leaned in, unconcerned. You mean it? You really know them? Yes, Remy replied. You're talking about the Osawa twins, right? She got out a handkerchief and wiped the coffee from her face as she spoke. She is stronger than me. If somebody spat their coffee at me, I would probably be punching. Osawa, huh? Minorikawa glanced down at the project proposal on the table. Oh, my. Sexy squared. Twins share top prize at local university beauty contest. Midoriyama Academy, Maria and Hitomi Osawa. Yes, that's it. The Osawa twins. I actually won Miss Midoriyama myself a few years ago. This year, I served as one of the judges. Thank you for saying don't answer. Just know I don't want to be sus. Sometimes it just comes in. It's interesting sometimes, but I don't want it to go too far. But I don't have a filter, which is my problem. Minorikawa adopted a self-satisfied pose. Guess I really was born under the right sign to be a freelancer. The leads just come to me. Sure, Rumi muttered. Okay, let's talk basics then. Tell me what you know about these girls. Well, I don't really know them personally. Rumi continued to dab at the coffee on her face. But now that you ask, I do remember hearing that they'd entered the contest separately. Wait, separately? Now Minorikawa was a bit confused. And I far too often will just go into teaching mode and not have any consideration to what's being talked about. Which is very practical for me when it comes to pronouncing stuff. So, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Yes, that's right. I'd assumed they'd enter as a pair, but apparently not. I wonder why. I mean, they're twins. Don't they look alike? Wear the same clothes, do everything together, and say the same things at the same time and stuff? Oh my god. No, they don't. No, they don't. Not past 10 years old when their parents don't close them anymore. Romy chuckled and shook her head. No, not at all. Besides, these two aren't identical. They're fraternal twins, she said. Twins were born at the same time from two eggs that were fertilized separately. Fraternal twins do not share the same genetic information. They can differ in such characteristics as sex and blood type, though there are cases of fraternal twins resembling one another almost as closely as identical twins. Maria and Hitomi Osawa happen to look very closely alike, but they do not have the same blood type. Although, at a glance, they do look very similar. Still, how should I put this? They both give off very different impression. Oh? Tigi's secret lore, she is a twin. Why would I be a twin? What makes you think I'm a twin? I'm a big sister, which is surprising. That's it. Now that sounds interesting. Mind explaining what you mean? Minorikawa opened his memo pad. I talked to them briefly after the award ceremony. The older sister struck me as really energetic, but the younger one was more quiet and reserved. Minorikawa's investigative senses were tingling. I wouldn't figure a shy girl would want to enter a campus beauty contest. I suppose not, no. Yeah. I don't suppose you've got anything juicier. Oh. Yeah, I don't suppose you've got anything juicier? Minorikawa asked. Rumi frowned. Would you like to just go ask them yourself? She said. They don't live very far from here. Whoa, hold the phone. Minorikawa could hardly believe what had just fallen into his lap. The advance info in the project proposal had mentioned the girls were students at Midoriyama, but hadn't given an actual address. If he could talk to them directly, Now that would be pay dirt. You know where they live? Well, not exactly. I just heard that they lived in Shoto. Aha, Shoto. That wasn't far away. A car or motorcycle could get there in about 10 minutes. It'd be quicker than going to Midoriyama Academy, and he'd be able to meet with the girls themselves. So they don't know yet that they've been kidnapped. Minorikawa flashed a quick look toward the restroom. It looked like Rumi's father had just gotten back. Sorry, she said. I should be going. No problem. And thank you. Rumi gave him a quick nod, then hurried back to her seat. That's trouble though, because he's a journalist, right? He cannot give too much info. Minorikawa grabbed the directory from the public phone and flipped through the pages. To his surprise, there were only 5 listings for the name Osawa with addresses in Shoto. There was neither a Maria nor a Hitomi, but he hadn't expected there to be. He'd need to find their parents. Wasting no time, he called up the first Osawa on the list. Bingo! Minorikawa couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement. He'd gotten the right place on his first try. Way to go, me! He committed the house number listed in the phone book to memory. Just then, the waitress reappeared with a disgruntled expression, and Minorikawa's order of spaghetti Napolitan. Here you are, sir. Oh! No, that's a good amount of cheese. Oh-ho! The pasta was piled high with an impressive mound of grated cheese. It looked almost like a miniature mountain of snow. You did say lots of cheese, sir, the waitress told him. She set down a canister of cheese and a bottle of Tabasco. I love Tabasco. Oh, I need to grab some next time. A sauce made by the US-based McIlhenny company consisting of hot peppers, grain vinegar, and rock salt. Known for its distinctive spiciness, it can make spaghetti and pizza quite tasty with the addition of just a few drops. Tabasco also goes pretty well with ramen and curry, recommended for times when flavor is lacking a little punch. However, even 1 drop may be too much for those who can't handle spicy things. It had been claimed that Tabasco was first imported to Japan by a certain well-known former pro wrestler, but this story isn't true. Makalani? Okay. I don't know what to say about regular people's spiciness control. How much they can handle spiciness, but each time I've been using Tabasco, tolerance, thank you. Each time I've used Tabasco on anything, I was jerking that bottle. I would use so much in there. That bottle would not last me a very long time. Because it's expensive too. I love Tabasco. It's gotten a problem. It's become a problem. I would spend so much on Tabasco. But imagine, cold pasta, tuna, like canned tuna, some mayo, soy sauce, corn, like canned corn, just like 1 or 2 tablespoons, and like a bunch of Tabasco. It's the best thing in the world. Tabasco bottles are all designed to only be able to let out a single drop at a time. That's why you need to jerk it. Jerk that bottle to get a regular amount of Tabasco. I wish I didn't have to do this. But I'm from North Africa. I can do 1 or 2 drops. Oh, this looks good, Minorikawa exclaimed. He twirled some spaghetti up with his fork and shoved it into his mouth. The slightly sour sweetness of the ketchup blended perfectly with the mellow flavor of the cheese. Oh, that is tasty! There was nothing like satisfying grub to lift the spirits. He turned back to his laptop, still wolfing down the spaghetti. Alright, we're back in action. Let's do this. Yet again, he unthinkingly blurted his words aloud as he slipped back into writing mode. I've got this. I've got this. With ketchup smeared around his mouth, he set his fingers tapping away at the keys. The waitress let out another groan of dismay. Huh? You say something? Minorikawa glanced in her direction, but the waitress faked a smile. What a scene! No, sir, I don't think so. Yeah, well, go away. You're distracting me. The moment he looked away, she clenched her fist in indignation. Just slap him. Just do it. Nothing, sir. Good luck with your work, sir. I don't need luck. I've got this. Eyes jumping back and forth between pasta and computer, Minorikawa got to work on his copy once more. But I have to, Shadow. I have to. It's for the immersion. The immersion. Before long, he was oblivious to every sound in the cafe around him. Oh man, he is so insufferable. When he finally snapped out of writing mode, he glanced at his watch. It was 2:20. Almost time for him to head to his next interview. No, I totally get it. It's absolutely amazing. I'm doing the most. I'm trying. At least I hope it makes a visual novel interesting. Insufferable, not insufferable. Insufferable. It doesn't make sense. In a surf rebel, that means you can't surf in it. Better get a move on. Izumizuka's taxi came by just as Minorikawa was hurrying out of the cafe. Well, what a pleasant surprise, Minorikawa called out. Nice timing, my man. Kimizuka's startled look quickly vanished behind an expression of professional resignation. Do you need a ride, sir? You know it, Minorikawa replied. First, head to Shoto. After that, I'll need to get to Sakuragaoka. As he cast his gaze out at the sights of the city, Minorikawa mulled over his plan for the next part of the day. First, he'd interview the Miss Midoriyama girls. Then he'd meet with the head of that theater troupe. In order to leave himself enough time to write his copy, that meant... I'd like to get this all wrapped up in 20 minutes, he said. I can't tell you why words are stupid the way they are. I can only inform you which words are correct to use and how to pronounce them using homophones. Using homophones? What did they do to you? They just love each other, man. I tried to do the homosexual joke because I love when people, when they see something, anything, with two different eye colors, instead of saying, what was the right word? The correct one? Because now I can only think of the wrong one. Heterochromia. Instead of saying that, they are like, he has homophobia in his eyes, and I'm so... I love it. They know it's wrong, by the way. It's the joke. I think one poor person mixed the two. And every time I see something like a cat, usually with heterochromia, I'm like, homophobe. So now it comes first, and then I'm like, no, it's heterochromia, you dumbass. Because even etymologically, it doesn't make sense. Homo means the same, and hetero means different. But yeah, it's technically we all have homochromia eyes. Most of us. I wonder if that's an actual word. It makes sense etymologically. But homochromia? I mean, we would say monochrome. I'm no dumbass. Let's carry on. Can you make that happen? Kimizuka flashed a grin. That will incur a special fare, sir. Oh, special, Minorikawa said as he got settled in his seat. I love that word. Kimizuka stepped on the gas. I like Kimizuka. Shibuya was a town of contrasts. It was a town of young people, unpretentious, energetic. The Scramble intersection and center guy perfectly convey that vibrancy. However, if one turned right at the 109 building and headed down Bunka Muradori, the town's whole atmosphere changed. Shoto was one of Shibuya's, indeed one of Tokyo's most upscale residential districts. Wherever one looked, there were stately manor houses, giving off an imposing air, sending the message that this was no place for the common folk. Right here's fine. Minorikawa directed Kimitsuka to pull over. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Hopping out of the taxi, he checked the nameplates of the nearby homes. Ah, here we go. He'd spotted a nameplate that read Osawa. Ooh. Kenji Osawa, huh? The name nagged at him somehow. It had been in the back of his mind ever since he'd seen it on the phone book back at the cafe. Had he heard it someplace before? He walked up to the gate and pressed the button for the intercom. Even the little chime made when pressed sounded elegant. Well, no more. Minorikawa waited, but there was no response. He looked at his watch. It was 2:30 now. His interview with Shinosuke Oarai of the Wandering Angels was supposed to have started already. Episode 3. With help from Shinichi Bando, Mondo was able to get out of his apartment. Then, when all the players had finally assembled, the troupe proceeded with one last rehearsal before showtime. But again, tragedy struck. Mondo came down with food poisoning after eating his lunch. He was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance, and the Angels were once again lacking an actor for the key role of Shido. Oarai was on the verge of panic. Finally, however, he came up with a solution. Novice actor Takuya Amo, age 31, would take on the part. Continued in episode 4. Man, I know it's 109, but I first learned about it from The World's Ends With You, where in the first game, they called it 104, 10-4, or 104. And even in the sequel, and the anime, it's 109. But I just like 104 more. 104 glides better in the mouth, I think. 109? Ah, no, there's a bunch of N's in 109. For me, it sounds better, 109. But also I have troubles with numbers in English, because my... Yeah, in French, with 109, you would not shorten it to 109. It would not make sense. 104, I mean, you can say both. Honestly, 109, 104, it does go well. Both of them. But by jumping the sounds you make, 109, it makes like a no 9, you know? I sound crazy. Still, he wanted to meet with the twins first, if it was possible. He had to make a choice. He decided to wait a little bit longer. He decided to give up. I think he needs to give up. The twins are not there anyway. Ah well, I'll have to come back later. Minorikawa decided he'd better get to his next interview. He started to head back towards the taxi. Oh? The front door opened. Wait, what? He's getting arrested? A grim-looking man emerged, leading another man in handcuffs. Minorikawa was standing in their way. Pardon us, the serious-looking fellow said. He gave Minorikawa a curt bow as he passed by. Minorikawa smelled the distinct odor of a scoop. Hey, does that guy live here? He asked. The man ignored him and kept moving, but Minorikawa followed. He couldn't let this opportunity pass him by. Hey, what up? Is that Mr. Osawa? With a grimace, the man pushed Minorikawa aside and hurried to his handcuffed prisoner along. For a moment, Minorikawa wondered if he should keep after them, but he decided against it. Whatever was going on here, he doubted he'd be able to get an interview with the twin girls right now. This had all been an unfortunate waste of time. In Kurt, the pronunciation of the T is fairly strong. Kurt! For what word? In Kurt, I don't remember reading that. He had no real choice but to head along his next interview. Gave a Kurt's bow. Bow. Oh my god! Kurt's bow. Kurt. Curtis? Curtis! What are you doing here? A few minutes later, the rear tire skidded sharply as the cab came to a stop beside a different curb. The trip from Shoto to the theater in Sakuragaoka had taken almost no time at all. Here we are, sir, Kimizuka announced. Wow, that was fast. Still, Minorikawa was at least 5 minutes behind schedule. Kurt short, terse, almost rude. Yeah, basically I have no time to properly bow to you. In that sense. He hoped he'd still be able to get the interview with Oarai. Oh. He pouts. So keep out for Achi and Minorikawa. Let's see what Maria is doing. Oh wow, what a smile. She's so cute. Or along the lines of, you are not important enough for me to give proper energy to acknowledge you. Izatama, yeah. The sales clerk continues to stare at me. You know, you look really familiar, he says. Uh-huh, really? I perk up to that. Maybe I can find out something about who I am. Yeah, you totally look like some pop singer or TV personality. I just can't remember who. Oh, that's what you meant. She looks so young. She cute. Can you introduce us? Let me introduce myself first. I'm first in line. Get back. My shoulders slump in disappointment. Look, if you're trying to flatter me, how about a discount on the necklace? Sure, okay. I mean, it's just something I picked up off the side of the... The sales clerk stammers for a moment. Oh my god, he's just going one way to the other. I love this. Ziggy, you're giving me mixed signal. I want her first. Get in line. Okay, how about I take off 10,000? 30,000 and it's yours. You mean it? That perks me right back up. Guess I'm easy to please. Get your minds off the gutter. That's not what she means, and you know it. Bruh. What? Sure, you look like you might need to buy some new clothes too. He points to my sweater. Oh, it's ripped. It's ripped at the same place as her sister. Not the game calling out Lucas. Yeah, that had me literally laughing out loud. Games need to do more stuff like this. Like, writing something sus and like telling you, yeah, it's not that, you gooner. There's a tiny tear in the left shoulder. So, what do you want to do about the cat? The sales clerk adds. Want me to dispose of it for you? He gestures at my costume with his jaw. Oh, right. What should I do? I feel a little guilty about asking him to go out of his way for me. More than he has already. Maybe I should deal with it myself. He obviously wants to help me. May as well have him get rid of the costume too. What to do? Might as well. He obviously wants to help me. May as well have him get rid of the costume too. Sure, if you don't mind, I say. I pay him the 30,000 yen, take the necklace, and leave the knick-knack shop. A few minutes later, near the station, I spot a sort of mall. Checking the directory by the entrance, I see that it's got several clothing shops and an arcade inside. They probably sell shirts in here. I hurry on inside. We're back to trying to see what franchise are there. Okay, do we see anything? Just Purikura. Damn the exposition. The interior of the building is like a twisting maze of corridors, all of them overflowing with people. I take the escalator to the second floor and find myself amidst rows of arcade games. I was trying to get to the fashion area, but I must have gone the wrong way. Excuse me. You haven't seen a lost little girl, have you? I turn to see a miserable-looking middle-aged man peering at me anxiously. Teruo Toyama. He got separated from his daughter Hana while running from debt collectors. He is on edge, worried that the men who are after him might take Hana hostage. Have you seen her? A little girl, about 10 years old? A girl around 10? Have I seen her? What's her name? Hana. Hana Toyama. Hana. Oh, that's a pretty name. About Yito. The man launches into a rapid-fire explanation describing the girl's features, hair, and clothes. I got separated from her around Center Guy. She likes this place, so I thought maybe she'd come here. Center Guy? That's right, now I remember. This is the guy I bumped into earlier in the afternoon, while I was racing around in the cat costume. He got separated from his daughter? Yikes, if she did come here, it's not going to be easy to find her in the midst of this crowd. Are you sure she didn't go back home? I ask. Well, there's this problem, he mutters. Going home isn't an option. Well, that's not really an explanation. Sorry to bother you, I'll look around a bit more. With that, Hana's father disappears into the crowd. I leave the arcade and head for the fashion area. I bump into Mr. Yanagishita in a hallway lined with photo booths. Huh? Boss? What's he doing in a place like this? It really is his theme song. I love it. Oh, Tama, you're out of the suit. For some reason, he's got a bunch of magazines strewn across the floor. Yeah, finally managed to get rid of it. To get it off. That's good. I wish you could have seen it. I wish you could have been at the sales demo without your face hidden away. What are you doing? You mentioned something about a creek earlier. Are you going on a trip? I don't know who's talking right now. Yeah, I was, but then I remembered something important. I get motion sickness something fierce. I get motion sickness something fierce. He sounds kind of proud of himself. So yeah, no trips for me. Heck, I don't even want to think about that right now. What about the money? Oh, I asked, curious. Well, as it happens, I think I may have found my solution. He brings a hand to his mouth and giggles. Like a little girl! Oh no. Right here, I found a great way to make a killing. To earn a lot of money, usually in a very short time and or with little effort. The phrase originated in the 19th century, in reference to hunters who were paid based on the number of kills they made. I didn't know that, now we know. Bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. He opens the magazine he's holding to reveal a scratch card with a potential 100,000 yen prize. You just gotta scratch off one of those to win 100,000 yen. All I need is 30 of them, and my debt's squared away. Each magazine I can nab is more money for me. Despite his enthusiasm, his story doesn't quite add up. Are those scratch cards guaranteed to win? No, of course not. It's a lottery of sort of thing. Well then, having 30 copies of the magazine is hardly a foolproof solution. She's doing the... fuck. What's that called? The Office! She's looking straight at the camera. Quite the opposite, in fact, but I hold my tongue. Okay then, now that my goddess of fortune Tama's here, let me hurry and scratch these suckers off. He doesn't know. Yanagishita begins fervently scratching away at the first card with a coin. Oh, that one's a loser. Maybe the next one? Nope, that's a loser too. Damn it, so is this one. And this one. In a spectacular display, he scratches off one losing card after another. Soon, he's down to just one last magazine. You're not a very lucky person, are you? Oh, please don't say that. Mr. Yanagishita looks like he's on the verge of tears. When is he not on the verge of tears? I stare at one of the losing scratch cards. You know, if you could just see the symbols through the card, you'd win for sure, I say jokingly. I hold the card up on the light, up to the light. When I do, I really can see the symbols through the card. Boss, I think I might have just... Shh! He interrupts me before I can share my shocking discovery. I look at him in surprise. Mr. Yanagishita has gone all pale. Quiet, Tama. Those guys are here. He shoves me into a photo booth. Those guys? The debt collectors, he hisses. They just do not give up. He clutches the side of his head. Peeking out of the booth, I spot a pair of men who look pretty rough around the edges. Is it those two? Shh, not so loud. The men are looking around and they're getting closer and closer. What do I do? Oh, what do I do? Yanagishita starts getting panicky. Tama, what do I do? I have no idea. Oh, this is no good. This is not good. Mr. Yanagishita whimpers. Getting involved with those thugs strikes me as a bad idea. I pretend not to know Yanagishita and run off. What the fuck? This guy gave me a job, so I kind of owe him. I look around for a better place for the two of us to hide. Yeah, do this. Guy stirs up trouble left and right. Yes. Unfortunately, I don't really see anywhere that might work. We might be safest staying right where we are. Just stay nice and still and we'll be... Just be nice and still and we'll be fine. I whisper. Yeah, you're probably right. The curtain is drawn so people can't see inside. But just to keep up appearances, we start taking photos as if we're normal customers. Then why does he have shoes in his hands? What is he doing? He whimpered. What is he, German? I guess Japanese boy whimpers too. At least the German ones are not alone, you know? Also, because I can't see very well. What is your bad shadow? The one that's blue and pink. It looks like cotton candy to me. Pretty sure it's not, but what is it? As in, what is it for? And what does it look like? What is it supposed to be? It's a sea slug! What the hell? How? Me too. Gimme. How? Where? Gimme. How do I acquire this? Can I get like... Can I get the 3 badges? How much are you? Because I have my streamer badge, I have my own badge, and I have the the NASA badge. I want the sea slug. I really hope they don't look in here, Mr. Yanagishita murmurs. What will we do if they find us? They won't, just don't worry. Despite my reassurances, it was a while before he stopped trembling. Subnautica 2. Go to a streamer playing it and gift. If I stream it, if I stream it, do I get? Can I get the gift from my own stream? Then he said, "You know, Tama, they say that when a man and a woman meet under unusual circumstances, it's easy for them to fall in love. I'm so jealous, first of all. But I approve, the Maria and Yanagishita romance." Uh-huh. Do they now? They do. Going through an extreme situation together makes you fall for each other. So, wanna go get married? Just like that? Marriage! Marriage! Marriage? Right away. My god, he doesn't lose time. No way. Yeah, I am not having this conversation. Anyway, I think they're gone now. The debt collectors, I mean. That might have been Tama talking. But damn, he jumps on quick. Excuse me. As I have never streamed a game with drops, I actually do not know. Because I'm interested in the Subnautica. Tiggy made a Princess Bride. No. It's unless the guy made a reference also. Because there's a TikTok. It's like a compilation of groomsmen doing the most. And there's that one groomsman that started his own speech with "my wage." And you see the groom like getting into the floor like, "I told you not to do that." Just before you said anything, I was literally just about to say, I'm surprised Tiggy hasn't freaked out about me having a sea-slug badge. I am in your brain. In your brain. There's much room, by the way. There's a lot of room. You might want to sweep a little bit. It's stuffy. It's stuffy in here. Get me out. They're gone? They're gone. So long, losers. His fear has given way to a burst of manic energy. Guess I'm in the clear now. Thanks, Tama. Come on, let's take some commemorative photos. Huh? To commemorate what exactly? Come on, it will be fun. Marriage is a Princess Bride reference. End of story. I feel old. Do you like older movies with that typical grainy feel, sparkly stuff? Do you like those movies? Because I have a suggestion. I think the oldest movie that I've seen when I was young, and I hold it dear to me, is Donkey Skin. I think Podan. It literally translates to donkey skin. And it's an adaptation of an old French tale, you know? And it looks beautiful. It's beautiful. The story is kind of concerning. It's a donkey skin sounds sexual. It's not. Not so sure. Basically, a princess in a castle with her king of a father, right? He lost his bride, so the queen is no more. And because it's a small village or something, I don't exactly remember. It's a very old movie. I think it's from the 70s. Something like that. He's like, I'm so lonely, and we cannot have a country run by a king with no queen. So, daughter, you are of age? I'm gonna marry you. I'm gonna marry you. And the princess is like, the hell you're not? Hell no. I'm the king. I have a say. You cannot change my mind. I will marry you, father, if you give me the dresses that I want. If you manage to bring me a dress that is like the sun, I will marry you. And then he gives it to her. And it's like, okay, now give me a dress like the moon, etc., etc. And it would take like a long time for those dresses to be made. And the dresses are beautiful. My God, they're gorgeous. She escapes the castle to get into a little shed where she wears a donkey skin to look like a peasant. And she has a fairy godmother. She is beautiful. And she meets another prince. And stuff like that. It's a basic fairy tale type of story. But God, the visuals are gorgeous. You need to see it just for references. It's a good thing to have seen. Tangent off. Okay, big smile now. Ready? Cheese, butter, margarine. They're so cute. Afro life. No, why didn't they keep the pictures? After that, I part ways with Mr. Yanagishita and head to a different floor. I don't tell him about being able to see through the scratch cards. The guy really ought to develop a proper work ethic. You're so right, Maria. You're so right. Princess Bride is from 87. It rings a bell. Each time I say that, I'm like, did I say Isabel? Let me see what Princess Bride looks like. Ah! It's the guy with the script. I think. He is, right? He is the guy that just pulls up the script out of nowhere. Like the actual script of the movie. Like, this wasn't in the script. I'm supposed to win. Archery contest? My God, he's beautiful. What a beautiful man. You know what? Let me open my streaming app and let me add that to my library. Same dude, different movie. My bad. Come on, streaming app. What are you doing? Is it Princess Bride or Princess... Oh, okay. It should be this one. Yeah, it is. Add it to library and let me add Podan to... And so it is called Donkey Skin, and I am right. It is exactly from 1970. Highly recommend. If you like beautiful dresses, you need to watch that movie. That was Robin Hood, Men in Tights. Ah, I need to see that one too. It looks very funny. Princess Bride is one of those movies that everyone should watch. Gotcha. Do I have one that I recommend like that? I mean, strangely enough, my comfort movie is Coraline. But I would not recommend it to just anybody. Princess Bride is so good that even Deadpool made a reference for the holiday special. Ah, then I shall watch it. For real. I will watch it. Coraline is fucking amazing. I watched that when I was like 6 or something. And I think that tells you a lot about who I am. Because I saw it way before I should have been able to see it. And it didn't scar me to life like a lot of people have. Coraline is goated. I've watched it at least 9 or 10 times. I think I might have watched it 30 times. I know the movie by heart. But I just like it. However, I will say one thing. Because I watched it when I was a child. So watching it in VO was not a thing back then. So I watched it in French. And then, years later, I was like, hey, I want to rewatch Coraline. So I searched it in French again. And I was like, those are not the voices. The voices! Those are not the voices I grew up with. What gives? So I was like, what did I not hear the voices correctly? Do I remember them wrong? Because they changed the way. So remember the friend of Coraline. The friend of Coraline. His name is YB. And then when he presents himself, introduce himself, he's like YB because of Yborn, etc. Yeah, it's a whole thing. In French, the version that I watched, he does just say, in French, yeah, I'm called that because, and then in English, he says YB Yborn, but he says it in English. In that French version, he says everything in French. So he is still YB, but he's like, yeah, it's the English version of Y born, but switch that in French. And I was like, he did not say that. Turns out, because again, remember when I said that it was very usual for little shops to just it was not a shop. It was just a thing in wheels with cracked DVDs on there in like pouches, not even a DVD case, but like a plastic pouch to just put all their DVDs in pouches like on the street, like on the floor in front of schools and stuff like that. We got that DVD from there. €1 a DVD. Turns out I grew up with the Canadian version. Wild to think Coraline came out when I was 15. I'm pretty sure that YB was an OC for the movie. Ah, really? But also, we do not condone the author. I'm pretty sure he has been found out to do some weird shit. I can't tell you why, but I've seen some people who like loved Coraline and being like, why did it have to be written by such a garbage man? So, love the movie, maybe not the author. But yeah, I grew up with the Canadian version, surprisingly. And also, if there is no YB in the book, I am not reading the book. I have a friend that you might see from time to time on stream, an IRL friend. It's Phoenix on stream. He looks almost exactly like YB. I was such a fan of Coraline, and then I would see my friend, I would be like, you are YB. It's just you. He takes it as a compliment. The book was like 100 times darker. Ah, might want to read that book then. But YB. And Mr. Bobinski. That was the jingle of the little mouse. They're not mouse. What were they? Not chinchilla. I love the word chinchilla. What were they? They were mice. Ah. I love the mouse. I was so like the whole circus part enchanting to me. I loved them to bits. They were so cute. Yeah, I love that movie. The third floor is packed with young girls. I spot a shirt that catches my eye and head to the fitting room to try it on. There, I realize there's something in my pocket. Something I must have been carrying around for a while. Oh, it's a photo. A photo of a white man. Who's this guy? I can't quite tell if I recognize him or not. This man. Uh-huh. Dangerous. Chills. I hear someone's voice inside my head. Is it Kanan? Conan, what the hell? Stay away from him. Flashes of memory flicker in my mind. I see a girl standing before me. I can't quite recall her face, but I get the impression she's someone very important. She speaks to me. This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. That's all. Then I snap back to my senses. Give me a bit, there is a TikToker who deep dives into basically everything from Coraline, about Coraline, but I don't really use the app much anymore, so I'll have to go digging. Okay, do tell in the Discord the link. Do give in the Discord the link if you find the TikTok you're looking for. It feels like I was right on the cusp of remembering something critical. At any rate, it seems that there is some connection between me and the man in the photo. Try as I might, though, I can't recall anything more than that. Stylish for 2008? I try on the shirt I picked out. Yeah, that looks good. I decide to buy it and have the store toss out my torn sweater for me. I do prefer the old sweater because I like yellow. As I'm about to go down the escalator, a young man strides up to me as if I'm an old friend. Achi. There you are. I thought you were going to meet on the second floor. Going to meet? What is this guy talking about? I've never seen him before. Oh, well, anyway. Come on, we have to go hide. Hide? Why do we need to do that? Hide? Why? Because those guys might have found us. They're outside. He grabs my hand and I yank it away. Hey, come on, what gives? Is this some new pickup trick or something? Whatever it is, it's way too aggressive. I get the heck out of there. Hey! Hey! The guy keeps shouting, but I ignore him and try to slip away into the crowd. When I look back, though, I see that he's still following me. What do I do? For now, maybe I should head to another floor. Maybe I should hide someplace where there are fewer people. Hide somewhere where there's fewer people? That seems counterintuitive. Found and shared in media stream. Thank you. Go to another floor. I hurry toward the bank of elevators. Maybe she'll find her sister. Oh! Well, if it isn't Tama, what a coincidence! I love him. He is the best character. It's Yanagishita again. I try to walk on by like I don't notice him, but it's already too late. How can you not notice that doofer? The TikTok playlist has 221 videos. Oh my god. I won't be looking at all of them. I won't lie to you. I don't know how to explain. This is such a going out part, like the music. It's a going out in the city soundtrack for an early DS game. I can't promise you will. They're so addicting to watch. I will tell you and I will keep you informed. There is a chance. Huh? Hey, where did your boyfriend go? Boyfriend? It's groovy. Look at the veins on his neck. He is forcing that pose. Wow. Absolutely, this is so absolutely DS era gaming. I miss DS gaming. I have no clue what he's talking about. Anyway, perfect timing. Can you give me back that magazine? Nothing you're saying is making any sense. I peer at him in confusion. Once again, Yanagishita looks like he might start to cry. Don't tease me like this. I did give it to you, right? No, you didn't give me anything. I get it. You wanted that 100,000 yen all for yourself, so now you're playing dumb, is that it? No, I honestly don't have any idea. I honestly have no idea what this is all about. By now, he's all worked up and getting red in the face. Look, you might have amnesia, but that excuse ain't gonna fly with me. The amnesia has nothing to do with this. He doesn't seem to want to believe me, no matter what I say. Come on, hurry up and give it back. Otherwise, I'm gonna start bawling here, real loud. Bowling. Bowling? He just starts bawling. He's going to cry? Seriously? This guy is a real piece of work. Well, what's it gonna be? You're gonna make a grown man cry? You're gonna make a grown man cry! It would certainly be pretty embarrassing if he starts sobbing now. But I can't exactly give him back a magazine I never had. Uh-oh. The elevator doors open. Well, if it isn't our little entrepreneur, we've been looking for you. It's the two thugs from before, and there's no avoiding them this time. Asao Ozu and his underling, Yutaro Segawa, members of the Tenryugumi Yakuza Syndicate. Ozu is quite frightening when angry. His nickname is Ozu the Ogre, Ozu the Oni. But despite his strong emotions, he is very logic-driven. Segawa is the archetypical punk who likes to get into scuffles, but he's also a really good cook. I love to have information on this character that I would never have if it was truly a POV type of game. How do we know he's a good cook? Because the game told you, not because you know. The contrast between those two characters, the stone-faced girl versus the most expressive afro alive. He's just an alive afro. He's not a person, he's just the afro. Yipes! The man drags Mr. Yanagishita into the elevator. Save me, Tama! He grabs hold of my hand. Hey, let go of me! Great, now I'm in the elevator too, and the doors are shutting. Now then, Mr. Yanagishita, says the bald-headed man, there's nowhere else to run. His tone is polite, but also pretty foreboding. Whoa, wait, just hold on. I can get you the money. I'm just about to get loads of it. Enough of your poppycock, snarls the younger guy. Poppycock? Balderdash, claptrap, straight up nonsense, taken from the Dutch papikak, meaning soft dung. This game has taught me so many words. Guy ain't bold. You can't do him like that. I mean, I really mean it this time. Please, you have to believe me. I can pay you 100,000 right now. 100,000? You're really carrying around that much? Asked the bold man. No, not me, the girl. The man turned to eye me in unison. He pushed me under the bus, the asshole. I never knew the origins. I didn't know it literally came from basically bullshit. Soft shit. She's holding on to something that's worth 100,000 yen. Well, the sudden turn in the conversation has me all flustered. Tama, please, Yanagishita says. Just hand it over. I already told you I don't know what you're talking about. The elevator stops at the first floor and the doors open. Oh! Standing on the other side of the doors is the guy I ran into earlier. Hana's father. The bald-headed man snarls. Toyama! I'll just get the next one. Hana's father bolts like a startled hare. The bald man and his crony stare after him. Now's my chance, Yanagishita hisses. He darts out of the elevator and makes a run for it. Hey, after him, shouts the bald man. After who, him or him? Just start with Toyama. The two thugs race after Hana's father. They've left me all by myself. I'm worried enough to think about going after them, but before too long, I've lost sight of them all. For a long time, I just stand there. For a long time, I stand there. I just stand there, dumbfounded, like a hurricane victim lingering in the aftermath. Ugh, what a day this has been. When I finally get my wits about me, I realize I'm pretty hungry. And that's right, I didn't get to eat lunch. I head for the fourth floor, where the restaurants are. Since I really don't want to run into Yanagishita and those other guys again, I decided to take the escalator. As I'm running it up, I hear a commotion coming from the floor below. It's a man's voice shouting angrily. Out of my way, come on! I pay the outburst no heed and let the escalator take me up. When I arrive at the fourth floor restaurant section, the sign for a Chinese buffet catch my eye. A style of dining where the guests serve themselves freely from an array of prepared foods, taking as much of each as they want. Many hotels and restaurants tend to hold buffet at lunchtime or for brunch. Sometimes, however, this just winds up being a kind of cruel trap, with crowded lines making it take forever for you to even get near the food. I went to a buffet once. I was invited to a buffet for brunch. So I was like, I'm not gonna eat breakfast to make the most out of it. Because I didn't have much money. I still don't have, but still, I was worse off before. That was the best fucking experience I've ever had in my life. Croissants like you've never seen before. Pain au chocolat. You had pancakes, crepes, salty foods, cakes, burgers. It was the best day of my life. I want to go back. And plus, the place was beautiful. Like, beautiful. I want to eat brunch again. All you can eat pain au chocolat. You're missing out if you've never had a good pain au chocolat. I love a good buffet. That sounds like heaven. My god. You had a lot of tarts too. Like fruit tarts. Hearing you say buffet is so great. Americans normally prevented buffet. Buffet, and I say buffet. It's a buffet in French. Buffet. Yeah. I guess I Frankenstein my words. Now that I think about it. Buffet? There's a slang word in French for food. Like, you guys say grub, right? Kind of. In French, we say bouffe. It's like the very informal, kind of rude way of saying eating. Like, bouffer, as a verb, means eating, but it's kind of rude. You say it to friends. You don't say it to anyone that's older, 10 years older than you. They'll probably take it badly. So, buffet, in French, buffet, could be like food, lots of food. You're not wrong to pronounce it that way, just saying. I mean, let's all agree here, even when you tell me sometimes that I'm pronouncing it wrong, stuff wrong, if it just feels better to pronounce it wrong, I'm pronouncing it wrong. I'm not trying anymore. I want to go to that buffet again. Imabiki Chinese restaurant. The name means something along the lines of fire of mourning. That's not a good name for a restaurant. Also, Chinese buffet. Oh, I love those steam. It's not bun. It's kind of like a gyoza, but it's like shrimp paste in it, and it's not entirely closed off. Is it dim sum? Dim sum? Bao buns? Nope, it's not buns. It's like basically the same texture as gyoza skin, like gyoza wrapping, and inside it's shrimp, and it's not entirely closed off. Like, it's pretty open at the top. I'm gonna see, is it dim sum? I'm pronouncing it wrong for sure. It is. Dim sum Xiaomai is the one with shrimp in it. Oh, it's so good. I could eat 1,000. Ooh, I want some. I love steamed food. I will say. So good. I guess fire is important for cooking, but that's kind of an unsettling thing to call an eatery. Oh well, I guess the name doesn't really matter. I'm in the mood to straight up devour some Chinese food. When I go to enter though, I'm stopped by one of the employees. Oh, I'm sorry, miss. I'm afraid we're not accepting any more, any customers. I mean, we're not really open, not just now. She sounds a little bewildered by her own words. Why not? She has that Sadako expression kind of vibe going on, so I want to make her look eerie. Yeah, dim sum is just Chinese gyoza. The American call them pot stickers. Is she crying? She is crying. Did they use like some sort of jello to make the tears? Because it's not the first time. I mean, we've seen Yanagishita cry a whole bunch. And surely to take the picture, it needs to stay in place, and also this does not look like a tear. I wonder how they did it. Well, you see, one of our other customers ate all our food. Someone ate an entire restaurant out of food? Is that even possible? What I'm trying to say, miss, is that we're closed for the day. Go figure. Looks like Mr. Yanagishita's bad luck has rubbed off on me. They're probably like clear glue. Yeah, something like that. I guess I'll have to look for another restaurant too. Hannah! Hold up, who's that kid? Lying idly across the seats in the waiting area at the front of the restaurant is a young girl. Is this the girl that that dismal looking fellow has been searching for? She looks so sad it makes my heart ache. I can just leave her here alone. Excuse me, is your name Hannah? She looks wary of the question. Your father has been looking for you, I say. Hannah ignores me and just stares up at the ceiling. Hey, how about we try to find your dad together? I coax the girl into getting up, then call out to the restaurant staffer. Oh my god! Excuse me, where should I go to ask them to put an announcement on the PA system? I don't know, maybe the first floor? The security office. Right, down we go. I take Hannah with me, and we get one of the elevators together. We get on one of the elevators together. Monkeys! Monkeys! They're so cute on the poster right above me. Haneko was a perfect comparison. Sadako. Sadako. I think her creator passed away recently. Do you know my father? Hannah's tone is pretty brusque. Well, I don't really know him exactly. Then are you a debt collector? I laugh and shake my head. Would a debt collector be wearing an outfit like this? Hannah lets out a deep sigh. This is starting to feel like that mashup episode of Suit Life of Zack and Cody. That's So Raven and Hannah Montana. That's true, they used to do that a lot, but that game is definitely gonna mix every MCs, right? My cat, Zao, she is a tiny kitty, right? She's tinier than most kittens. Kitties. She's not a kitten. I just like the word kitten. And she is completely laying on my heating pad. That's so cute. It's not heated, by the way. She just likes the texture, I guess. Should I buy her like a waterbed? Is that a thing for kittens? Does that exist? A waterbed for cats? She would love it. So you're just kind of butting in then? Well, yeah, I guess so. I can't help but grin sheepishly. I feel like something about sad little Hannah is stirring some of my lost memories. If I just came out and told her that, though, she'd probably think I was a total weirdo. So I decided to say something else. I guess I just get bored being all by myself. Guess I'm just the sort of person who can't ignore someone in trouble. You're weird. Hannah looks away from me. When I get to the security office, I hear voices coming from inside. I wonder what they're talking about. I peek in through the crack in the door and see a man with a cane speaking with a security guard. Oh. How many exits are there that lead outside? There is the main entrance on the first floor, along with two side entrances. Also, there is one down on the first basement level, and another in the second basement. Sadeko, yes, the original author of Ring passed away on the 8th. Aww. Tama, you gotta leave. She doesn't know, by the way. She doesn't know she's been Tama this whole time. But Hitomi knows. The security guard spoke with polite precision. I see, says the man with the cane. I need you to shutter all exits except for the main entrance right away. Understood, sir. They take order from him? Oh. Attention all shoppers. The announcement comes in over the loudspeaker. Due to maintenance, all first floor entrances other than the main entrance have been closed. We apologize for the inconvenience. Customers wishing to leave, please use the main entrance on the first floor. I am not sure what just happened, but it sounds like the main entrance is now the only way out. Come on, I say, let's have them make an announcement for us. Don't get in there. But when I turn around, Hannah is gone. She must have run off while I was distracted. Well, looky here, if it ain't that little cutie again. The two thugs that were after Yanagishita come strolling toward me. Wow, you're a speedy one, huh? Says the bald man. Weren't you just downstairs just now? And did you change your clothes too? He looks me over, seeming impressed. Hey, hold on, let me see your face. The younger man grabs me by the wrist. You know Yanagishita, yeah? Go on and give him a quick little call for us. He gives me a sharp yank. Let go of me! Can it, girlie? Just give the man a call and we're all good. I have nothing to do with that guy. Do it now. These guys aren't even listening to me. No, I'm pretty pissed off. I said I have nothing to do with that guy. Are these rubber balls? Give me some. Are you kidding? Give me. What a waste. I whip my manhandled arm in a wide arc and send the younger man flying into a stack of boxes. Guess he must not have been expecting that. He hits hard. The impact knocks him out cold. Whoa, what the heck are you? The bald man asks, his eyes wide. Shut up, I tell him. You're next. I flash a winning grin. He gathers up his fallen friend and drags him away as fast as he can go. What did you ask they were? Are they rubber balls? Like bouncing balls? The ones you can, throw to the ground and they bounce back. Yes, she's allowed to carry me princess style. Me too, me too. Wow. Okay, that was pretty strange. It was just like when I was fighting Mikyu. My body seems to know how to pull off all these moves instinctively. Am I a martial artist, maybe? Rubber balls, yeah. Anyway, I've got to find Hannah. I'm looking at the posters to see if I find the references, but it doesn't ring a bell, this one. Easier said than done. I wander around the building, but I don't see any signs of the girl. I'm craving a milkshake. Chinese food and a milkshake after. Oof. Sounds so good. In America, we mostly call them bouncy balls. She's a secret special force agent that made a mistake while undercover. That would be surprising. Excuse me, what? The German word for them is flumi? I need you to teach me how to pronounce this. I need it. Also, for sea slug, what are they called in German? I need to know. Is it flumi or is it something else? Flumi. Flumi. I'm pronouncing it the English way. But how do you pronounce that? The bouncing ball is flumi. Yeah, I got it. One day I'll learn German, I promise. Flummy? Maybe I can search that up. Flummy. Teach me, YouTube. Flummy? Flummy. 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 Try to remember. Maybe she went back home? Eventually, I slumped down on a bench in a corner. I wish I could go home too. I muttered to myself. Hold on, let me redo that. I wish I could go home too. I muttered to myself. Flummy is a mix between the words for flying and rubber. Flummy. It's like flummy. Flew space me. It flew me by. The flummy flew me by. My first German joke. Oh, right. The word for slug in German. Don't ask me why. It's actually, I know why now, and oh my god. The word for slug in German is what the French use, the exact same word. Oh, snail. I see. The word for snail in German is used as is as a slang word for pussy. It's disgusting. It's so misogyny. Of course it is. Yeah. Yeah. On behalf of all French people, my bad. My bad. Lucas, delete. Sparkly, can you delete his message? I never want to look at this ever again. Something cold presses against my neck. What? Is that what I think it is? Make a scene and I'll slit through your throat. Could not pronounce that. Unable. Why? Oh, no. It is a knife. He's cute. The one with the curly hair. He's cute. Two foreign men grabbed me by my arms from either side. In that moment, fragmentary memories flood through my mind. I'm on a street. It looks like someplace in the Middle East. I'm being dragged along by several men. I'm too scared to speak. There are people on the street, market vendors, but none of them seem willing to get involved. The men drag me into some back alley. Oh, I don't like where this is going. Help me. Please, somebody help me. I'm being abducted. And then a dark silhouette drops down in front of me. The figure brandishes a knife threateningly at the man. The blade moves with dazzling speed. My captures are all down in mere moments. Who is this? Who came to save me? I try my utmost to drag my memories to the surface. It's a girl. That's right, I'm certain of that much. I don't remember her face, but it's a girl, younger than me. Walk faster! The angry hiss in my ear snapped me out of my flashback. What was that memory just now? I'm more concerned about the girl who saved me than I am about the men who've captured me now. The two thugs march me along, still holding me by the arms. Can't believe she was in a place like that. Yeah, talk about giving us the runaround. I can't figure out what they are talking about. A place like what? Giving them the runaround? Do you know me? The two men look at each other. Wait, are you the other one? One of them peers closely into my face. What are you talking about? What do you mean a place like... I stop as a sudden idea comes to me. Hold on. Are you talking about that storehouse? The men look utterly confused. What are you talking about? One of them asks. I explain that I've lost my memory. This seems to make them pretty anxious. We gotta report this. One of the men takes out his cell phone and makes a call. He informs whoever's on the other end that I've lost my memory. I have no idea what's going on. Based on what I can follow from the conversation, though, it seems these were the people who had put me in the storehouse. But why had they done it? Why had they done that? One of these guys asked if I was the other one. What could that possibly mean? Could it be... Did they abduct me because they mistook me for someone else? If so, who? The more I try to think, the more muddied this all gets. Calm down. Just calm down. Let's think of what we know. What I do know for sure is that I woke up inside that storehouse. And evidently, I took a blow to the head, and that's the cause of my amnesia. Hold on, that's strange. If these people had kidnapped me before, why wasn't the storehouse, well, locked? Seems pretty sloppy if they wanted to keep someone confined. What could all this possibly mean? It's no use. I have the foggiest. None of this makes any sense at all. Let go of her. I crane my neck to see who spoke. It's the man with the cane who was at the security office. Who the hell are you? One of my captors barks. I said, let her... Oh my god. I said, let her go. Did you not hear? The man with the cane pulls a gun from his suit pocket. Get lost. This isn't worth dying over. The two men take a few steps back, and they bolt out of the alleyway. Who are you? My voice trembles slightly. Guess he's not here. The man takes a quick look around. He's talking about Achi, probably. He? Do you mean Mr. Yanagishita? All that matters is that he's not here. Gun in hand, the man slowly approaches. Hitomi Osawa, I know you've done nothing wrong. What? I feel a jolt of surprise at the name. Hitomi Osawa? Is that my name? His face His face a mask of stone. The man points the gun right at my head. Please, no hard feelings. Is he gonna do it? It's not the right one, but she doesn't even know. To be continued. Wow. So he wants Hitomi gone? Like her specifically, or the twins as a whole? That's a Lucas level mistake. Oh my. Let's jump to Achi. Have I mentioned before that I want to be a lead mod? No particular reason. You have mentioned it, but you have not been granted it. Achi took the escalator down to the third floor, and there was Hitomi standing right in the open after he'd been searching for her high and low. There you are. I thought you were going to meet on the second floor, Achi said. She stared back at him in confusion. Oh well, anyway, come on, we have to go hide. Hide? Why? She gave him a dubious look. Achi felt like something was off, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Because those guys might have found us, he said. They're outside. He took hold of Hitomi's hands. Hey, let go! What gives? She quickly yanked her hand away. Yeah, mines are animated too. Huh? As Achi tried to make sense of the way she was acting, she took off down the corridor. Hey, Hitomi! He hurried after her. It was like changing her clothes had also changed her personality. Still, he couldn't just leave her alone. The kidnappers might well be closing in. He stayed in pursuit of her, trying not to draw too much attention. He lost track of her somewhere near the elevators. What's her deal? Unsure what else he should do, he headed back down to their rendezvous point on the second floor. When he arrived, he spotted Hitomi heading down the escalator ahead of him. Hitomi! Achi shouted, but his voice vanished into the noises of the crowd, and she disappeared out onto the first floor. Damn it! Achi rushed down the escalator. He took the steps 2, 3, 5 at a time. He made it to the first floor and looked around. There was Hitomi, about to take a different escalator back up. Why is she doing this? Why is she doing this? He waved his arms to get her attention, but she did not notice, and headed right back up. Down, up. What the heck is she thinking? Achi sped around and got on the upward escalator. Out of my way, come on! He shoved people aside as he ran up the moving stairs. Wow, that blowout! What luscious hair! But he saw no sign of Hitomi when he reached the second floor. He'd lost track of her completely. Oh, come on! This is ridiculous! Achi's shoulders slumped. He felt exhausted, but he kept up his search, scouring the floor after another. Scouring one floor after another until eventually he made it down to the second basement level. Had she grown too impatient waiting for Cannon and gone out searching for the blue minivan again? I think I can handle myself from here. He thought back to what Hitomi had said earlier. Damn it, she's not gonna be okay by herself. He pounded his fist into the wall in frustration. Please stop! That was Hitomi's voice. Hitomi! Achi moved faster than he could think. Chi, she called back. A pair of thugs had grabbed her by both arms. Achi stomped his way toward them. Get your hands off of her, he shouted. Huh? What's it to you, pal? The older of the two, a middle-aged fellow, turned to Achi with a sneer. He looked familiar somehow. Hitomi shook herself free of the man and ran over to Achi. It's no use trying to act tough, buddy. We're just trying to get back what we're owed. Don't make us have to get rough with ya. What you're owed? Hitomi, do you owe people money? No, I don't. They just came after me and started going on about 2 million yen. She looked just as baffled by the situation as Achi was. If you're gonna blame someone, blame your boss, the older man said. He gestured to his lackey. A feral gleam flashed in the young punk's eyes. It was the look of a man who couldn't resist dishing out a beatdown. He brought up his fist and shifted his feet, shadowboxing a few quick jabs with his left hand. It looked to Achi like the guy was an experienced boxer. Hold on, Hitomi said. What do you mean, my boss? Say what? Yanagishita, who the hell do you think? The young punk shuffled closer, fists still menacing. Then his expression changed. Hey! Hold on. Are you Achi Endo? Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm that lucky. Getting to throw down with you like this? The punk sounded pleased indeed. I've heard all sorts of rumors about you, you know? Let's see how true they are. Achi didn't like his chances in a straight-up fight with a trained boxer. What should he do? He better run for it. He had to apologize. Let's try to run. He reached behind himself and grabbed Hitomi by the arm. Keeping his eyes fixed on his opponent, he took a careful step back. Running away, huh? Coward. The punk was quick to close the gap Achi had just made. Achi didn't care if he was a coward or not. All he cared about was making sure Hitomi was safe. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened before them. A miserable-looking older man stood in the elevator. At the sight of him, the punk's face went red with rage. You! Toyama! Going up. The man in the elevator hurriedly closed the doors. The two thugs rushed toward him, but the elevator had already begun heading back upwards. Come on, after him! The older man shouted. The young punk raced up the stairs. You stay right where you are, the older fellow added, glaring at Hitomi. Then he followed after his lackey. Does he really think we're dumb enough to just wait here? Achi scoffed. Achi, I've been looking all over for you. Hitomi gave him an angry swat on the chest. For me? What are you talking about? You weren't waiting where you said you'd be. Yeah, because you went up to another floor. What do you mean? I went right where you said. On the second floor. Huh? This wasn't quite adding up. The second floor? What are you talking about? You went up to the third floor. No, I didn't. Wait, what? None of this makes any sense. Achi felt like his brain was getting scrambled. Well, anyway, at least I found you safe and sound. Yeah. The two smiled at one another. What's with those clothes? Hitomi's new outfit was completely different from the clothes she had on earlier. I tried on a few things, but wound up deciding on this. You tried other stuff on? Oh, okay, that explains it, Achi said. At least now things sort of made sense. That's nice, you know? What is? Your clothes, I mean. They look good on you. Thank you. Wow, I'm actually blushing now. It kind of made me blush to say it. Achi and Hitomi shyly avoided each other's eyes. Cute. Oh, so hey, Achi said, eager to change the subject. Do you still have that magazine? Oh, right, yeah. I was going to just throw it away, but I couldn't. How come? I haven't been able to find the right kind of receptacle. Newspapers and magazines are supposed to be kept separate from normal trash, right? Hitomi scanned their surroundings for a suitable bin. Wait, are you serious? Yeah. You're thinking about proper recycling now of all times? Is that weird? Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. I think you might just be perfect. Achi found himself blushing even harder now. I'm gonna scream. Tama! A sudden yell snapped him out of his embarrassment. The sketchy-looking fellow who'd given her the magazine was scampering down the stairs towards them. Great, Hachi said. The weirdo's back. The man ignored him, though, and leaned in close to Hitomi. Ah, you do still have it. He snatched the magazine from Hitomi's hands. Yes! This one hasn't been scratched off yet. The man hunkered down on the floor and began scratching away at the scratch cards stapled into the centerfolds. Wait! Don't let him have that! Another man came swooping out of nowhere and yanked the magazine away. It was the older fellow who'd appeared in the elevator minutes before. You can't do that, that's mine! The sketchy-looking man clutched at the older newcomer. Let go! No way! I said let go! And I said no way! The two were fighting right in front of the exit, keeping Achi and Hitomi from leaving. How'd you like this? The older man shouted, scratching away half-heartedly at the ticket. He's gonna get it, isn't he? The winning prize. He's gonna get it, isn't he? No, it's just a worthless scrap of paper. Oh, my 100,000 yen. You mean my 100,000 yen? Then the middle-aged fellow looked back down at the ticket. Ah, what are the odds? Somehow, in his random scratching, he'd happened to land himself a winner. Give it! No way! The two men took off, engaged in a running battle for the ticket. What was the deal with those two? I'm not sure. Achi and Hitomi could only stand there, dumbfounded. On the other hand, hey, look at the time. It's almost 3. The two headed hurriedly for the Jigo back entrance. But just as they were nearing the doors, the shutters dropped down in front of them. Whoa, what gives? Due to maintenance, all entrances other than the main entrance on the first floor have been closed. We apologize for the inconvenience. Customers wishing to leave, please use the main entrance on the first floor. Achi glared at the loudspeaker. It looked like there was no exit through the back after all. I've got a really bad preposition about this. You mean premonition? I've got a really bad preposition about this. You mean premonition? Hitomi had gotten quicker to butt in with her corrections. Holding on to their premonitions, then, the two hurried their way up to the stairwell. As Hitomi tried to head out the first floor entryway, Achi yanked her back. Careful. What's the matter? It's that guy. Huh? Hitomi's expression stiffened. Slipping behind a nearby pillar, Achi pointed to the man with the cane, who was keenly eyeing shoppers as they came and went. Well, this bites. No way we're getting out with him there. Achi? Hitomi whispered in his ears. Behind us. Achi glanced back and saw the two goons walking in their direction. Uh-oh. If those two caused a scene like before, the assassin would notice them for sure. Aha! The younger punk had spotted them. Damn it, Achi thought, gritting his teeth. But the thuggish pair let out a teensy squeak and then darted off in a different direction, vanishing from view. What the heck? Achi and Hitomi watched them go, unsure what to make of the sudden retreat. Well, anyway, Achi said after a moment. Now we can try to find another way out. Taking Hitomi by the hand, he headed back into the shopping area. This bites from just listening to you, I thought it was despots. Weird. The back entrance on the first floor, that was a no-go. The other emergency exits were also locked down, which meant that the main entrance on the first floor really was the only choke point, in or out. It was almost time for them to meet Kanan. They needed to find some way to bust out of here. The pair headed back toward the main entrance. Then they saw the man with the cane again, heading in their direction. He hadn't seen them yet, but there was no way they'd avoid him if they didn't do something quick. Guess for now we gotta go up, Achi said to Hitomi. They started racing up the nearest escalator, which was descending from above. My bad, coming through. Sorry, please excuse us. They fought and shoved their way past a stream of people riding in the other direction. They could see the second floor now. Achi figured they'd be in the clear once they got there. But then a large woman appeared at the top of the escalator, heading down. She was the one who'd been in the Chinese restaurant of the fourth floor. The one who'd supposedly packed an entire buffet into her belly. She was wide enough that Achi and Hitomi would never be able to slip past her. She's not that heavy! Hey, out of the way, Achi shouted. But the young woman ignored him. Achi tried to push past, but he just bounced off her. They were drifting inevitably back down toward the first floor. It was like they were riding a conveyor belt that was delivering them right to the assassin. This was no good. If they didn't do something soon, they would... Wait a second. Something must have caught the assassin's eye. Achi saw him suddenly rush outside. There was no telling what had just happened, but now there was a chance to escape. Achi and Hitomi raced out the door. Outside, the man with the cane was nowhere to be seen. Looks like we're safe. Achi let out a sigh. For now, someone said. Keep your eyes open. Is it Yanagishita? Please tell me. Oh, she's pretty! The sudden words made the two turn with a start. Kanan was standing right behind them. She'd gotten this close and neither of them had noticed a thing. She moved with all the skills of an assassin, as she felt a chill shoot through him. To be continued. She is so gorgeous. That game is really diverse. To be continued and to be continued for Maria. Right? And Minorikawa, is it to be continued or keep out? Okay. I'm gonna take 5 minutes because I'm completely hungry. I'm just gonna make some toast with like Nutella. And bite that like in 5 minutes. Because I feel cold and hot at the same time. So BRB. I am back. I hope this lasts. Mm-hmm. I hope it's enough. But I haven't eaten all day. And because I didn't do the dishes, salmon can cook. He can't cook, sorry. Let's see Mr. Osawa. He has been arrested by this dude. He arrested him. Why? What happened? Tanaka's listening device. Right, we left off with this. I do not want others intruding into my domain. Accordingly, I do not intrude on others. That is how I've lived my life. That is how I've forged my sense of calm. But something has begun to drive me mad. The boundaries between myself and others have started to collapse. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I will become something other than myself. And that is one thing I fear I could never bear. Oh, no, you don't. Kajiwara tackled Tanaka as he strode toward the door. The two men collapsed in a heap in the front entryway. Hey, Tanaka barked. What are you doing? Hold still. Kajiwara ran his bug tracker over Tanaka's body. It began beeping loudly. Aha! Kajiwara pulled off Tanaka's necktie clip. It's a listening device. Tanaka's face went pale. Where did you get this? Kajiwara demanded. Well... Tanaka trailed off into silence. I gave it to him. It was I who had appeared on the second floor landing. You were listening in? Osawa asked brokenly. Ma'am, Kajiwara said, would you mind explaining this? For once he seemed deadly serious. Oh, okay, my bad. Ma'am, Kajiwara said, would you mind explaining this? For once he seemed deadly serious. I was barely able to hear a thing. That's what I get for going with something so cheap. I held out a dangling earpiece. When and where did you get that? Earlier today, when I left to do some shopping. And why did you plant a listening device on Mr. Tanaka? Kajiwara asked. That's what I want to know. Tanaka chimed in. Why would you do this, Miss Osawa? He was trembling. You were outside emailing someone earlier, weren't you, Mr. Tanaka? I saw you from the window. Emailing? Kajiwara looked into Tanaka's face. I nodded. He came back into the house shortly afterward, and I asked him where he'd gone. And what do you think he said, She was practically gloating, playing to her little audience. She began stalking down the stairs. He said he'd gone to check on something at the lab, despite the fact that he was out in the yard there fiddling with his phone the whole time. So I figured if I bugged him, he might show his true colors and... Enough. Osawa cut his wife out. Tanaka had been emailing HITOMI, of course, but he couldn't reveal that now. I think I get what happened here, Kajiwara interposed. He folded his arms. Your wife thought that Mr. Tanaka was in contact with the kidnappers, and so she planted a listening device on him. The detective peered at Tanaka. Who were you emailing, sir? Yes, that's right. I chirped. Show us your phone, Mr. Tanaka. Let's see what you're really up to. Or is there some reason you don't want to show us? Osawa started to panic. If the police checked that cell phone, they'd find the emails from Hitomi. And if the kidnappers somehow found out about that, Maria's life would be in danger. But I was still relentlessly advancing on Tanaka. Stop this. Darling? She turned to him in surprise. Tanaka was sending emails on my behalf, Osawa said. I asked him to do this. And just who was he emailing? It was... He needed to think of a lie fast. It was Pretty Honey? Ooh. Who was he emailing? Someone from work? Or Pretty Honey? Who is Pretty Honey? Or what is Pretty Honey? I want to do... Who the fuck is Pretty Honey? Yeah, I want to do the joke one. It was Pretty Honey. The room went silent. A pretty... Wait, what did you say? Pretty... Wait, what did you say? Kajira asked after a long, awkward moment. Honey, Osawa replied meekly. My apologies, I didn't quite catch that. One more time? Pretty Honey. Osawa's voice was scarcely audible. Pretty Honey? I asked, sounding ashamed on his behalf. Who's that? Osawa felt his cheeks burning. Of all the names he might have chose, why had I picked that one? Who is it, sir? Kajiwara demanded. He regarded Osawa's face keenly. A personal associate of mine. You wouldn't know them. But why ask Tanaka to send that message? Kajiwara asked. Don't you have a computer in your study? Couldn't you have sent that email yourself? My computer was having problems sending email. I'm not sure what the issue was. Look, the point is, there is no reason to worry about Tanaka's email. Now I assume we're done here? I need Tanaka to run some errands for me. With that, Osawa opened the front door. Tanaka gave him a quick bow and headed out the door. Hey, wait! I started to go after him. Just calm down, Osawa barred away. There's no way he's connected to the kidnappers. Can't you see that? His voice cracked, and he shuddered at a sudden rush of emotion. There, sir. There, sir, Kachiwara said consolingly. She's just deeply worried about your daughter. I turned around and marched back upstairs. But still, if she is that worried, giving a tie clip as a gift seems a bit... Clothing accessory meant to hold one's necktie in place. In the old days, they were a quintessential part of the salaryman's outfit, along with the cufflinks and the company badge. Recently, tie clips have come back into vogue with some older men, now more frequently referred to as tie bars. Kajiwara's muttering trailed off. What do you mean? Osawa asked. Nothing. Not important. The detective waved a hand dismissively, but there had been a definite note of suspicion in his voice. They're cheating, Your Honor. Well, back to work. Kajiwara headed back into the living room. Also, who just finds tie bars, listening devices out shopping? No, that seems to be like pretty specific type of stuff, no? Osawa returned to his study and sat in front of his computer. He had no desire to be in the presence of detectives who now crowded his living room. The Ayakamiki fan forum for people 40 and over was still open on his monitor. He reloaded the page and saw that his earlier thread has gotten a reply. It was from Pretty Honey, a regular contributor to Osawa's threads. I think Tama is the only one narrated in first person, see? Yurzaneva is someone who posts regularly on the Ayakamiki fan forum. Seems to know a lot about agriculture and the police, as evidenced by statements such as, if the world were a farm with 100 people, as well as a tendency to post to another site called the 87th Precinct Telecommunity. Incidentally, Shinya Kano's girlfriend Rumi also posts to the 87th Precinct Telecommunity from time to time. She had had several massive arguments with Pretty Honey there, with the latter criticizing the police for not doing their job, while Rumi insists that police work is very difficult and deserves more credit. We'll be able to go back to Kano from here. I'm opposed to the idea of Ayakamiki expanding into America. She should be able to enjoy the success she's earned in Japan without having to struggle overseas. Aya has done so much for us. I'd like her to keep supporting Japan forever. The message was festooned with the sort of emoticons that a young girl might use. Pretty Honey claimed to be a 19-year-old female college student. 19-year-old female college student. Tama or Hitomi? Can't be Hitomi. She hasn't used her phone. Who could that be? Could it be Canon? No, she's younger. Although the community was meant for Ayakamiki fans 40 and over, the settings allowed anyone to post there. The only young woman among the members, however, was Pretty Honey. The thread continued. By the way, have you tried the Aya fortune teller yet? There's a link below. Fortune telling, huh? Tama also couldn't be one because she has amnesia. That could explain, the username. But also, yeah, agriculture. I guess it's someone else. The practice of determining a person's future luck, or life events using cards, horoscopes, and or other methods of divination. Most people believe such prognostication when it foretells something good, and don't believe it when the outlook is bad. That's about as much faith in fortune telling as someone should have. What is this? Wow, that was a lot. Osawa stared. Should he ask it whether Maria was safe? If it gave him a good answer, he'd believe it. If it were a bad answer, he wouldn't. It might be worth a shot just for the peace of mind it'd bring. He clicked the link and the Aya fortune teller page came up. It asks you to enter your birth date and sex, and then Aya Kamiki would offer her advice. Osawa followed the instruction, entering his date of birth, selecting male, and then clicking next. A few seconds later, his fortune was displayed. You're a very work-minded person. He'd hoped for some insight on Maria, but instead it was just a write-up about his personality. Dude, you should have written her date of birth. You'd never be able to get by without the devoted support of those around you, but you probably don't realize that, do you? It's a big mistake to think you can get through all life's challenges on your own. There is nothing cool about being ignorant. If you don't get over your indifference to the world might start to harbor quite a grudge. Find a way to connect more deeply with the people around you and start living a better life before it's too late. Just do that and you're sure to have a wonderful future ahead. Famous people who got your result, Shinosuke Oarai, the head of the Wandering Angels theater troupe. He has an interview appointed with Minoru Minorikawa at 2:30 this afternoon. Osawa couldn't help but feel that the advice was painfully appropriate. He went back to the forum and replied to Pretty Honey. Nice to hear from you again, Pretty Honey. I definitely know how you feel about Ayakamiki being ours. Still, I'm confident she's got what it takes to persevere and succeed in America. And if she does fail, well, All of us in Japan will be here to welcome her back all the same. Guess this voyage to America I've concocted just has me a little worked up. Osawa clicked post and leaned back into his chair. Mr. Osawa! Mr. Osawa! It was Kajiwara shouting from outside the door. First the toilet, then lunch. What is it now? There's been a development in the case. Please join us in the living room. We have important matters to discuss. Kajiwara had his detective face on. When Osawa entered the living room, I was already there, looking stern and solemn. Now that you're both here, Kajiwara said, allow me to share what we know. We've identified the location that appears to be the syndicate's hideout. You have? What about Maria? Is she there? Osawa exclaimed. We still haven't been able to ascertain whether your daughter is safe. Well then, what were these important matters you needed to discuss? Osawa felt a wave of anxiety rush through him. The hideout in question is a condominium in Hiro, and it's owned by... By whom? Mr. Osawa, please calm down. Tell me! Go on, out with it! Kajiwara took a deep breath. The residence is owned by Mamoru Tanaka. What? Osawa was speechless. He couldn't process what he was hearing. Tanaka? Lies! I shrieked. Just what are you implying? That Mr. Tanaka is the kidnapper? Where's your proof? With all due respect, ma'am, weren't you suspicious of Mr. Tanaka yourself? Well, I suppose, but you did go so far as to stick a listening device on him. Flustered, I withdrew into a vacant silence. The sudden ringing of the phone startled everyone in the room. Was that Tanaka? No, it couldn't be. There was no way. The phone was wiretapped. The detective wearing the headset nodded to Kajiwara, who in turn motioned for Osawa to pick up. Hello? He said cautiously. Ah, hello. Is this the home of Maria Osawa? The voice was not Tanaka's. Oh, it's the reporter, Midorikawa. Osawa didn't recognize it, but the veil of despair that hung before him thinned slightly. Is this the home of Hitomi Osawa? This time, the man on the phone used Hitomi's name instead. Yes, that's right. The caller immediately hung up. As Osawa stood there, dumbstruck, Kajiwara gently took the receiver and hung up the phone. One of the detectives addressed Kajiwara. We've traced the source of the call to a cell phone. Also, we've pinpointed the base station used. Inform Director Kuze so he can prepare a team just in case. Just in case? Osawa asked. Hi, Toyada. What do you mean by that? Kajiwara frowned slightly. Just because this is a kidnapping case doesn't mean that every phone call comes from the kidnapper. We'll look into it, of course, but... Ah, I see. Besides, right now, confirming Mr. Tanaka's whereabouts takes priority. Don't you agree? Osawa nodded. Someone should call him, the detective added. I'll do it. I'll do it. Aika got out her cell phone and dialed up Tanaka. Where was Mr. Tanaka headed? Kajiwara asked. He eyed Osawa keenly. To work, I sent him to pick up some documents. I don't actually know. Even leaving out the part about Hitomi, that was still the truth. If Tanaka was behind the kidnapping, Osawa knew he ought to tell the police about the blue minivan and the emails from his daughter. But part of him still trusted Tanaka deep down, and he couldn't bring himself to reveal it all. We have investigators en route to Tanaka's condominium, Kajiwara said. Let's wait for them to report in. We have investigators en route to Tanaka's condominium. Damn, that happened twice. On the first side of the room, I was shaking in frustration. Despite several attempts, she hadn't been able to get through to Tanaka. Kajira's phone rang and he pulled it from his pocket. Kano? Oh, what's going on? He headed into one corner as he spoke into the receiver. I suppose that'd be alright. What for, though? After a few more quiet words, Kajira held his phone out to Osawa. One of the investigators on the case would like to speak with you. Frowning in confusion, Osawa took hold of the phone. You can just say condo. That's what it's for! Condo was a shortening of condominium? I did not know. I get it now. Osawa speaking. Can I help you? Oh! Shadow, thank you for the gifted stuff to Toyota. That's very nice of you. Thank you. Toyota, you better use those emotes. That's the law. This is Detective Kano from the Shibuya precinct. Time is critical, so I need to just cut to the chase here. There was a pause as the speaker took a deep breath before continuing. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? She was in the Middle East! What the fuck? Is she the only case? She's the only case that survived, probably. Oh my fucking god! So that explains it. That explains why Hitomi is the one targeted. Wow! What? Osawa was so startled that his voice caught in his throat. What are you talking about? The antiviral research was top secret. So how did some detective from the Shibuya precinct know about it? Osawa was bewildered. I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi? I'm not sure I understand the question. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. Osawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. He could give no reply. Mr. Osawa? The detective continued after a moment. Is everything alright? Without really thinking, Osawa hung up. Well, that's not suspicious. They were after the virus? Did he mean the UA virus kept at the lab? Wait, hold on. The detective had to be wrong about that. The kidnappers must have the UA virus already. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to do what I did to Hitomi. Do not look away. These are your crimes. At last, Osawa understood what those emails from A were all about. They were a preview of the tragedy that was yet to unfold. The kidnappers probably meant to start the main event soon. It might already be too late to stop them. Mr. Osawa? Kajiwara asked. Are you alright? The detective gazed with concern into Osawa's ashen face. Bracing himself, Osawa spoke up, his voice hoarse and dry. A killer virus is about to be unleashed in Tokyo. And I know who's responsible. It's me. The sudden confession caused the detective on site to stir like a hornet nest. Please, arrest me. Feeling the weight of his crime crushing down on him, Osawa dropped his gaze to the floor. He held out both his wrists. I'll tell you everything down at the station, he said. Anything you need to know. So that's why he's been arrested. Osawa imagined bodies dropping left and right. There were limits to what might be cured by the small stockpile of antiviral his lab currently contained. If they were unable to quarantine the infected in time, then Shibuya, no, all of Japan might be engulfed in a pandemic that the drug could never stop. A massive outbreak of a particular infection on a regional or global scale. In 14th century Europe, a massive cholera outbreak is said to have killed 2/3 of the population, and the Spanish flu outbreak in the early 20th century killed at least 25 million people worldwide. Given modern advances in transportation, some researchers are of the opinion that the global risk of a pandemic is higher than ever before. This game is from 2008. He could only hope that his complying with the authorities might help stop the spread of the infection before it was too late. Why is she contagious? Bad ends? Really? The thought of the Ua virus devastating Japan filled Osawa with despair. Blaming himself, he asked to be arrested. But this only happened because of what Kano said to him. A simple error in word choice led Osawa to a completely wrong conclusion. Kano ought to properly inform Osawa just what the kidnappers are after. Ah. But I'm pretty sure I can't jump to Kano in this part. Yeah, I can't. No, that was for Achi. Yeah, there's no need for that. We've done Achi. I guess we go to Kano. Canon? Kano muttered. What's Canon? The stench of blood hung heavy in the basement bar. Stanley was silent, staring at the criminal's corpse. Hey, do you know anything about this? Kano asked. Still, Stanley gave no response. The silent treatment again, huh? Kano huffed. The American glanced at him gravely. In all likelihood, the one who did this was acting alone. Alone against this many other people? Who on earth? There's no need for you to know. Cut the crap, Kano snapped. He grabbed Stanley by the collar. If there's someone involved in this case who's capable of something like this, I need to know about it. How am I supposed to do my job if you keep me in the dark? Stanley remained stone-faced. Look, I'm not afraid of the risks, Kano said. And I'll be a lot more effective if you at least fill me in on the basics here. The more you know, the sooner you'll wind up dead. Kano tightened his grip. But it's okay if I wind up dead while I'm still in the dark, huh? Fine, Stanley said. I'll answer your first question. He brushed Kano's arm aside. Cannon is the name of a covert operative from the Middle East. In simple terms, a type of spy that infiltrates hostile territory to carry out various clandestine activities. I believe she's the one who killed these people here. The Middle East? A covert operative? Kano hadn't expected spycraft to be involved with this. Yes, she's an assassin and a cryptanalysis specialist. Do you recall the mass jailbreak from Abu Ghraib prison a while back? A prison in Iraq, west of Baghdad. Under the Hussein government, it was an internment facility for political prisoners. But, following the Iraq War, it was used by the US Army to house prisoners of war. In April of 2004, photographs of detainees being tortured by US soldiers were released, causing a massive scandal. Besides Bush, President Bush later made the decision to have the facility demolished. Kanen was the one who provided the intel the escapees used to get out. Kano was at a loss of words. The case was suddenly starting to seem like a whole lot more sinister. That was the month I turned 10. What? Why? Whoever this Canon was, she'd apparently killed nearly a dozen people with only a knife. She was clearly no one to trifle with. Just what kind of individual were they dealing with here? He could scarcely imagine. Once again, Kano surveyed the crime scene. Each of the murdered criminals had had his throat slit. From the look of the deep, clean cuts, the killer hadn't hesitated in the slightest. Okay, so then what connection does this Cannon have with the mastermind behind this kidnapping? If Cannon had killed all of these foreign syndicate members in this bar, did that mean she and the person behind the kidnapping were enemies? Or perhaps she and the kidnapper were working in concert and she'd carried out the slaying as part of some plan to get rid of some loose ends? I believe I said that answer one question. Turning away, Stanley picked up a file from atop a nearby table. Apparently, he wasn't in the sharing mood. Realizing that further questions would be pointless, Kano peered sidelong at the file as Stanley opened it. Inside was a detailed map of Shibuya. There were various routes marked with arrows and time. That's the plan for the ransom, really? Kano was so excited he blurted his thoughts out loud. It appeared that the ultimate goal for the ransom was a condo. The address and the time, 2:20, were written in red ink. Kano put in an immediate call to the investigation task force to relay this information. The final destination is Ground Hill number 405 in Hiro 534, Shibuya. Alright, Kuze told him. We'll look into who owns the condo in question. You and Stanley head over there now. I'm sending backup to go in with you. You have authorization to apprehend the suspect. Finally hearing the order that he'd so long been waiting for, Kano felt a spark of determination flare inside him. Alright, let's go, he said, some of his excitement slipping into his voice. Stanley, still solemn, closed the file and followed him out of the bar. Stanley drove along Inokashiradori toward Hiro, where the finish line for the ransom relay was located. His demeanor was cold and brooding, in sharp contrast with Kano's gung-ho readiness. He seemed lost in some deep and cheerless thoughts. Kuze's voice came in over the wireless as the car came out onto Meijidori. We've identified the owner of the condo. It's... Kano held his breath in anticipation. The name Kuze spoke caught him by surprise entirely. Is it Tateno? Is it Tateno? I can't jump from here. But I can't jump from here either. Maybe here now? Hell yeah. Where is it? Kuze's voice came in over the wireless as... yeah? It's Mamoru Tanaka. He's a colleague of Kenji Osawa. What? Kano squirmed. I don't know. This was an unexpected twist. Kajira confirms that Tanaka left the Osawa residence at just after 2 p.m. No word of his movement since then. It's possible he headed to his private condo, where the attaché case is slated to end up. Any officer who runs across Tanaka is to apprehend him on sight. Kuze cut the connection. This mastermind you've been chasing, Kano asked. Is it Tanaka? Stanley didn't reply. Fine, never mind. I just wish I could know if Tateno is safe. Still worried about that traitor, huh? So, Stanley could ignore all of his questions, but still remember to make snide remarks. Talking about Tateno's the only thing that gets a reaction out of you, isn't it? Kano snorted. What makes you so certain he can be a traitor? Tateno just isn't like that. That's not an answer, Stanley scoffed. Alright, I've watched the man work for years. I know him. He has no reason to betray the Force. You've watched him work, huh? What about his private life then? You know all about that too? He hasn't had money trouble or anything like that? Kano felt his blood starting to boil. I don't care what you think, he said. I trust Detective Tateno. Trust him? On what basis? I don't need any basis to have faith in someone, Kano snapped. Without any basis, in fact, it's just plain sentimentality, Stanley said. There's no reason or logic to it. A thin smile came to his face. Be they friends or family, you can never really know other people. The only person you can trust is yourself. Kano had no response for such an emotionless statement. He looked away. He and Stanley were just plain incompatible. He seemed like no amount of talking would let them get through to one another. Never take anything at face value, Kano. You start trusting too much, you're basically as good as dead. Kano just stared at the window. The Shibuya precinct came into view. Tanaka's condo wasn't much further now. They were outside of Tanaka's condo now. Over there, Stanley said, keeping his voice down. Across the street was one of the foreign syndicate members, walking briskly, the attaché case clutched at his side. I'm making the arrest. Kano, wait! Stanley exclaimed. Kano heard him loud and clear, but he had no intention of stopping. He approached with the criminal at full speed, then leapt to tackle him around the waist. Two men fell to the pavement in a tangled heap. The collision sent the attaché case flying. Kano's eyes tracked the case for a moment too long. He was caught off guard when the man threw a punch at him. The blow caught him right in the jaw, snapping his head back. For a moment, Kano saw stars. As he shook off the impact, the man sprang to his feet and sprinted away in the direction of Stanley's car. Stanley! Kano shouted. Grab him! Grab the case! Grab him! Grab him! Stanley ignored the man and instead went for the attaché case. Oh, come on! Really? Kano had no choice but to pursue the perp himself. He hadn't come this far just to let the crooks get away now. Suddenly, the fleeing man skidded to a stop. Several cars had pulled across the road ahead, and detectives were pouring out of them. His escape route cut off, the criminal resigned himself to capture. While Kano helped make the arrest, several of the other detectives broke into Tanaka's condo. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully inspecting the exterior of the attaché case. Is the money inside? He'd already opened it. It was stuffed with bundles of banknotes. The 50 million yen ransom was back in police hands. This is a decoy, the American muttered under his breath. I wonder where... His words trailed off, but Kano had heard them. What did you expect? The detective demanded. Samples of that new drug in there? As usual, Stanley gave no reply. The look on his face, however, told Kano he's been right on the mark. Some of the backup team emerged from Tanaka's condo. Kano turned to them, feeling a sudden surge of anxiety for Maria. What's the situation in there? He asked. They told him that they'd found no one in Tanaka's rooms, so the hostage's status remains unknown, and the main culprit had evaded capture. This case hadn't been solved. In fact, it was still unfolding in the worst way conceivable. And still, Stanley remained focused on the attaché case, pondering it with a thoughtful expression. Look, Kano told him, I'm going to request that I be returned to my normal duties. Maria still needs to be rescued, and I still need to find out what happened to Hitomi and Detective Tateno. For once, Stanley actually responded. Hitomi? Yes, that's it! It makes perfect sense that they'd have her carry it. That'd have her carry it. Huh? Oh, what do you mean? This whole attaché case relay was a fake out. Whoa, slow down, Kano said, wishing he could calm himself with his words. Explain what you're talking about. Somehow, the kidnappers made contact with Kenji Osawa and got him to have Hitomi carry the drugs, separate from the ransom. Wait, you're saying that they had Hitomi bring them the drug? Stanley nodded. The case handoffs were a sort of camouflage, a way for them to keep the police distracted from their real goal. Kano nodded. It had indeed felt like the case relay was a decoy, an attempt to buy time. If the syndicate were after something else entirely, that would explain why so many of their actions had appeared to make no sense. So, Kano asked, what sort of drug is this? Why would they go to such length to get their hands on it? It's an antiviral, Stanley replied after some hesitation. A way to cure people infected with a very particular virus. What virus are we talking about? It's called UA. Kano never heard of it. Still, he could imagine the possibilities. Suppose this UA was something like the Ebola virus, or perhaps HIV. Discovered in Sudan in 1976, infection causes Ebola hemorrhagic fever, resulting in a high fever and massive bleeding through the body. At present, there is no vaccine to prevent infection, nor any drug to cure the disease after it manifests. Wait, to this day, if you contract Ebola, you're dead? You're just dead? Yes? Highly fatal, so when people get sick, they often die before they can spread it very far. Oh. Treatment prevention. What are the symptoms? The incubation period, in other words, the time between infection and the first symptoms, varies from 4 to 21 days, but is usually between 5 and 12 days. So from the moment you've been infected and between the moment you've been diagnosed with it and having the symptoms and getting diagnosed, you have been infectious for 5 to 12 days. I did not know that. That's why Ebola breakouts are so serious. Yeah, I understand that now. I thought they found a cure. Me too. Early signs resemble flu-like symptoms, including the sudden onset of fever over 38 degrees Celsius, severe weakness, muscle pain, headache, and sore throat. Infectious. My bad. These first symptoms are followed by vomiting, diarrhea, rash, impaired kidney and liver function, and in some cases internal and external bleeding. Confusion and aggression may occur, indicating that the central nervous system has been affected. The intensity and severity of symptoms vary from one patient to the next patient. Rapid treatment improves the chances of survival. What treatments are available? Treatment is mainly based on supportive care involving rehydration and managing symptoms. The outbreak in 2013, 2016, and 2018-2019 led to new approaches in treating infected individuals and resulted in the publication of the WHO guideline on caring for patients with Ebola virus disease. Patients should ideally be given personalized care, including managing concentrations of minerals and glucose in the blood, detecting and treating any co infections, and treating any organ deficiency. These measures improve the chance of survival. Two monoclonal antibodies can also be used to reduce mortality. A single dose of one of these antibodies should be administered as soon as possible after diagnosis. How can Ebola virus disease be prevented? The main preventive measures involve limiting unsafe contact with potentially infected animals, contact with the bat families that are reservoirs for the virus, hunting, cutting and eating raw meats from great apes or forest antelopes, avoiding contact with infected individuals, especially bodily fluids. Individuals who die from the disease continue to be contagious for several days, so contact with the bodies of victims should be avoided during burial ceremonies. Two preventive vaccines for Ebola virus, the Zer Ebola virus species, have been approved: the Ervebo vaccine and the Zabdino and Mvabia vaccine. The former is recommended for people at high risk of contamination in outbreak areas. These vaccines are not currently used as part of large-scale vaccination campaigns. Other vaccines are currently being developed. Wow. Grim. Human immunodeficiency virus. HIV destroys the cells that are essential for regulating cell-mediated immunity, considerably reducing immune response. This effect can result in infections that would ordinarily be fought off easily, developing into serious illnesses. There are various treatments, but as of yet, nothing that will eradicate the virus completely. Even the all too familiar influenza. Ooh, what a grim looking virus. Ew. An infectious disease caused by the influenza virus. Symptoms are similar to that of the common cold, but are much more severe, occasionally resulting in death. There are three main types of the virus: A, B, and C, with A and B causing the typical run of the illness in humans. Neuraminidase is recommended as an effective inhibitor, but this merely alleviates the symptoms and is not a complete cure. There were medicines that could treat all of those diseases, but nothing that could cure them completely. Any drug that could do that would be worth vast sums of money. Kano, do you have any means of getting in touch with Mr. Osawa? Yes, I know one of the detectives stationed at his home. Check in with him ASAP. Find out whether or not he gave the antiviral to Hitomi. Kano suppressed a scowl. It looked like he wasn't done assisting Stanley yet. So the question was, did you give the vials to your daughter? Not did you inject her with it? He got out his cell phone and dialed up Kajiwara. At least I think it's what he's meant to ask. Kajiwara picked up promptly. Kano, what's going on? Could I speak with Mr. Osawa? I suppose that'd be alright. What for though? There's something I need him to confirm for me. It's an emergency. Alright, just make sure not to tell him anything about the investigation. Sure thing. After a while, a man's hoarse voice came over the line. Osawa speaking. Can I help you? This is Detective Kano from the Shibuya precinct. Time is critical, so I need to just cut to the chase here. Kano took a deep breath. Oh, I can't change that. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? Osawa let out a gasp. I think it's still at the same place. Where was it? I think this is here. Right. Detective, where is it? Hmm. It's not here. I'm confused. Where is the jump? Where is the jump? Okay, it's here. My bad. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi? Osawa let out a gasp. What? What are you talking about? I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi? I'm not sure I understand the question. Osawa's voice trembled as he spoke. Kano was sure he'd hit the nail right on the head. I know what the Syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. It's the virus. It's the virus. Hmm. It's Hitomi? Wait, let me go back to the bad ends. The thought of the Ua virus devastating Japan filled Osawa with despair, blaming himself like a simple error in word choice, wrong conclusion. My bad. Do they want Hitomi? I mean, let's see. It's Hitomi. Or maybe it's him. Maybe they're using his daughters to get him, but it seemed like Hitomi was special in a way. If Hitomi has the virus, then they want the virus? I'm confusion. No, they think that the attaché case, there's one with the money and one with the antiviral agent, I think. And I think that's what they want, and they think Hitomi had it on her. Or something. Or maybe because he injected her with it, then she becomes a living formula? Something like that? I'm not exactly sure. I'm gonna say it's you. Oh. It's you. Osawa remained silent. Mr. Osawa, is everything alright? The line went dead. Kano suddenly chided. I would have put it more like this. They're after Hitomi because she has the antiviral. Shit. I mean, let's see. Yeah, I know that. But if they're after the antiviral, that makes the person who created it a potential target as well, right? Ah, indeed. Looks like you do have some brains after all. It's the bad ends. Stanley flashed Kano a thin smile. This is unlike Stanley. I don't believe I made the right choice. Now it was clear what the criminals were after Hitomi. He saw an uneasy look on Stanley's face. Is something on your mind? Kano asked. Stanley responded with a question of his own. If Hitomi was carrying the antiviral, how are the criminals planning on getting it from her? Is it Hitomi or is it Maria? Because Maria has a specific pendant. What if the antiviral is inside it? Imagine. Kano thought for a moment. Well, taking her by force at the scramble posed too high of a risk, he said. There were nearly 100 detectives there, and they must have guessed there would be. That's why they devised the attaché case relay. They wanted to abduct Hitomi somewhere away from the Dragonet's notice. This was the plan that all the signs seemed to suggest. But still, he added, I wonder how they managed to lead her away from police protection. A look of revelation crossed Stanley's face. All they'd need to do was convince her to go of her own accord. But how? Kano asked. And then it came to him. He thought back to Hitomi's initial contact with Tariq. Just before he'd taken the attaché case from her, the two had a brief conversation. It was possible Tariq had given Hitomi some kind of instructions then. Guess we're back to tracking down Tariq again, huh? Kano could tell from the look in Stanley's eyes that he was on the verge of saying something. Probably some remark about how Tateno had allowed Tariq to run free. Right now, Kano wasn't going to argue the point. After this case was resolved, he'd discover what Tateno's real motives were. And once he did, Stanley would eat his words. In the meantime, we can't just wander around looking without any leads, he said. Until we get more intel, let's see what we can do with the security cameras back at the precinct. Numerous monitors shone down on the pair as they entered the Shibuya precinct's surveillance room. It showed an array of faces of individuals somewhere in Shibuya. Kano asked one of the operators to pull up Tariq's data on screen. Wait! Language Arabic, English, Japanese. Build medium, weight unknown. He's 6'3". Hair dark brown, eyes black, sex male, complexion light, scars and marks none known. Past record, has previous offense of drug possession, etc. Oh. By selecting each of the faces on the monitors in turn, they could run comparisons to determine if anyone among them was Tariq. One by one, the operator made his way through the faces. Assuming their target was still in Shibuya, there was a high likelihood they'd find him. But the minutes ticked past, and there was still no signs of him. Kano's tone grew more and more impatient as he directed the operator's search. Just calm down, Stanley said. He set a hand on Kano's shoulder. You keep wasting your energy when you don't need to. That's just how I do things, Kano replied. I'm energetic because I care. He pointed out another face to the operator. Well, you're setting yourself up for a short life. With a sigh, Stanley sank into a nearby chair. My brother was like you. The American spoke so quietly that his words were barely audible. 10 minutes later, a man clad in black appeared on one of the monitors. The operator lined up his cursor. The comparison check confirmed that it was Tariq. Yes! Kano hissed, pumping his fist. It appeared that their quarry was simply walking around town, calm and composed. Kano radioed in Tariq's location to Kuze. All units, intercept the suspect on the double, Kuze ordered. Kano will provide guidance using the surveillance monitors. They saw Tariq stop in front of a cigarette vending machine. Was he waiting for someone? Sasayama reporting. I've got eyes on the Mutt. Mutt, perp. Hook, to put someone in cuffs. Dipper, pickpockets. Wants, outstanding warrants. Hang paper, to write multiple citation. And under such traditional police jargon. Kano's partner had evidently been nearby. I'm making the arrest, he said. There was a note of courage in Sasayama's voice. He came into view on the monitor, walking casually. Wait, what? Oh! At some point, he ditched his anime nerd costume for a cat mascot suit. Sasayama is Tama now! Oh no, Kano muttered. That get-up's going to make Sasayama stand out like a sore thumb. Shoot, the Mutt spotted me. I'm going in pursuit. Sasayama slipped out of the camera's view. Whoa, what gives? Let go of me. You're Mr. Yanagishita, right? Look, I'm sorry, but I really do need you to return that costume. The voices came in over the wireless. It sounded like Sasayama had been caught in an argument with someone. Sasayama, Kano shouted as he eyed the monitor. Kano, I need some help here. Requesting emergency backup. The line went dead before Sasayama could finish. Kano didn't have the faintest idea what was going on, but obviously his partner needed him. He rushed out of the precinct. When he arrived on the scene, he saw Sasayama, still in the cat suit, caught up in a scuffle with a man he'd never seen before. There was no sign of Tariq. Sasayama, what's going on? That's an excellent question, Sasayama replied. I get he either bought it from the knick-knack shop or went through the trash of the knick-knack shop. But it's definitely at the knick-knack shop because that's where Tama left her suit. Why is Tama being mounted by a man in uniform? Don't you remember him? It's the son of the owner of the suit of the costume rental place. That's him. So let me get this straight. Yanagishita stole that suit, technically because he refused to pay for the damaged suit, so it's still not his though. Tama went on her way, and Yanagishita told her that she could keep it for memories. When he did not own it, she goes to the knick-knack shop, she managed to get it off, and asked the guy to discard it. I was just being sarcastic. I can barely keep anyone in this game straight, or that the other than the very important people. What a mess. What a mess. I can hear Samin in the background, fighting for his life, trying to speak to somebody in full English. Poor guy. He's probably coaching somebody on where weeds meet. He has been coaching a lot of people recently. But somebody talking English? It was similar in just because I haven't... in AI Somnium File. Because I haven't played them myself, I don't know the games directly. This guy just came at me out of nowhere. He sounded pretty riled up. Sir, I need you to return this costume. My boss was very insistent on that point. The man was panting with exertion, shouting in Sasayama's face. Was he the owner of the suit? What's the deal with that thing, Sasayama? Kana asked. I bought it at a variety store on Center Guy. Figured it'd be a perfect disguise. I didn't steal anything. Sir, I'm telling you, you need to give that back. And I'm telling you, I've got no idea what you're on about. Sasayama stamped his foot. I realize that you're not Mr. Yanagishita. That isn't the issue. I just need you to return that costume. Alright, sure, I'll give it to you. I just need it a little longer, so let go of me. I can't do that, sir. I need you to get out of that suit right now. Yeah, I get that, buddy, but no can do. It's like I told you before. The zipper on this thing is snagged. So it's still broken. Kana watched as the argument descended further and further into absurdity. Meanwhile, Tariq was getting away. This was ridiculous. He turned to go in pursuit of the suspect. Kana, wait! Sasayama called out. Come on, help me out, man. Huh? Help me get this thing off. Now really isn't the time for this, Kana replied. I'm going after the suspect. Oh, I get it. You're gonna ditch me here so you can take all the credit for yourself. Whoa, what? I was this close to nabbing the guy. That arrest is mine to make. And you know it. It wasn't as though Kano couldn't empathize. If Sasayama hadn't been blindsided by the random stranger, he probably would have caught Tariq just fine. Alright then, Kano said. He reached for the zipper at the back of the catsuit. But as Sasayama had said, the metal fittings were snagged and refused to budge. Hurry up! I'm trying! There wasn't time to do this slowly and carefully. Kano yanked down on the zipper. Hard. Stop! The stranger shrieked in alarm. Don't be so rough like that. But if I don't, I'll never... You mustn't. If you aren't careful, you'll cause a malfunction. Malfunction? What the hell was this guy talking about? Kano got an even firmer grip on the zipper and pulled again. He paused in surprise as Sayama mewed. Again, Sasayama let out a little cry. Except it didn't sound like Sasayama's voice at all. Guys? Sasayama said. There's something making a rumbling noise inside this thing. Don't tell me there was a cat in it all along. He sounded pretty alarmed. Uh-oh, said the other man. It has started. His face went pale. What are you talking about? Sasayama demanded. What started? The man hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision. Well, you see, this is no ordinary cat costume. Meaning what exactly? Our shop rented this unit out by mistake. Oh, I had no idea it was anything so horrifying. Not until the boss filled me in a little while ago. What's horrifying? You're not answering the question. The man's gaze grew hollow and distant. Cats, he said. For a moment, there was only silence. Then Sasama spoke up nervously. Well, yeah, it's a cat. I know that already. No, you're not listening. This is a cat's. Like I said, I already know it's a cat. Anyone can see that just from looking at it. No, not a cat. Cats. Excuse me, what? Costume as transmission system developed by Far East Costume Rentals high-tech department. There was an official corporate notice stating, "This is just a prototype of potentially dangerous, so do not let it lend it out under any circumstances." But it was accidentally rented out by mistake. It's an animatronic? What is this game even about? The meowing started back up again. With each new mew, the sound got faster. Soon, it sounded less like a cat and more like some mechanism that was worrying about. Did Sasayama explode? There was a sudden, fierce, blinding flash. Space itself began to warp in a roughly 3-meter radius around Sasayama and his costume. A moment later, Kano and the others had vanished. Yeah, Shadow, be safe. Be safe. And be wary of cats. Kano, Sasayama, and the rental guy were sent into another dimension due to a malfunction in the cats. Detective Sasayama should probably never have put the cat suit on. He mentioned buying it at a variety shop on Center Guy. That's your lead here. What the fuck is going on? This is probably my favorite ending. Not plural felines, but cats. Yeah, be wary of cats. Let's go back to Maria. Wait, where would that be? That should be here, but that was a while ago, no? Maria, deal with it yourself. Let's see. I feel a little guilty about having him go out of his way for me more than he has already. Maybe I should deal with it myself. He looks a bit disappointed when I tell him that. I buy the necklace for... Yeah. How cute! But as I walk along, I start regretting my decision. I can't find a good place to throw the cat outfit away. Finally, I spot a convenience store that looks like it will just fine. One of the employees is out front, cleaning out the trash can. Several large garbage bags line the side of the road. Perfect! Maybe I can have him toss out the costume along with everything else. She's so cute. Excuse me, so I've got this old catsuit here. I figure it can hurt to ask. Yeah, I know. The shop boy takes the costume from me. Taku Okado, 22-year-old, getting by on part-time employment. Recently, after a number of employees quit in rapid succession, the owner hurriedly took on several new hires. But for some reason, instead of everyone chipping in on the cleaning, Okado always winds up stuck doing it. You're here to throw this thing out. I got it. He sounds wholly unsurprised. He accepted so blithely that I actually feel bad. It's been like this all morning, he says. I don't even care anymore. Just throw away what you need and be on your way, I guess. It's been like what all morning? I'm out here cleaning and people keep dumping trash on me. First it was this couple that up and threw a garbage bag at me. Achi Endo and Hitomi Osawa. The two have just run into a girl called Cannon. After that, some homeless-looking guy came by, took all his clothes off, and left. Detective Yuji Sasayama from the Shibuya precinct. At the moment, Sasayama is searching for a costume for his next disguise. Like just now, some chubby girl tossed out some empty cardboard boxes and a bunch of empty bottles. That must have been Chiri. She was probably drinking the burning hammer while she walked along. So when you came back by just now with this thing, I knew right away. Yep, this again. I'm sorry. It's alright. 3 times, 4 times. What's the difference? He flashes a bright smile, but it's clearly insincere. Then he looks at me more closely. Huh. Aren't you the girlfriend of that dude who threw the bag of garbage at me? What? Nope, not me. Huh. I guess I'm misremembering then. Well, anyway, thanks for your help with this. I give the guy a bow. Okay, that should do it, right? No more cats. At some point, he ditched his anime nerd costume for a street dancer's getup. It didn't appear that Tariq had noticed him yet. Bit by bit, Sasama closed the distance. Not much further now. Kano's hands balled into a fist as he watched. And then something unexpected happened. Another man came running into view right in the middle of the monitor. Teruo Toyama. While searching for Hana at Shibuya Gigo, he was located by a duo of debt collectors and fled the scene. Hana left Gigo to find him and ran into him here in Maruyamacho. The pair are heading toward Koendori, trying to find a place to hide. Can we mutually agree cats never happened? I would like to believe that nothing happened except this. This is the only thing that happened actually. There was no sound, but they could see that the newcomer was shouting something. As Tariq turned to look at the man, Sasayama launched himself like a bullet from a gun. In an instant, Detective and Perp were locked in a violent scuffle right there on the street. Kano swallowed a lump in his throat as he watched the struggle unfold. Earlier in the day, Tariq had done a number on Sasayama, but this time the detective had the upper hand. He got a grip on Tariq's neck and kneed him repeatedly. Tariq tried desperately to bring Sasayama to the ground, but Sasayama braced himself and avoided the takedown. Then he shifted his stance and took Tariq to the pavement with a spectacular hip throw. Yes! Kano clapped his hands together in excitement. Catching the perp in a scarf hold, Sasayama got out his handcuff. A technique in judo involves wrapping an arm around the opponent's neck while performing an upper body pin. Stanley, we should head to the scene, Kano said. He looked away from the monitor for a mere moment, and when he looked back, Sasayama had released his hold and crumbled to the ground. What? Panicked, Kano stared at the image of his friend. There was something jutting up from Sasayama's abdomen. Zoom in! Kano cried frantically. The camera closed in on Sasayama. Now Kano could see exactly what he'd feared. Sasayama had been stabbed in the gut. Blood pooled on the pavement around him. Kano screamed. The camera showed several other detectives arriving at the scene, capturing Tariq before he could escape. But Sasayama lay motionless. The pool of blood around him spread further and further across the pavement. Unable to look any longer, Kano rushed from the surveillance room. Tell me this is a bad end. I need Sasayama to be alive. What do you mean to be continued? It's canon? No, Tiki, it's canon. With the amount of blood, I assume he's dead. However, this game is very anime-like. I was making a joke from Canon to Kano, because Kano is the name of the detective, Canon. Oh, I could have made with Canon too, but that would be too close. Oh, it cleared him. Let's stay, actually. Because he's a noisy bitch. He decided to wait a little bit longer. Just 5 more minutes, me every morning. The front door flew open. Several men came rushing out and surrounded Minorikawa. What the fuck? Maybe we like the cats and we just end up in a new universe. They all have been isekai'd. Except this time it wasn't Truck-kun, it was Nickel-kun. So what I want to believe is that this was Five Nights at Freddy's before Five Nights at Freddy's even existed. Probably even the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's was not even born. Not even birthed. And this is an animatronic costume of a cat with the souls of multiple cats trapped inside. How do you explain the meowing? Whoa, what? Minorikawa blurted. What gives? We have material witness A in custody. Huh? Material witness A? What are you talking about? Just who do you think I am? I'm Minoru Minorikawa. Hey, come on, let me go. Me when I'm not? Despite his protest, the men held onto him, flashing police badges. They refused to explain what was going on. This is an unlawful arrest. All, I, all it will take is one blurb from me and you're all fired. Do I make myself clear? Are you even listening to me? Hey, listen up. Listen to me. Tell me it's a bad end. But Minorikawa's voice was drowned out, lost amidst the detective's frenzied shouting. Maybe I'm supposed to just go. Bad ends. Up for my collection. Now explain it to me. Minorikawa got arrested without even knowing what he'd done wrong. Needless to say, he's not actually material witness A. This all happened because of something Osawa said, but he only said it because of something someone else said to him. Further along in Osawa's story, you should be able to find out who said the wrong thing. Let me see, what if I choose the other one? Does it still give the same one? I'm pretty sure it does, yeah. Yeah, it's the same. Okay. What is this? Where did Tanaka go? We said we didn't know actually. Let's see the kidnapper's goal. Kajira's phone rang. Yeah, Kano. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. Osawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. He could give no reply. Mr. Osawa, the detective continued after a moment. Is everything alright? Without really thinking, Osawa hung up. So at this point, I said that the perps were after him, which might have been the wrong answer. Osawa staggered out of the living room. He needed to be alone. To his surprise, Kajiwara didn't try to stop him. Shutting his study door behind him, he dropped onto his sofa, then got out a bottle of pills. He stared at it, thinking back on what the detective had told him. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. It's you. Detective Kano had a point. From a financial perspective, Osawa's discoveries, and indeed Osawa himself, were incredibly valuable. Immersed as he was in his research, he had never imagined he'd become a target. The kidnappers had used that artlessness to catch him completely off guard. He thought back to the emails that A had sent him. For now, they were just stringing him along, but before long, the guild bombs might turn into more direct threats. They would extort his money, steal his research, and finally have him killed. So what, he's gonna do it before then? With the pills? It was so easy to see that what their plan was now. And the worst of it was, he wasn't their only target. Kidnapping Maria would only be A's first step. Osawa contemplated in horror how his family would all be victimized because of him. There was only one thing he could do. Don't do it! He poured a amount of sleeping pills out into his hand. Then, without any hesitation, he gulped down the lot. The effects on his body was slow to start, but he felt a deep and irresistible drowsiness begin to creep over him. As his consciousness was starting to fade, he heard the distant sound of the front door chime. Moments later, the study door opened, and Kajira appeared inside to see Osawa lying on the floor. Mr. Osawa, are you okay? Mr. Osawa! The detective's voice was rapidly fading out. As Osawa surrendered to the irresistible urge to drift into sleep, his mouth gaped open. A has come for me. Those were his last words. didn't. The threat of A. When he heard that he was the kidnapper's target, the stricken Osawa decided to commit suicide by overdosing on sleeping pills. This is all because of what Kano said to him. A simple error in words choice led Osawa to a completely wrong conclusion. Okay. Kano. So, they are after Hitomi. It's Hitomi. Osawa remained silent. Mr. Osawa, is everything alright? So far, same thing. The line went dead. Guess that answers that well enough, Kano said as he put away his phone. Okay, we go back to Osawa. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. Osawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. Mr. Osawa? Is everything alright? Osawa staggered out of the living room. He needed to be alone. To his surprise, Katsura didn't try to stop him. Is it the same? I did put it's Hitomi, right? Shutting his study door behind him, he dropped onto his sofa, then grabbed 3 times his normal dosage of stomach pills. So now it's stomach pills. There was no water in the room, so he had to swallow them dry. Detective Kano's word echoed in his mind. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. It's Hitomi. There was only one reason they could be after Hitomi. He broke out in a cold sweat as he began to understand what this kidnapping was really about. It had all started 6 days earlier. It was April 22nd. Osawa had just returned from the United States the day before. It was in the midst of some routine work at the General Research Lab when his cell phone rang. The LCD display showed an unlisted caller. With some hesitation, Osawa picked up. I will say I really like this music, because it is eerie, but somewhat calming to me. I don't know. Hello? Is this Kenji Osawa? The caller was using a voice modulator. A type of device or software used to make one's voice sound different. Changing a voice to the point of making a voice print or tone analysis impossible presents a major challenge. To be able to do so in real time requires major financial and technological resources. Osawa raised an eyebrow. Yes? Go and analyze Hitomi's blood. Her blood? If you don't, she's going to die. With that, the caller hung up. There was an intensity behind this that made Osawa sure it wasn't just some prank call. He had Hitomi come in to the lab ASAP. He told Hitomi he wanted a sample of her blood for an experiment. She agreed, suspecting nothing. He placed some of the blood he'd drawn onto a glass slide, then added some fluorescent, a type of fluorescent dye. A yellow-green liquid, a type of fluorescent dye, chiefly used in preparing specimens for viewing under a fluorescent microscope, but it has other uses as well, such as diagnostic reagent administered in eye exams. Its highest volume use is on St. Patrick's Day, when massive amounts of fluorescent are used to dye the Chicago River green. I didn't know it was the same thing. A type of dye that causes the dye substance to emit higher wavelength fluorescent light when illuminated with a certain other type of light. Such dyes can reveal fine details when used on specimen viewing through a fluorescent microscope. Placing the slide under a fluorescence microscope, he took a look. It can't be. Osawa could hardly believe his eyes. Wriggling under the microscope was the Grim Reaper's sickle itself. There was no mistaking it. Hitomi was infected with the UA virus. Trembling, Osawa hurried to his computer. He opened the UA virus folder on his monitor. Within were images showing the stages of virus's propagation. He double-clicked it to magnify the first image. The Reaper's sickles were interlocked with one another. He clicked on the next image. After further propagation, the UA virus looked less like a sickle, more a sort of insectoid larva. Next was the final image. Fluorescin? I admit to not remembering how to spell it. Fluorescin. Okay, nice. So if something emits light, you say fluorescent? Fluorescent? Not fluorescent? Correct? Next was the final image. Interlocked into a single mass, the UA virus vaguely resembled a sinister, many-petaled sunflower. I don't see a sunflower in this, Chief. It took a mere 12 hours for the pathogen to develop to this point and begin its hideous destruction of the human body. Okay, thank you, Shadow. Hitomi's infection sample was still at the state shown in the first image. There was still a chance to save her. Osawa slumped back in his chair, huddling in on himself. He had no choice. There was only one way to save Hitomi. He would have to administer the nearly completed antiviral. Using the antiviral without official approval was a grievous violation of company policy. Acting against company rules and regulations, Okoshi Pharmaceutical prohibits leaking work-related information to outsiders. In the case of a major violation, not only can the violator be fired, but the company may also seek indemnities. Still, Osawa didn't have time to get the higher-ups to approve a clinical trial. He might be punished severely for it, but this was his only option. His daughter's life was at stake. But there was also another, even bigger hurdle in his way. The antiviral drug was stored in the deepest recesses of the biochemical research building. A high-intensity X-ray scanner was set up at the entrance to the storage area. This made it impossible for him to take research materials out. A type of radiation, also referred to as Röntgen rays, with a shorter wavelength than UV light but a longer wavelength than gamma rays. Because X-rays can penetrate to many objects with little absorption or scattering, they can be used to create images of internal structures. Hospitals, for example, use X-ray technology to examine the insides of patients' bodies, while security personnel use it to scan luggage and airports and to search for bombs. Well, if he couldn't get the antiviral out of there, he'd just have to bring Hitomi in. A course of action quickly took shape in his mind. First, he'd need to slip out of the general research building. He would then head to the biochemical research facility and show his ID card to the guard at the front gate. Oh! Simulation! After passing through a lobby under the watchful gaze of several security cameras, he'd reached an elevator at the end of the hall that went directly to the storage section. This elevator required an ID card scan to operate. Wow, it's very deep down. It would take about 20 seconds to get down to the first basement level and arrive at the entrance to the storage area. Finding an excuse to get Hitomi that far ought to be doable. If the security guard got suspicious, Osawa could say it was for a top-secret hematology experiment and the guard would probably believe him. The problem was what came after. Getting into the storage area itself required fingerprints authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. This meant that he couldn't possibly get the antiviral without Tanaka's cooperation. Oh! Desperate with uncertainty, Osawa called up Tanaka. He frantically explained the situation. Understood, Tanaka replied. We need to get her this drug as soon as possible. If the company finds out about this, you'll be held accountable for violation of corporate policy, along with me. Are you sure you're okay with that? What are you talking about? Hitomi's life is more important than company policy. Tanaka spoke without hesitation. Osawa felt an immense surge of gratitude for his assistance, and a raging boner for him. And I have to say, I am deeply moved by your determination, Tanaka added. Moved? What for? You really are worried about Hitomi. Osawa's gratitude faded. What are you talking about? Of course I am. My apologies. It's just that putting your career on the line for something so personal is... It's what? It's not like me? No. Well, yes. I'm sorry. Now Tanaka's voice was colored with embarrassment. Just what sort of person do you think I am? Osawa resisted the urge to ask the question out loud. A short time later, Osawa and Tanaka stood before the door to the secure storage area. The security guard had let them in without the slightest suspicion. Osawa presented his index finger to the fingerprint scanner first. Accepted. He realized he'd been holding his breath as his authorization finally went through. Half a moment later, Tanaka touched his own finger to the scanner plate. Accepted. The lock released with an audible clang, and the heavy door opened. Osawa hurried to retrieve the antiviral. As he picked up a small vial, he had a sudden realization. They were finally going to use the drug in a human test. His fatherly wish to cure Hitomi was overlaid by an intense rush of curiosity. The researchers' drive to discover his results. Hurry! I need to hurry! I need to administer the antiviral as soon as possible. Osawa could hardly fend off his excitement. Over the course of the next few hours following the injection, the UA virus would be eradicated from Hitomi's body. There had been some fever and cramping as temporary side effects, but the DDS had done a spectacular job of stomping out the virus. Drug delivery system, also known as smart drug delivery, the ability to target a specific region of the body with a specific drug, has momentous implications for the future of medicine. DDS technology is currently being tested extensively around the world. In saving his daughter's life, Osawa had proven the value of his research. If he had been asked which made him happier, he would have been hard-pressed to give an answer. Afterwards, he asked Hitomi where she could have become infected, but she had no idea. He explained the need for secrecy, and strictly forbade her telling anyone else what had happened. Now a week had passed since Osawa gave the drug to Hitomi. He'd been conducting checks, and had discovered that the DDS had not broken down, but remained in Hitomi's bloodstream. Extracting the DDS was a simple matter, requiring just a small blood sample from around the nape of the neck. The DDS tends to linger in the nape of the neck because of the lymph nodes located there. These lymph nodes identify viruses that invade the body as foreign substances to be attacked. But they are not always able to overcome particularly powerful pathogens. In such cases, the virus propagates rapidly inside of them. Once the patient has been treated, the antiviral will seek out the virus and accumulate there as well. The DDS itself was simply the delivery system for the antiviral drug. Residual amount of the antiviral itself stayed behind within the cell. The materials used to create the DDS must, as a matter of course, cause minimal or no harm to the human body. Ideally, rather than accumulate inside the body, DDS substances should be either digested or and absorbed should either be digested and absorbed or excreted, because the antiviral must remain in the body for as long as the virus is active. However, a very careful balance must be struck between persistence and dissipation. Using the DDS, it was possible to extract those minuscule amounts from cells in a blood sample. It might take considerable amount of time, but a sufficiently detailed analysis could allow for the antiviral drug itself to be reconstructed. Osawa felt a chill as he contemplated the situation. The kidnappers had known how tough security was at the lab. Okay, so the antiviral drug, the DDS, is still inside of Hitomi's system, which means if you take a blood sample from her neck, you can reconstruct it. That's why they want Hitomi. They want to reconstruct the antiviral DDS thingy and get their own version of the vaccine. Which means that for the people that bought the virus and wanted to do like war with it, they would not be able to do so because those people would probably have the solution. Because the crime syndicate, it seems to that they are coming from the Middle East, right? And it seemed like the people that would be interested in using the virus as a form of weapon would attack the Middle East. They have already done so. So, they'd come up with the idea of using a human vessel to get what they needed from within. By infecting Hitomi with the UA virus, they'd ensure that she'd receive the antiviral, that she'd have it in her blood. They infected her? If Tanaka was working with the kidnappers, that explained why he'd been so cooperative about the fingerprint scanner. That too. Damn it! Osawa shouted. He clutched his head in his hands. Tanaka had been his partner and trusted confidant for years. Osawa refused to believe he'd been betrayed like this. The front door chime sounded. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara called out. It appears you have a visitor. Could you handle that? Norikawa. Who could it possibly be now of all times? You deal with it. Osawa was in no state of mind to receive a guest. All right. With a sigh, Osawa dragged himself to his feet. Let's see Minorikawa. With a sigh, Osawa dragged himself to his feet. He stumbled wearily back to the living room, where the investigators were staring at the intercom monitor with concern. The intercom's hidden camera showed a man with an unsettling grin posed intimidatingly outside the front gate. Osawa didn't recognize him. Yes, who is it? He asked guardedly through the intercom. It's Minorikawa. Where might I know you from, Mr. Minorikawa? Oh, you know, here and there. I mean, there's only one Minorikawa, really. Are you playing games with me? I don't have the time for that. Please, just open up. There's no way I'm letting you in, Osawa said. But the nonsensical badgering continued. Look, just hold your horses. I'm here for an interview. You got that? An interview? That's right. It's a piece for 4-star general gossip. The name of the magazine brought up an unpleasant memory. Oh, that was the gossip rag that had run the article about his political marriage. Marriage. Wait. This is for one of those kinds of articles? What do you mean, those kind of articles? I'm just looking for an interview. The man's tone was both high-handed and belligerent. Like hell you are. I'm not talking to anyone from the gossip. You're not the one I'm here to talk to. I want to interview your twin daughters. My daughters? I understand they won a shared prize for a beauty contest at Midoriyama Academy. If you wouldn't mind my interviewing them, Furious, Osawa cut off the intercom. This was no time to be indulging someone else's nonsense. Hey, what gives? The man was shouting so loud his voice carried past the gate and through the front door. I'm begging you out. I'm begging out there. On my hands and knees. I can't scream, sorry. He wasn't actually on his hands and knees. Osawa could see that clearly through the intercom monitor. If your daughters aren't home, can you at least tell them I want to get in touch with them? Mr. Osawa, Kachiora said, frowning. This isn't a good time to have someone drawing attention to your home. All right, I'll get rid of him. Osawa hurried out of the house, confronting Minorikawa through the front gate. The journalist had that tenacious look that immediately marked him as a member of the media. Give me your business card, Osawa said. I'll have them get in touch with you later. He took Minorikawa's card, then went right back inside. Straight to the trash. Back in his study, Osawa tossed Minorikawa's business card into the trash. Unable to think of what else to do, he tried the internet fortune teller again. He got the same "you're a very work-minded person" result a second time. If you don't get over your indifference to the world might start to harbor quite a grudge. My indifference to the world around me, huh? The truth was that even with his closest companions, even with Tanaka for instance, his relationship had always been strictly a matter of business. He'd never really taken it upon himself to get to know Tanaka as a person. And that was pretty much the case for everyone he knew. He harbored no interest in other people. He had no concern for his fellow man. That had made itself abundantly clear when he received a microscope as a birthday present made way back in first grade. Even now, he still remembered the shock he'd felt when he looked through that lens for the first time. He discovered a new, almost infinite world hidden in the midst of one he'd always thought was too small. By comparison, the real world seemed bland and ugly. Wherever he looked, wherever he went, he had to contend with tedium. It hadn't taken long for him to become more charmed by the world under his microscope than the one around him. It was like a calm, quiet little seaside, a beach where he could just sit and stare out at the waves. He wanted to stay immersed in that world forever and ever. Before he knew it, he was an adult, and then a husband, and then a father. The people around him thought him an odd fellow, but he hadn't let that change the way he lived his life. And this, now, was the result. He hadn't been betrayed by Tanaka. He didn't know Tanaka well enough for that. Find a way to connect more deeply with the people around you and start living a better life before it's too late. Just do that and you're sure to have a wonderful future ahead. Osawa picked up his cell phone and dialed Tanaka's number. I had tried calling him repeatedly and hadn't gotten through. It was doubtful that he'd pick up. Still, Osawa had to try. The phone rang several times. He listened grimly to the empty mechanical sound, preparing himself for disappointment. What is it? Tanaka's voice sounded coldly in Osawa's ear. The tension was electric. Oh! A keep out? Really? Well, we have a bunch of jumps to go through. A guest. Who is it? That was Tanaka. That was Tanaka. His, like, partner. That now he feels might have quote unquote betrayed him. But what I like about Osawa is that he's really, despite the fact that he's aloof and like cold to the world, he's very self knowing. He has good introspection abilities, and he knows that because he has made no effort to truly know Tanaka because he is so cold to other people, he could not really consider this betrayal. They are not close enough for this. Self awareness, thank you. I really like that part. That was a very interesting distinction, you know? Ah, here we go. He'd spotted a nameplate that read Osawa. Kenji Osawa, huh? The name nagged at him somehow. I know this. Let's use the information. We know that he didn't give up. He decided to wait. Suddenly, a man's voice came through the intercom. Yes, who is it? He sounded rather guarded. It's Minorikawa. Where might I know you from, Mr. Minorikawa? Oh, you know, here and there. I mean, there's only one Minorikawa, really. Are you playing games with me? I don't have the time for that. Please just open up. There's no way I'm letting you in. This discussion was getting them nowhere. Minorikawa decided he'd have to take the direct approach. Look, just hold your horses. I'm here for an interview. You got that? An interview? He'd taken the bait. Most folks will hardly resist the word interview. That's right. It's a piece for four-star general gossip. Wait. This is for one of those kind of articles? The man sounded angry now. What do you mean, those kinds of articles? I'm just looking for an interview. Like hell you are. I'm not talking to anyone from the gossip. You're not the one I'm here to talk to. I want to interview your twin daughters. My daughters? No parent would deny their children a chance for word of their achievements to spread. I understand they won a shared prize for beauty contest at Midoriyama Academy. If you wouldn't mind my interviewing them The intercom cut out before Minorikawa could finish. Hey, what gives? I'm begging out there. On my hands and knees. He wasn't actually in his hands and knees, but whoever was on the other ends couldn't see that. Goober. If your daughters aren't home, can you at least tell them I want to get in touch with them? He wasn't even using the intercom now. He was just shouting over the gate. A man stepped out of the front door. Give me your business card, he said. I'll have them get in touch with you later. The man had a somewhat stricken look on his face. This had to be Kenji Osawa then. Wait, hold on. Osawa? Now Minorikawa recognized him. This was Kenji Osawa, the preeminent virologist who worked for Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Four-star General Gossip had run a scandalous article on him in the past. Minorikawa remembered reading it. He held out his business card, and Osawa snatched it from him. The virologist started to head back into his house. Please see that they get back to me, Mr. Osawa, Minorikawa shouted after him. And then he noticed something odd. It was the middle of the afternoon, but every window in the house had its curtains drawn. That, combined with Osawa's demeanor, set off alarm bells in Minorikawa's head. He knew he was onto something, but he couldn't linger at the Osawa residence any longer than he already had. He needed to get to that theater ASAP. He hurried back to the taxi and told Kimizuka to go. A few minutes later, the rear tire skidded sharply as the cab came to a stop beside a different curb. The trip from Shoto to the theater in Sakuragaoka had taken almost no time at all. Here we are, sir, Kimizuka announced. Wow, that was fast. Still, Minorikawa was at least 5 minutes behind schedule. He hoped he'd still be able to get the interview with Owarai. And I think there's another one. Yeah. Oh, Minorikawa got his wallet out of his jacket to pay the driver. Oh, no, Kimitsuka said, waving her hands. Don't worry about the fare. Huh? Why not? There's still plenty left over from what you paid me earlier, sir. That's what I meant by special fare. That's right. He'd paid Kimizuka a whole 10,000 yen for taking him to Endo Electronics earlier. But, I mean, I'm not the sort of person to keep the change, as it were, Kimitsuka said. Minorikawa felt a surge of pride at those words. You're my kind of guy, Mr. Kimizuka. A man on the job can always count on Hachiro Kimizuka's taxi. The driver grinned. I like their relationship. It's pretty cool. Now go on. Go. Thank you. I have a feeling we'll meet again. As Minorikawa entered the theater lobby, he saw a bunch of flower bouquets, patrons' gifts of appreciation. Among the names of the senders were celebrities he recognized. The largest of the bouquets was sent by Koichi Nakamura of the secret society Chunsoft. Those goober developers, Chunsoft? For Chunsoft? I would do that so much. I like it. Koichi Nakamura, is it an actual person in Chunsoft? I want to see that. Uh-huh. He founded Chunsoft and served as the company president. Oh my god. Hell yeah. The next largest came from Marutaro Ishihara from the government organization Joy Art. Following that were those from actress Barako Rose, popular scenario writer Ebisu Ipponmatsu, Tohoku Busters Towers Co., Ltd., bus guide Kimiko Amo, professional baseball player Masa Narikyo, the ventriloquist Shinshin, ukulele player Hawaii Matsuda, online TV critic Genzo Akitsu, and so on. I want to check all of these people, but I want to know if they all work for Chunsoft and it's like their little part where they say thank you to everybody. Evidently, the Wandering Angels were a pretty popular acting troupe. Novice actor Takuya Amo, despite his nervousness, gave a creditable performance as Shido as the production got underway, but as the show continued, his inexperience became apparent. He went on stage for the big wire action scene, having forgotten to attach himself to the rigging. Tozuka was quick to act, rushing on stage in the improvised role of assassin with the Edo accent #1, and fixing a rope to Amo's back during the confusion. Wow. People were setting out pamphlets and flyers out on nearby table. There was a palpable tension in the air. The crew seemed skittish as they went about their work. He's late! Someone shouted all of a sudden. It was a man over in one corner of the lobby, yelling angrily to nobody in particular. Why the hell hasn't that journalist shown up yet for the interview? Looked like he'd been waiting on Minorikawa then. What's his deal pulling this while we're this busy? Guess that's Shinosuke Oarai. I've been busy myself, Midorikawa said, keeping his composure. Trust me, I know how it goes. Huh? Who the hell are you? I'm the guy you've been waiting for, Mr. Oarai. The man glared at him. It's Oarai, he said. Anyway, I'm Minorikawa. Sorry to keep you waiting. Though really, a short wait is a small price to pay for the chance to be interviewed by me. I would have punched him. Well, I hope you appreciate how valuable my time is, now that you're taking it, snapped Oarai. Wow, someone sure has a high opinion of himself, Midorikawa replied. You're one to talk. He marched up to Oarai. Damn right I do. I'm Shinosuke Owarai. The theater man got right up in Norikawa's face. Like anyone in the cares, a jolt of tension sparked between the two men. Around this time, there is a similar jolt of tension between two other people, Kenji Osawa and Mamoru Tanaka. Perfect. I beg your pardon? A woman interrupted. But Mr. Orai does have a schedule to keep. And who are you, Miss? Tsukozawa. I'm the producer. Well, listen, Sue. I'm in the middle of an interview here. Please don't interrupt. What? That's how you conduct an interview? That's right. This is how I roll. Look, whatever. Owarai rolled. Owarai. Let's just do this already. Fine by me. The two men sat down at opposite sides of a table in the lobby. But Tsukozawa spoke up again. Mr. Owarai, don't forget the meeting you have after this. Yeah, handle that, would you? Minorikawa let out a derisive snort. It's like you're holding court, he said. Do people actually hang around you with that kind of attitude? You have no right to judge my acting troupe. Minorikawa straightened up in his chair, a mocking smile on his lip. Oh, so it's your acting troupe, huh? He said. Why not just play all the roles yourself? Heck, you could even be your own audience. That's actually very funny. How dare you? Owarai rose to his feet and made to leave, but Tsukozawa herded him back down into his chair. Minorikawa continued as if he hadn't heard. Just what is it that you do anyway? He asked. Owarai raised an incredulous eyebrow. You don't know? No. Why should I? You came to an interview without knowing anything about who you were interviewing? Yep. That's it! Get out! Owarai roared and pointed angrily toward the exit. How dare an unmannered clod like you come in here and waste my time? Hey, who's being unmannered now? I came all the way out here to hear your story, didn't I? Why don't you get out? Children. Oh, children. Minorikawa pointed at the exit as well. Why the hell should I have to leave? Owarai demanded. This is my house. Theater jargon for the theater itself, especially the main auditorium. Look, just get out! This time both yelled and pointed toward the exit in unison. Tsukozawa quickly interposed herself between them, forcing a smile. Gentlemen, please calm down, she said. Then she turned to Minorikawa. You should be aware that Mr. Owarai used to be a broadcast writer. Someone who writes for television or radio programs. A great show depends not only on the actor's performances, but on the skills of the broadcast writer. He's responsible for a lot of big hits. You don't need to mention that, Owarai grumbled. Nonetheless, Tsukozawa rattled off the name of several shows. Minorikawa did indeed recognize many of them. He murmured. So, how come you're running a failing theater now? Failing? Owarai went red in the face. I'm not wrong, am I? You're absolutely the rudest person I have ever met. What would a rank amateur like yourself know about theater? Owarai's face was dark with rage. But Minorikawa didn't back down. Listen, this has nothing to do with how well your theater is or isn't doing, he snapped. The television world wouldn't accept you. So in order to retain your pride as an entertainer, you started doing theater. Isn't that so? Don't act like you know anything. I've staked my entire life on the theater. It seemed as if Owarai might throw a punch at any moment. Sure, a city theater might seem small time compared to TV, but you get a lot more of a response from it. Response? Oh ho, now that sounds interesting. Darn right, Owarai explained. You can see it from up on stage. The audience, you can see their faces. There was a passion in Owarai's voice now. You can really feel it. When the audience is enjoying themselves, you can feel that energy. You can't get that from doing television. Thinking back on it now, my time spent working on TV. Let's see, what's a good analogy? It's like being handed a towel that's already damp. No, that's not right. Okay, so a better analogy would be, and without further preamble, Owarai began talking about his tribulation back in his broadcast writer days. Minorikawa smiled inwardly. The interview ended promptly after 15 minutes, the time that had been promised. Both men emerged from it as if from a daze. Minorikawa found himself staring Owarai in the face, shaking him by the hand. So, what kind of story did I just get? He asked, speaking half to himself. You heard about one man and his life, and I have to admit, it was a good interview. Thanks. You have my gratitude. With a satisfied smile, Minorikawa closed his notebook. Right, glad to hear that then. Owarai inclined his head, looking a bit bewildered. A flustered Tsukozawa interrupted. Mr. Minorikawa, wasn't this interview for a piece about the performance? Uh-huh. Minorikawa blinked. It's just that you were only asking about Mr. Owarai, and not about the performance itself, Tsukozawa said. Oh, I see what you mean. Actually, I came here for a piece I'm going to be writing called Where Are They Now? Washed Up Broadcast Writer Showcase. Washed up? Owarai was red in the face all over again. You bastard, how dare you! Forget everything I just told you. I do not give you my permission to use it in your magazine. You're too late. What? I've already heard your whole story. You should be grateful that I'll be writing a piece on it. You bastard! With a wild look in his eyes, Owarai snatched up a hammer the stage crew had left nearby. Go ahead, hit me! He's such a rage baiter. I want to put weight, cause all you need is a change of title. Just change the title. Wait. Shut up! Owarai waved the hammer menacingly. I was really starting to think, he's actually being wholesome. Never. Never. But the attack came to a sudden halt as a ringtone startled him out of his fury. Hold on a moment, Minorikawa said brightly. I have to take this. He whipped out his cell phone. Hello, Minorikawa speaking. This is Osawa. Wow, he'd called back a lot sooner than Minorikawa had expected. Have your daughter come home then? No. Actually, there's a favor I'd like to ask you. Oh, a favor? A favor to the reporter? A favor? Minorikawa thought back to his visit to the Osawa residence. The drawn curtains, the stricken look on Osawa's face. Minorikawa's instinct had sensed something significant going on. Apparently, getting the full story wasn't going to come without some cost. A favor, huh? Is it something urgent? I'll pay whatever I have to. I just need you to look into something as quickly as possible. His voice had the telltale desperation of a man who'd been backed into a corner. All right, Minorikawa said. I can help you out for a little while. Osawa hurriedly explained what he was after. The request was a strange one. He wanted Minorikawa to look into a scandalous article that four-star general gossip had run about him in the past. What makes this so important? Do I have to say? I mean, you're asking me to look into something without explaining anything? He eyed Owarai, lurking nearby with obvious irritation. Minorikawa would need to calm down the erstwhile broadcast writer, or else his interview really would be for naught. He decided to bluff both men at the same time. Let me just say one thing, he said into the phone. He made sure he spoke loud and clear so that Owarai would overhear. I want to tell the world this story. No, I need to tell it. If I don't feel that way about something, No amount of money in the world will get me to write an article on it. Wow. That's my pride as as a writer at work. Minorikawa could see Oarai's aura of rage fading as he listened. The theater man looked surprised. Phew. Meanwhile, Osawa had decided to open up a bit. All right, he said. I can share all the details, but... Okay, he's in a talkative mood now. Good job, Minorikawa. See, this is going fine. The power balance of the entire world might be at stake here, Osawa continued. And I mean that quite literally. I can tell you more after you've done your investigating. Wait, was he serious? How could the world's balance of power hinge on looking into some alleged marital affair? It was so absurd that Minorikawa had to fight the urge to burst out laughing. A person would need to be out of his mind to believe a story like that. Is he not helping anyone but himself? It depends. It depends. What I read his character as is clearly a rage baiter. He is a rage baiter. However, he truly has some ethics. Like, he somehow manages to get the most positive sides of anyone he rage baits. Think about it. Who else did he rage bait? Afro guy. He went to him in a moment where he was clearly depressed, right? He was like, yeah, your business a failure, you're thousands of yens in debt, your worker just split, you caused a major scam, you're probably gonna be arrested. How do you feel about your life right now? I would have I would have pushed his teeth in. And yet what does he get from Afro guy? A beautiful monologue about what it feels like to be alive and have hope. Okay. He baits the hell out of this guy, the theater guy. And what does he get? A testimony of what the love for art is. Because surely, if you're an artist and your work is seen by no one, your art is pointless. No matter how many people will tell you, I'm doing this for me, if you were to put them in a room by themselves with nobody ever to see their art, they probably wouldn't push themselves forward for the art. Some scribbles here and there, sure. But to try to improve your art, you want it to be seen. And that's completely normal. So yeah, it was just a beautiful little piece. And it's not the first person he gets it from. To me, he's a good guy. But his technique is questionable. But the end result is good. For now. For now. But Minorikawa wasn't the average person. And sometimes the truth was so ridiculous it really was stranger than fiction. Osawa wasn't lying. Minorikawa's instincts told him that much. Alright, he said. I'll check the editing department's notes from back then. Minorikawa felt his excitement building. Things were really getting interesting. For the moment, he nearly forgot Toyama and his troubles. When he ended the call, Oarai approached him and extended his hands. Listen, your method might be a little extreme, but I can tell you take pride in your work. Of course I do. I'm sorry for getting so worked up. I bet you'd write a fine article about me. So please, Mr. Minorikawa, let the world know about me and my half-lived life. Minorikawa took the offered hand and shook it. Leave it to me. Once I'm done with it, you won't just be some washed-up nobody anymore. Mr. Orai. It's Oarai. Minorikawa grinned. Wow. Oh yeah, I forgot. Since you didn't stream yesterday, I never got to explain why royals address themselves in the plural. Sure, I'm fine taking a little break to hear you out. I might need it for my voice. And also, I need to do something with my ears. So go ahead, write it. I'm interested. Right away, thinking about it now, I'm wondering if it's not because the royal family was supposed to be connected um to Christ, right? To God, as if they were selected by God, and so their word is also the words of God. So when they say I, they mean us. I mean God and me. That's my first idea. But when are found position, so they are not just referring to themselves, they are literally referring to more than one entity. I think there's a message that disappeared, no? Isn't one half missing? Starting with a but. Tung tang 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 tung tang. Oh, that was just me using poor grammar. Ah. They re- they really weren't like I speak in the name of God in a way. I was so sure. Ah, no, I get your answer now. I get it. I see the structure. Back to the game. Minorikawa rushed out of the theater. He'd completed all the interviews that he could get done before 4 o'clock. Now he had an hour left to write it all up, to convince the folks from the loan company that the gossip could stay afloat. Okay, insert somebody screaming. He let out a roar, psyching himself up for the final push. Is he going back to the cafe? Oh, the poor waitress. I have no idea what prompted me to think about that. Beats me. I love him. I hope he likes the meme. Genuinely, I hope he likes it. Keep out? Ooh. Osawa picked up his cell phone and dialed Tanaka's number. I've heard it so many times now, and this was the first time that I've actually heard that he is saying, I just hit the jackpot. It's funny to me. The phone rang several times. He listened grimly to the empty mechanical sound, preparing himself for disappointment. What is it? Tanaka's voice sounded coldly in Osawa's ear. The tension was electric. Osawa felt a surge of outrage. He wanted to scream, but he took a deep breath and managed to maintain control. Tanaka, where are you? Is Maria alright? Tanaka did not reply. The police told me. They said you are connected to the kidnapping. A soft chuckle came from the other end of the line. Ah, well. The police sure do know how to do their jobs. Tanaka's tone was unapologetic. He sounded nothing like the man Osawa thought he knew so well. Why would you do this? Money? Are you having money troubles? Money? Tanaka replied. I suppose that's part of it. Honestly, I doubt you understand. Do you have any idea what it's been like for me, doing our research together? You're always the one who takes center stage. The fruits of our success are all yours. Even though you couldn't have done any of it without me. The more he said, the more vitriol seethed into his words. Osawa's hand trembled as he clutched the phone. The taker can never understand how it feels to be taken from. You've hoarded so many things to yourself. So I'm taking some of them back. And with that, he hung up. Hey, Tanaka! Osawa dialed the number again, but Tanaka didn't pick up. Osawa racked his brain, thinking back on how Tanaka had been acting earlier that day. Had there been anything unusual? Any clue at all, no matter how small? If he could find some hints, maybe he'd be able to find Maria and Hitomi. That was it. I had been suspicious of Tanaka all along, so much so that she's planted a bug on him hidden in a tie clip. Her suspicion must have been pretty strong. Wait, Osawa recalled what Kajiwara had said. But still, if she is that worried, giving a tie clip as a gift is a bit... The word had struck Osawa as odd when he first heard them. I had never given him a tie clip. His heart gave a heavy throb in his chest. It couldn't be. No, it was impossible. That article from 4-Star General Gossip crept back into his mind. The fact that she was dating somebody before marrying him. The article had talked about a man I had dated before she married Osawa. The man's identity was never revealed. Could it have been Tanaka? You've hoarded so many things to yourself, so I'm taking some of them back. Tanaka's cold words took on a new depth of meaning. Osawa felt the foundations of his life begin to crumble. Were Tanaka and I accomplices in all this? No. Wait. Just calm down. He couldn't let himself jump to conclusions. He needed to be more level-headed. Everything depended on him. If the two really were accomplices, why would I have planted a bug on Tanaka? What purpose would that serve? What could it mean? It was no use. Osawa couldn't think of how that made sense. First thing first, he needed to establish what the relationship between I and Tanaka really was. Once he figured that out, he'd be able to get a better handle on the situation. Obviously, he couldn't just go and ask I directly. If she really were involved in all of this, she certainly wouldn't tell him the truth. Osawa thought back to the business card he'd tossed in the trash. He didn't relish the thought of getting help from that scavenging hyena, but now was no time to be picky. If he wasn't able to leave the house, he needed someone else to do some investigating for him. The freelance writer, Minoru Minorikawa. He was Osawa's only hope. Wow! I love how it ties together. Oh! This person also killed my friend. Everyone in Shibuya is going to die. Was this an accident or an attack? He's after Hitomi Osawa. How many hours ago was she infected? Ding-ding. That's so good. I like that jingle so much. Infected? My have no idea. Either it's a sort of flashback from when Hitomi was infected, or somebody else has been affected recently. And considering that Kajiwara seems to be the one to talk about it, it might be I. Maybe. I don't know. Huh. I say we do the same thing as we did before. Instead of starting with starting with Kano, because we end up stuck pretty early. The plot thickens. I just want to look up how many chapters are there, because we're up to 15 to 16 hours. 428 Shibuya Scramble. How many chapters? I think it... okay, it's a game FAQ. There's a grand total of 85 endings. Wow. There's 9 chapters in all, apparently. $8 p.m. Yeah, it's just somebody that asked. So the person that answered, I don't really know if they know what they're talking about. But if that's true, we have 2 chapters left. So yeah, we're not starting with Kano, we're starting with Achi. My beautiful boy, so love-stricken. I swear if Hitomi and him are not dating after this, I am rioting. How old is that game so I can feel the years in my spine? 2008? Is it 18? There's no way. Is it 18 years ago? Say it ain't so. 2008 was 18 years ago, or am I dumb at math? Please, please, tell me. No, I think I'm right. Fuck, I'm right. People born in 2008 are 18? I feel ancient. I feel ancient. Hey, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, that game is 18 years old. God damn, it's still good. You can still play it, no problem. Wow. I can be defenestrated out in airplane now. Me too, brother. Let's do it together. Yeah, dude, my sister is 20. She was born in 2006. Yeah, it was like 2026. She's not even 1 year old. You dumbass. You dummy. Holy shit. I don't know if I want to tell you my birth year. Like, give you a hint. Not of my birth year, but when I was born. Ah! What's... oh, no. No. I will refrain. Let's get back to the game and forget about this revelation in math form. Let's forget about this for our own sake. Kanon led them into a narrow back alley. The moment she stopped, Hitomi spoke up. Member of SOS don't come by here very much. Word has it that in this place, around 10 years ago, one man beat the crap out of 7 street toughs in the blink of an eye, all by himself. Over time, people have offered various theories. That he was an assassin, that he was some foreign soldier, even that he might have been a ghost. And to this day, the urban legend lives on. That means the shitty Sonic game, Sonic 06, is 20 years old. You're hurting yourself. You're hurting. Oh, by the way, I've seen Sonic Frontiers on sale a lot. Is it good? Is it a good introduction to Sonic games? Why was my sister kidnapped? Before I answer that, there is something I need to tell you, Kanon said. Her tone was cold and sharp. I've come to Japan because I'm on a mission. I'm not at liberty to discuss all the details. All right. Hitomi gave a slight nod. To answer your question, Maria was kidnapped by mistake. What? Hitomi gasped. But why? Because this kidnapper isn't after Maria. They're after you. Who's after me? The mastermind behind this whole thing, Kanan said. Her tone was matter-of-fact. Whoa, hold on, Achi interrupted. What do they want Hitomi for? It's not bad. I'd say one of the better Sonic games since Sonic Colors. In my opinion, Sonic Colors was when Sonic games started always being bad. There is one that is notoriously bad, isn't there? Like, it's almost a challenge just to play the game because of how bad it is. Which one is it? Is there a 4 in the Yes Sonic 06? Oh fuck. I was so sure there was a 4 in there. Obviously wrong. What do they want Hitomi for? That I cannot say. Well then, who is this person? I can't tell you that either. You see, their sex, nationality, age, appearance. Just about everything about them is shrouded in mystery. So there's honestly not much I can tell you. Achi and Hitomi stood dumbfounded. What gives? Achi said. So you're saying all you know is that this person has some lame name like Mastermind? Hitomi turned to whisper in his ears. Mastermind isn't actually their name. Originally used solely to refer to someone of remarkable intellect, the term first took on its criminal connotation in the 19th century. I'm here, Kanan spat, because I'm looking for revenge. Revenge? Hitomi asked. What for? This person also killed my friends. Kanan's inscrutable eyes flashed with a threatening gleam. Earlier, you said that it was your fault that my sister got kidnapped, Hitomi said. Kanan cast her eyes down. 4 days ago, I managed to learn this criminal's plan, so I got in touch with Maria and told her that you were going to be attacked at that party. So that's why she told me not to go. Hitomi's voice trembled as she spoke. I gave Maria a small GPS tracker to give to you, but I guess you never got it? Global Positioning System, a network of man-made satellites and ground-based control station for providing geolocation data. Alternately, a device that makes use of said system. Modern cell phones and vehicle navigation system use the GPS. Hitomi shook her head. I see. She must still have it then. Could that be the necklace? Wait. So then my sister... The color drained from Hitomi's face as she understood. Yes, Kanan replied. Maria acted as your decoy and let herself get kidnapped in your stead. Hitomi swayed on her feet, shocked to the verge of fainting. Achi hurriedly reached out and caught her in his arms. But wait, he said to Kanan as he held Hitomi up. I don't get that either. Why didn't either of them go? Then nobody would have been kidnapped, right? I mean, why did her sister need to go and act as a decoy? Kanan let out a tiny sigh. If she hadn't gone to the party, the kidnappers would have just found some other opportunity to come after her. Ah, okay, Achi nodded. That sorta makes sense. Still trying to experiment, and the higher-ups pushed them to get it out so bad that it was irreparable. After 06, they started doing extremely simple Wii games, which is the dark age of Sonic games, and Sonic Colors was the first good game after that. And a lot of people loved Colors, but I felt like it was a worse basis to make more games like. Couldn't tell you because I didn't play those games, yeah. I'm betting that Maria's plan was to use the GPS to lead me to this guy's hideout. She wanted to keep her sister safe, and also figured she could help me with my mission. It's the sort of scheme she'd think of. So then, can't you use the GPS to locate Hitomi's sister? Achi asked. Kanan shook her head. The GPS hasn't been powered on since she was kidnapped. It's possible the kidnappers took it from her. Wait, what? So after all that, even you can't find Maria? Achi slumped his shoulders in disappointment. I didn't say that. What do you mean? I got some intel from those syndicate members we met earlier. Apparently, sometime this morning they put Maria into a blue minivan, and since then they've been moving her all around Shibuya. Achi and Hitomi exchanged glances at the mention of the blue minivan. Unfortunately, Kanan continued, those operatives didn't know what the current situation was exactly. So we're back to the blue van then. Achi hurriedly explained what they've been through so far. He mentioned how they'd first seen the blue van, where the kidnappers had told Hitomi to find it. He also described how first the man with the cane, and then a host of others had come after them. He got a little sidetracked here and there, but Kanan quietly listened to the end. I see, she muttered. So then, what do you think? Achi asked. Seems like we messed up their scheme a little, huh? Whatever the case, this man with the cane concerns me, Kanan said. I doubt he's working with the others. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's it. Some guy who isn't involved butts in, and it throws off their whole plan. Kanan nodded in agreement. Because you and that man with the cane showed up, she said. They couldn't leave the minivan where it was. They took a sensible precaution. But then, if you think about it, isn't this an opportunity for us to turn the tables on Mr. Mastermind? Kanan flashed him a faint speculative smile. I wonder about that. Oh, come on, Achi grumbled. You're such a buzzkill. Any well-made-up plan has a good, solid outline, which means that, even after it has come to fruition, it's easy to trace things back to the planner. Is that how that works? By contrast, if you achieve your goals using accidental means, the outline becomes blurred, and it makes it harder for anyone outside, looking in, to grasp what the actual plan is. Achi swallowed hard as he took in the gravity of the situation. Well, but I mean, like, if there's an accident, people are gonna for sure panic, plan or not. The corners of Kanan's lips curled up. Typically, I suppose, she said. But the people who are after Hitomi, not only have they put together a perfect plan, they've purposely left certain tiny holes in it. And so we can't even figure out who they are. The outline of the plan is always too blurry. Achi had no response to that. It was like he was hearing about some completely different world beyond the one he knew. If what Kanan had said was true, he'd been dealing with opponents that were on a level way above his own. In any event, since these people are after you, it'd be best if you didn't wander around town anymore, Kanan told him. By now, Hitomi had recovered. She stood up straight and shook her head. No, I'm going to find that blue minivan. My sister is in danger because of me. I can't abandon her just to save myself. Yeah, that's right. Achi patted Hitomi on the back. And if that's what you're gonna do, then I don't care who we're up against. I'm with you in this until the end. Heck, it's too late for me to back out now. That ship has already failed. Hitomi giggled despite herself. It's already sailed, Achi. Yeah. Kanan let out another little sigh. Alright, just make sure you're extra careful, she said. You can't count on getting bailed out of trouble like you have before. I understand, Hitomi said. Her eyes showed no trace of doubt or fear. Kanan gave her a slight nod, then quickly disappeared down the alleyway. Right then, Archie said, wanna go back to looking for that minivan? Then he stopped, remembering their previous efforts. If they just heedlessly wandered around town, they'd probably end up in the same trouble they've encountered before. They'd get chased by the man with the cane or by the kidnappers, and then their search would be interrupted yet again. What should they do then? There had to be a better way. Archie happened to glance upward and caught sight of a surveillance camera installed on one of those streetlights. That's it! He's gonna use his father's monitoring of every camera he installed. Huh? I can't believe I didn't think of it before. HITOMI peered at him, startled by his sudden shouting. We just need to use my old man's surveillance cameras and this will be a breeze. Archie took HITOMI by the hand and started running. His destination, the security camera monitoring room in the Genzaka. Archie didn't slow his pace until they were nearing their destination. Then he turned to look back at HITOMI. He was about to ask if she was doing alright when someone close at hand called out to him. Hey, mind if I ask you something? Have you ever heard of SOS? Archie stopped in his track as a stranger stepped in front of him. The guy looked too old to be picking a fight with SOS. Archie regarded him with suspicion. Yeah? Why'd you ask? Do you happen to be a member yourself? No, not anymore. The man's eye flashed with a gleam of recognition. Did this guy know who he was? With a broad grin, the stranger took a step closer. Archie's heart sank. He couldn't afford to get caught in some new hassle right now. HITOMI flashed him a worried look. Let's go. Archie and HITOMI dodged past the man and hurried onward. Even if the guy was harmless, they needed to be on their guard. There was no telling just how many thugs and assassins were looking for HITOMI. Rather than head directly for the surveillance building, Archie decided he better make sure the stranger wasn't up to something. HITOMI followed as he slipped quickly into a back alley. There was no indication that the man was following them. What was that guy's deal? HITOMI asked. No idea, but he sure seemed kind of fishy. Doesn't look like he's coming after us though. They took a quick detour through another seedy back alley. Then, as they were starting to head toward their original destination, Archie felt a sudden searing pain in his back. Glancing over his shoulder, he discovered that one of the foreign syndicate members had crept up and struck him from behind. Oh, no. I've been stabbed. HITOMI screamed. Another man had suddenly appeared, grabbing her by the arms. HITOMI. Archie tried to reach out to her, but his arm was leaden. Leaden? Lead? As in, it was freezing? His body refused to obey his commands. Oh no, I've been stabbed. Yeah, it was really awkward to read. As the attacker wrenched the knife from his back, Archie felt the blood gushing out of his wound. Leaden, like lead metal. That's what I thought. The two men started to drag HITOMI away. It's time. He tried to pursue them, but his leg faltered and couldn't find their footing. He was losing blood so fast he was starting to fade from consciousness. Archie could only watch, impotently, as HITOMI was dragged further and further away. Obviously. Archie got stabbed, caught in a surprise attack by one of the kidnappers. He could only watch helplessly as HITOMI was taken away. If that weird guy hadn't tried to talk to him, Archie would never have taken the risk of wandering through the alleys. But how can you keep that guy from wanting to interview Achi? How many times has Minorikawa caused the death? Let's see Maria. What a bright smile. Oh, right. Wait, hold on. Is my name Hitomi Osawa? At my shout? Yeah, so she is the protagonist of the game, technically. It's so weird. At my shout, the man with the cane hesitates, his finger on the trigger. Oh, what do you mean by that? The barrel of the gun is still aimed squarely at my head. I mean exactly what I said. Is my name Hitomi Osawa? I don't know who I am. You're trying to play games with me. I'm not playing anyone, I swear. I'm utterly desperate now. Getting killed is one thing, but who wants to die without even knowing who they are? She has a point. Tell me, am I Hitomi Osawa or not? The man gave me a good hard look. Damn it, I wonder. He continues to study me along the barrel of the gun. Tell me what you know. It's an order, not a request. What I know about what? Look, I have amnesia. I quickly summarize what's happened to me since I woke up in that storehouse. The man listens intently, never taking his eyes off me. Ah, I see. So that's what's going on then. Oh. Once I'm done with my story, the man with the cane sits down on an empty soda crate. Seems like he believes me at any rate. And that's a relief, if nothing else. So then, am I Hitomi Osawa? No. Then who is Hitomi Osawa? Is she someone who looks like me? Shut your mouth, the man spits. Just be quiet. His expression is vacant. What am I going to do? He mutters to himself. If I'm not Hitomi Osawa, does that mean you don't have any business with me? Seems so. In that case, can I go? The assassin doesn't answer. He lets his pistol hang limp in his hand, the muzzle dropping to point at the ground. It doesn't look like he wants to kill me anymore, but it doesn't look like he'll just let me go quietly either. I remain motionless, waiting for an opportunity to run away. I need to do something about that gun he has, and then make a run for it. I don't like you trying. Oh, but she's a martial artist. There's hope she does something. If it were Hitomi, I would wait for an opportunity to run away. But because it is Maria who knows how to fight somehow. Let's try. Worst case scenario, it's a bad end. I need to do something about that gun he has, and then make a run for it. I pick up one of the crates that are lying around in the alley and hurl at the man with the cane. Then I book it right out of there. He didn't die. I run for a long time without looking back. When I finally do take a peek over my shoulder, there's no sign of the guy following me. Slowing my run to a walk, I notice Miku, the girl I fought for those cases of burning hammer, sitting on a nearby staircase. Thanks for earlier, I call out. She gives me a puzzled look. You let me have those diet drinks from the knick-knack shop. Revelation dawns on her face. Oh, right! I didn't recognize you since you're not a cat anymore. What are you doing here? I ask. Just like, you know. She gives me a half-hearted smile. Say, where did you learn Aiki Jujutsu? Uh-huh. The question catches me off guard. I don't know what to say. Your Aiki Jujutsu. Where did you learn it? My Aiki Jujutsu? And now that she mentions it, that's a great question. I mean, I must have learned somewhere, or my body wouldn't have moved the way it did back then. I wonder who taught me. Try as I might, though, I can't remember. Miko interprets my silence as a refusal to answer. She lets out an annoyed snort. Hmm. What? Is it a trade secret? Fine. Then how long did you train? Uh, um, not that long, I guess. Probably. I'm just trying to avoid telling her I have amnesia, but she obviously thinks I'm being secretive. Secretive. You know, she says angrily, after losing to you, I've completely fallen apart. I've lost everything. Do you know how that feels? To feel like you've lost hold of the thing that makes you you? I nod with conviction. I do know. I've lost things too. Like my memory. You do? Well, I just can't take this anymore. I'm having a complete breakdown of identity. What is it, kitty? Kitty. Development psychologist Eric Homberger Erikson was a key proponent of the concept of self-identity, the ability of individuals to continually and reliably know who they are and what they should do. I mean, I'm saying this having lost to you and all, but a long time ago. Oh, do you mind if I tell you some stuff from a long time ago? Anyway, so a long time ago. And so Miko launches into her story. You think maybe it is for the best if I quit? She asked at last. By now, 15 minutes or more have gone by. I've listened to Miko go on and on about her teenage years because I feel bad about getting her so depressed. But yikes! She's asked me all these questions I don't even understand, but although I'm starting to get sort of fed up with her angst, I keep my patience and respond as best as I can. If you love doing it, then I don't think you should quit, I tell her. Chances are, if you try to do something else, you're just going to come back to martial arts anyway. Besides, you probably owe it to the person who sent you down this path in the first place. You think so? Maybe you're right, yeah. Yeah, you are. Miko's face has regained a measure of cheerfulness. Thanks. I'm gonna keep on practicing more and more so I get stronger. I'm not gonna lose to you next time. I'll keep that in mind. I've got no interest in fighting her again, but for now, I'll keep that to myself. Alright then, see you around. With a parting wave, Miko hops to her feet and heads off. As I watch her leave, a feeling of jealousy wells up within me. Did I once have something I was that passionate about? I don't even know because I can't remember. I just can't remember. That gunman, the one with the cane, he might know something about me. And at this point, I'm even willing to risk a run in with a killer to find out more about myself. I decide to head back to where he was before. And then he's dead. When I arrive at the alley, though, there is nobody there. Paradoxically, I am both relieved and severely disappointed. Then I happen to notice something lying on the ground. What is it? I pick it up. It's a notebook. Slipped into the back cover is a photo showing two boys and a girl. Huh? Well, what do I do now? Do I go to the police? How would I even explain the situation? I can see it now. there's this killer out there and he's after this person named Hitomi Osawa. And then the police would be like, who is that? And who exactly is after her? And then what would I say? Heck, they might not even give me the time of day in the first place. Not only do I not have any idea who Hitomi Osawa is, I know nothing about the guy who's after her, except that he walks with a cane. I mean, I can't even tell them who I am. They'd probably shoo me away without a second thought. Yeah, they're looking for her, but she doesn't know. How? What am I supposed to do? I hang my head at a total loss. The necklace around my neck sways idly to and fro. Is there a button on your necklace? Ah, I see. I see how it is. Let's go see Minorikawa. Wait a second. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting. Ah! Minorikawa stopped and let out a cry of frustration. Daisuke Endo had asked him for a favor after the interview was done. He'd promised to tell the Wandering Angels that the dry ice machine they'd purchased was defective. I completely forgot about this. At last, the climax of the play drew near. There was a whole string of troubles, but the cast soldiered on, and it looked like things were going to end all right. Then, backstage, Bando noticed the dry ice machine was acting strangely. Even after it had been turned off, the machine continued to churn out more dry ice. The producer, Tsukozawa, demanded that the defective device be returned immediately, and so Tozuka, Bando, and Amo loaded it into their vehicle and left the theater. Well, damn. That had completely slipped his mind. If I recalled correctly, the issue was that once the machine started making dry ice, it wouldn't stop. If he ran back to the theater now, he'd lose about 10 minutes. Minorikawa checked his wristwatch. The lone people would be coming by the editing office before too long. He needed to prove to them that the next month's issue of 4-Star General Gossip was well underway, or else they'd refuse to wait any longer for repayment. And to do that, he needed to fill a minimum of 6 of the 12 remaining blank pages. He couldn't afford to waste even a single second. This was an awkward position to be in. He needed to keep his promise to Endo, but he also needed to spend his time wisely. Blah, I guess I don't have a choice. There was nothing he could do about having forgotten. He hurried on to the cafe. I wish I knew the layout of the city, because I need to know which direction puts him on the route of Achi. I need to keep him away from Achi. Go to the cafe. There was nothing he could do about having forgotten. He hurried on to the cafe. Sorry, Endo. Sorry, alright. Oarai. You're just gonna have to let this one slide. I've got Toyama's life on the line here. If I see Achi, I'll come back to here. He opened the door to the cafe with the practice of a regular. Welcome! The waitress only got that far before her face fell. You again. Hey, hurry up and get me a seat. She grinned wickedly. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we're all full at the moment. He looked around. All of the seats were indeed filled. As you can see, sir. Really now? The waitress's grin widened with triumph. Yes, sir. Fine, I'll just wait here. Let me get some power. Jamming his power cable into a nearby outlet, Minorikawa plunked himself right down on the floor and booted up his laptop. The waitress watched in dismay, then turned to stare vacantly up at the ceiling. Just do whatever you want, she muttered vaguely. Wow. You know, a person can only get away with being obnoxious for so long. Sooner or later, someone's likely to call the police. I agree. Minorikawa looked up from his work, started to see the burning hammer salesman standing over him. Where is his music? You're Mr. Yanagishita. Thank you so much for stopping by earlier. Are you going to write your article here? Yanagishita eyed Minorikawa's computer. Oh, that's the latest model, isn't it? Look, I got no time to talk right now. Minorikawa opened the file with his half-written copy. Oh, what's this? Chaos at bogus weight loss drink sales demo. Yanagishita read the copy aloud. The organizer, Junichi Yagashita, didn't merely have a whiff of deceit about him. His breath also stunk. Sound good? Minorikawa asked. You little ass! I wanted to make sure I gave an accurate impression. Oh, I love what you've done with it. This is a great copy. Fantastic. Yanagishita turned to look at him with a manic grin. Yeah, isn't it? In a flash, Yanagishita's face went from grinning to livid. Like hell it is! You think I'm gonna just let you write something like that? Snatching up the computer, Yanagishita bolted out of the cafe. Hey! Get back here! Minorikawa leapt to his feet and rushed off in pursuit. As he sprinted madly along, Yanagishita turned down a narrow alley. Minorikawa stayed close behind, desperate not to lose sight of him. His quarry began to weave his way through the back alleys of Shibuya. This guy clearly knew his way around town. By Miyashita Park, they zipped up onto a pedestrian bridge. Just where the heck was this idiot going? Halfway across the overpass, Yanagishita suddenly stopped. Is he gonna throw the computer? Confused, Minorikawa stopped as well. Give that back, he called. The next moment, Yanagishita flashed a mocking grin and dangled the laptop over the railing. Uh-oh! Minorikawa lunged toward him, but it was already too late. The laptop left Yanagishita's hand and went spinning down through the air. Then, as the two men struggled, Yanagishita himself toppled over the railing. Did he kill Yanagishita? Without hesitating, Minorikawa jumped down as well. They both screaming. Did they both die? Oh! Minorikawa landed hard. As he struggled to regain his breath, he looked around and saw Yanagishita beside him. Incredibly, the laptop was safe in the charlatan's grasp. Apparently, he'd somehow managed to catch it in mid-air. Before Minorikawa could be too relieved, however, Yanagishita got to his feet and took off running again. Don't you think that the little pattern at the end of Yanagishita's shoes looks like an Among Us? Get back here, you little weasel! I don't think so. This Yanagishita guy was infuriating. That, and he was really fast. Minorikawa considered himself a decent runner, but he couldn't manage to gain on Yanagishita. If running away was a competitive sport, the guy would be a world-class superstar. As he ran along, a peculiar thought occurred to him. Hold on a minute. If he hates my copy that much, shouldn't he have wanted my computer to break? Too bad this game is 12 years older than Muge's Hype Wave. It would be too late today. Why did he go out of his way to catch it like that? It made no sense at all. Is he gonna try to sell it to the knick-knack shop? Hey! Minorikawa shouted between grasping breath. What are you planning to do with my laptop? Yanagishita glanced back at him. Gonna sell it. Sorry about this. What? Minorikawa was taken aback. Consider it a compensation for defamation of character. In the civil sense, the act of unlawfully damaging another person's character or reputation in the public eye. In the criminal sense, the act of disseminating damaging facts about an individual to an unspecified large number of people. Come on, get real! It can't be defamation if the article hasn't run yet. Then consider an advance on the compensation. This was so nonsensical, it made Minorikawa's head hurt. But now at least he knew why Yanagishita had dived after the computer. The thief continued to weave his way through the side streets. His speed didn't diminish in the slightest. Damn it, this guy has too much experience running away. Minorikawa's stamina began to fade, and finally he lost sight of his quarry. But that didn't mean he was ready to give up the search. There were articles on the computer that were right on the verge of completion. Whatever it took, he had to get it back. Nagishita had said he was going to sell it. Where could he be headed then? Probably he was headed to the sales demo. Knick-knack shop. Ah, was it Endo Electronics? I'm pretty sure it was a knick-knack shop. Minorikawa recalled seeing one near the Burning Hammer demo site. Yeah, see? The poster behind him. He also recalled seeing a poster outside the place that read, "We buy computers at top prices." Exactly. Damn. The guy had led him on a wild goose chase. That shop was surely where he was going to sell the laptop. Gulping a deep breath, he headed in that direction. There you are, Yanagishita! Minorikawa burst into the shop on center guy, an accusing finger pointing squarely at the thief. Listen, there's no way I'm buying a computer that doesn't have a power cable. Details. All you sell here is junk anyway. Yanagishita and shopkeeper had gotten into an argument. Minorikawa recognized the shopkeeper. It was the guy he'd run into the roadside earlier. That computer belongs to me, Minorikawa shouted as he marched up to them. Give it back! Nagishita clutched the laptop to his chest. Nuh-uh, I need the money. Knock it off, you're acting like a child. Minorikawa tried to slap him out of his tantrum, but Yanagishita ducked to avoid the blow. And then, bizarrely, Yanagishita froze. Excuse me? A fierce gleam came to his eyes. He broke into an incomprehensible stammer. That's it! Yanagishita snatched up a flyer that his gaze had fixed on. Iron stomach, huh? This right here is my little bluebird of happiness, he cried. You know what? You can have this. Yanagishita shoved the laptop into Minorikawa's arms. And welcome to it, you idiot. I don't need no worthless computer. You're the idiot, Buster. Minorikawa smacked Yanagishita right across the face. Ow! Hitting him felt good. He decided to do it again. Minorikawa shoved Yanagishita toward the shopkeeper. Hand this guy over to the police, he said. No, not the police, Yanagishita pleaded. Can it, you thief? You tried to rip me off and you have no idea how much is riding on my work. You deserve 10,000 death. Honestly, you'd think that dying once would be sufficient. 10,000? Isn't that taking things a little too far? I'm sorry already, I give up. Finally, the guy was ready to surrender. Minorikawa let his guard down for just a moment. Like hell I am! Switching gears in an instant, Yanagishita took off running at full speed. This again. Get back here, you bastard! Minorikawa was already in pursuit. Dude, you have an article to write. You don't have time for this. He stuck with Yanagishita as far as Koendori before losing track of him. The guy sure knew how to make a getaway. Breathing hard, Minorikawa stopped and took a look around the area. As he did, he heard a cell phone ringtone from somewhere nearby. Wait, look behind me. That little bit of the screen behind me on the bottom right. Is that a blue minivan? It was the new single from the pop singer Aya Kamiki. Could that be Yanagishita's phone? Huh. Could be. Somehow he struck Minorikawa as the type of guy who'd have a ringtone like that. It seemed worth looking into anyhow. He had nothing else to go on. Minorikawa shifted his gaze around, trying to locate the source of the sound. Excuse me, what happened? Suddenly, a massive fiery blast knocked him from his feet. By the time he realized it was an explosion, his senses were already shattered. What just happened? He couldn't see. He couldn't hear. He couldn't move his body. Oh, where I am? Where am I? For a while, all he could feel was an intense pain. But soon, even that faded away. And then, there was only darkness. Did a minivan explode? Chasing Yanagishita led Minorikawa to the wrong place at exactly the wrong time. This wouldn't have happened if Yanagishita hadn't run when he did. If the MMA fighter Miku Morita comes into the knickknack shop, she'll interrupt their arguments and things might turn out differently. Oh. Alright, I think I have time for one more route until we're keep out or a bad end. Wow, Osawa, there's a bunch missing. Bad end, Kano. Achi is not in keep out anymore. Oh yeah, I fixed the thing. Achi didn't slow his pace until they were nearing their destination. He turned to look back at Hitomi. It's only a little bit further now. Did you want to walk? I'll be alright. Achi, look out! Looking ahead again, Achi saw that they were bearing down on a young grade schoolgirl. Her head hung in dismay. That's Hana, isn't it? Achi hurriedly caught the girl up in his arm. Took a quick leap to one side. Go ahead and hug the little girl. Oh! Oh wow. Achi hurriedly caught the little girl up in his arms. The maneuver kept her out of harm's way, but the momentum swung her high into the air. She dropped a sheaf of paper she was carrying. As luck would have it, the paper fell amidst the trash scattered alongside the road. Oops, sorry. Achi stopped to gather up the sheets of paper, noting that each was adorned with some sort of writing. Here, looks like they got kind of messed up though. The pages had landed in some kind of spilled liquid. Most of them had gotten stained. It's alright, the girl said gloomily. You should just throw them away. It's not like I can sell them now anyway. You're going to sell them? Oh, you're going to sell them? Hitomi asked. We're sorry. Do you think you'll be able to redo them? Achi, there's... Oh. We're sorry. Do you think you'll be able to redo them? Achi, is there a stationery store around here? Yep, up at the top of Dogenzaka, Achi said. Here. He took a 5,000 yen note from his wallet and offered it to the girl. To buy new paper. I know I can't replace the stuff you wrote, but... The girl eyed the money doubtfully. But... It's fine, go ahead, take it. Thank you very much. The little girl spoke with surprising formality. Then she turned and headed up Dogenzaka. Achi gathered up the trash and tossed it into a garbage bin before he and Hitomi could continue on their way. That was Hana, right? Achi led Hitomi to an old, multi-tenant building. They hurried inside and headed up the stairs. Behind the reception window, on the second floor, sat the custodian, sleeping on the job. Yukinori Kitajima. His main job is overseeing the monitoring room for the local surveillance cameras, but on the side, he also works as a novelist and game scenario writer. He often sleeps on the job during his free time, but sometimes while he's asleep, he gets his writing done. Just recently, a certain game was released, set in Shibuya, but since he wrote the scenario and emailed it to the game company while he was asleep, he didn't know about it until just the other day. Yukinori Kitajima. Yukinori Kitajima. Yukinori Kitajima. Yukinori Kitajima. Are you real? Nope. Doesn't seem to exist. I mean, there is a Japanese writer. There is an IMDb stuff. He was the scenarist of the game. He did the scenario of the fucking game. I swear, all of these random people, they are people of the team that did the game. But then, are they trashing? No, probably he wrote that part about himself. That's hilarious. Hey, wake up, man! Achi gave the window a tap, and the man woke with a start. Huh? Achichi, don't scare me like that. That's one chi too many. And wow, you sure seem to have a lot of free time on your hands. Yeah, no one's been by to check today. But that's not so bad, right? I mean, I guess it is the surveillance room, but still. The man let out a big yawn. My dad asked me to come down here and check on the security monitors, actually, Achi said. Sorry to bother you when you're busy. Ah. Sorry to bother you when you're busy, Hitomi added with a polite bow. Huh? Oh, who are you? You with Achichi? I'm Hitomi Osawa. It's nice to meet you. Oh ho ho! What, you Achichi's girlfriend? Again, too many cheese there, and that's none of your business. Just let me have the key. Hoping his blush wasn't too obvious, Achi mimed unlocking a door. You want to answer a simple question and you want me to hand over the key? Yes, I'm his girlfriend, Hitomi said. We've just started dating. So I'm sure I'll be seeing more of you, sir. She flashed a winning smile. Last time they were asked this, she was quick to say, no, we're not dating. And now she's the one to say yes. And even I know you'll see more of me, sir. I'm gonna combust. Oh, well, what a surprise. Never thought Achichi could land a fine lady like yourself. Look at him. He's like, what the? The surprised custodian held out the key. Good for you, Achichi. Still one chi too many there. But yeah, dating. Achi gazed into Hitomi's face, even more surprised than the custodian. The key dangled, swaying to and fro like a pendulum between Achi and the man behind the counter. Are they gonna kiss? In the surveillance room, will they kiss? Nobody's gonna bother them. They can just lock the room. A perfect chance to kiss. Achi, Hitomi said, nudging him in the other side with her elbow. Come on. Oh, right. Snapping out of it, Achi took the key and headed up to the next floor. Oh my god, the face he makes. I'm sorry, Hitomi said as they entered the monitoring room. For just saying we were dating like that, I mean, it was a pretty clumsy lie. No, no, it was just kind of sudden, is all. I was just a bit jittery, I guess. And she felt his cheeks color again. I mean, I figured I had to say. I mean, I figured I had to say something or he wasn't going to cooperate. Hitomi said, yeah, sure. Sure thing. She looked a little embarrassed herself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make things weird. No, 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 no. Archie said, nah, it wasn't weird at all. Actually, it was kind of. He stopped himself there. Now wasn't the time for that sort of conversation. They needed to find that blue minivan. He was about to confess. The surveillance camera monitoring room was really just a big office with a single computer. Archie knew it too well. So, so this is the monitoring system, he explained. He switched on the computer. You can see all the downtown Shibuya from this one computer. Tommy gazed impatiently at the monitor, even though it wasn't showing anything yet. The look of sheer determination on her face held Akechi enthralled. You talk about how attractive your sister is, Achi murmurs. But as far as I'm concerned, right now, you're the lovely one, Hitomi. Hitomi looked at him, uncertain. I mean, look at the length you're going to and the risk you're taking to save your sister, Achi said. I can't bear the thought that something might happen to her. And the last time we were together, Oh, shit! I can't bear the thought that something might happen to her. And the last time we were together, I said such horrible things. Plenty of people do bad things without even realizing they're bad. Never mind trying to fix it. I'm just doing what I think is right. Yeah, but these days, most people don't do the right thing. Heck, if they did, Shibuya wouldn't be covered in trash like it is. Me, I appreciate it when someone really cares about the things that are important. Doing the right thing as a matter of course. That's very attractive. Achi blushed as he said it, and Hitomi shyly looked away. I think the system is ready. Turning to the computer, Achi hastily changed the subject. This thing's so simple, even I know how to use it. Clicking on the mouse, he brought up a row of 4 windows on the monitor. Each window showed a different view of the Shibuya cityscape. The image quality is not great, but that's because it's being updated on a 2-second delay, I guess. Archie tapped on the keyboard, bringing up shots of different locations. He clicked on one of them in order to enlarge the image. Maybe we really can find that minivan with this. Hitomi was practically glued to the screen. My dad's the one who designed this security system. Your dad must be pretty amazing. Well, he graduated top of his class at Tokyo Denko University, a prestigious national university founded over a century ago. Applicants who place highly on this entrance exam can receive a full scholarship. Achi's father was one such attendee. The school has supported extensive research into artificial intelligence and recently announced an AI program known as Buddy. While the computer is asleep, different personalities emerge, which have an impact on various normal thought processes, forming a network of more human-like thought patterns as a result. That has to be a reference to something? What do you mean when the computer is asleep? Different personality emerge. What? Huh. The split personality desktop. Why dual identity workspace sabotage tech efficiency? What? The split personality desktop is not a metaphor. It's a measurable, high cost cognitive architecture where users maintain two functionally distinct, mutually incompatible desktop environments on the same machine. One optimized for deep work, minimal UI, keyboard centric, low latency inputs, and another optimized for reactive communication, notification rich, mouse driven, context switching, heavy. That's just for that project though, right? I have no idea. Huh. That is so weird. Yeah, no idea what they're talking about. He always said he could have had a career in computer engineering, but he took over the electronics shop so that he could marry my mother instead. That's such a sweet story. Did I run the store then? Achi shook his head. No, my mother died when I was 4. Oh, I'm sorry. Hitomi sounded even sadder than Achi. Well, anyway, never mind that. Here, look. The CD looking weirdo they'd run into at Jigo was on the screen. Huh? That guy again? Said weirdo was running all out, a laptop computer under one arm. Was being chased by a man in a long coat. That guy sure gets chased around a lot, huh? Achi said. When the weirdo slipped out of view, Achi switched to another camera. The new view showed the weirdo running again. By hopping from camera to camera, they could track him wherever he went. So long as we have these cameras, Achi said, this guy has nowhere to run. Hmm. Nowhere to run, huh? The moment he said those words, they struck an odd chord in his mind. He remembered their repeated run-ins with the man with the cane, how the assassin had seemed always to know where to find them. Achi, please, Hitomi urged. Stop messing around and let's look for the minivan. Sorry, there's just something I'm curious about. Alright, my bad. Um, do we, I want to keep tracking him. Sorry, there's just something I'm curious about. Achi continued to track the seedy looking man. The weirdo rushed into a knick-knack shop on Center Guy. Soon after, the man with the coat appeared and followed him into the shop. Aha, look! Looks like he snatched that guy's computer. Silda remained glued to the monitor. Oh, that's me. Oh, that's me. Tommy took out her cell phone. Uh-oh. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Ah, okay. Yeah, it was about time for my mood to take a dip, Achi thought. What? Hitomi blurted. Almost sounded like SAO. True. She looked up from her phone. Achi, Mr. Tanaka found a minivan. He what? What does he say? Read it to me. That's so weird because you hear the ringtone in Minorikawa's POV and then he blows up. Okay. I ran after it but wound up losing sight of it. It was heading toward Jinan, and that's what he says. What about your sister? Though this was like 4 years before SAO. Was she inside? He doesn't say. Achi switched over to an array of surveillance camera near Jinan. The few seconds the transition took felt agonizingly slow. Finally, 4 new images popped up. Achi quickly enlarged one of them. Ah! Wait. Ah! Hitomi let out a tiny gasp. There it is. There on the monitor was a blue minivan. There was no doubt about it. Okay. Hachi and Hitomi rushed from the building, speeding toward Jinan in an all-out run. No, don't go there. They're gonna blow up. Run, Hachi. Run, Hitomi. Run, other guy who's looking for Miku. He's looking for Miku? Neither spoke. They simply dashed along in silence. Hachi felt as if they'd been running a marathon and the finish line had finally come into view. They hooked left at the station and darted past the Seibu department store. Aha! Hachi pointed as he came to a stop. The blue minivan was still there, parked by the curb along the slight hilly incline. Leaving Hachi behind, Hitomi started rushing up the hill. Oh no! Alarm bells started going off in Hachi's mind. Someone from the kidnapping crew was in that van. It was dangerous to approach carelessly. Stay back, don't get too close. I think it doesn't matter, Hachi shouted. But she didn't appear to hear his cries. The hope of rescuing her sister had driven all else from her mind. Hachi started to run after her. Hitomi had reached the vehicle already. She brought her face close to one of its windows, but the tinted glass obscured the view inside. Hitomi circled around the minivan's other side. Hachi saw her grasping at the door. She slipped out of his view for just a moment. Wow, I mean, I expected it, but there was a thunderous explosion, and a gout of flame tore the roof of the minivan like it was made of aluminum foil. He told me! Horrified, Hachi charged through the rolling smoke, searching for Hitomi. Did Tama just fucking die? That was Hitomi! He saw two figures sprawled on the street, several meters from the van. Oh, cannon! Oh wow. Hitomi and Cannon. Hitomi, wake up! Hachi cradled her in his arms and her eyes drifted open faintly. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Hitomi didn't appear to understand him. Her only response was a blank, dazed look. There was a small patch of red on her face. Hachi wiped it gently away with a finger. He saw no further signs of bleeding. She must have been splattered by someone else's blood then. It's Maria. Tama's real name, it's Maria. As far as he could tell, she hadn't been gravely injured. Hachi let out a sigh of relief. Hitomi, is she alright? Oh, Hitomi, is she alright? Cannon stared on the ground. Her clothes were scorched in places and was bleeding from her head. Cannon, did you save her? Is she alright? Yeah, what about her sister? Cannon did not respond. No, it can't be. Hachi went to look inside the van. Amidst the smoke and the flames, he could make out the outlines of a body. What happened here? Hachi had to look away. Get Hitomi out of here. Hurry! If those guys show back up... Cannon's face twisted in pain. Alright. Hachi settled Hitomi carefully in his arms. Wait, I need to tell you something. Cannon's pain gasp called him back. Alfred. Huh? Alfred. That's the name of the mastermind. I'm sure it will come up again if you keep pursuing this. But if you value your life, Don't get involved with Alfred any further. Now, go. Okay, and thanks. With Hitomi in his arms, Achi hurried from the scene. He wasn't sure where he was heading. He just wanted to get away, wherever that meant. He carried her past the crowd of onlookers that had swiftly begun to assemble. The flames of the burning van rose ever higher, roaring up toward the heavens. He looks like a real hero. Kind of. To be continued? No, that can't be canon. That cannot be canon. Because it's heavily implied that it's Maria's body inside, right? Looks like it's canon. No way. And here we go again. What an ending, fuck. From his POV, yes, it looks like it was supposed to be Tama, right? I don't remember where Tama's POV left off. Did she get taken? I know hopefully she's fine. She has plot armor. She has to. Her She's written in first person. She has to stay alive, right? And we're missing multiple POVs. As we're getting further into the game, the harder it is to complete one route without switching to somebody else to fix something. I just don't remember her getting kidnapped. That's why I said from his POV. Yeah. I don't remember either. What was the last thing that happened to Tama? I don't think I played her POV, did I? I mean, she did run into the guy with the cane, but she escaped. And when she went back, he wasn't there anymore. She found the picture and that was it. I don't remember any follow up from this. I think we tried Achi, Minorikawa, who died in the explosion, by the way. Remember her throwing a dude where they were in the mall, but I know that was like an hour ago. Yeah, that was one of the Yakuzas that were after Yanagishita for debt collecting. And because he thought she was, um, because he gave Hitomi, so the wrong one, not Tama, Hitomi, he gave her a magazine, and the Yakuza knew that she had something of value. I mean, they thought she was the one because Yoshi. Anyway, it was the Yakuza that were after Afro guy. That's it. But damn, Canon, the girl. Shouldn't her name be Kanan? I've never seen that name. Unlike Tariq, I've met a few Tariq in my life, so I know how to pronounce them. But with the double A towards the end, I'm like, it has to be Kanan. How is it spelled? I'm gonna write it for you. But it's not a name I've ever read. Yeah, Kanan. It's a bit hard to pronounce. You have to stop to pronounce it correctly. That's the thing. I got pissed off about it, but the way this game only shows like the last names, it doesn't really register when it's in Japanese names, right? Because you're used to it. But then I am offered an Arabic name, so I know which part is the last name. I know which one is the name, and I'm like, stop calling him by his last name already. It's longer. It's useless. That's why I've been fighting to just say Tariq instead of I don't remember his last name. But yeah, it's Tariq. It's weird. But that was a lot of fun. We learned a bunch of things that Hitomi has been infected and that's why she's targeted. Did you guys get why Hitomi was targeted? Why did you understand why Maria was abducted? Because if you don't, I can summarize, but I think it's gonna be important for later. No, I don't get it. Perfect. So Maria, Hitomi, twins. They are not identical twins, but they look alike, like a lot. But if you know them personally, you can see the differences. Okay, right? I just thought they were twins and they mixed them up. They did. The initial target was Hitomi. Hitomi, the one with Achi. Hitomi. She was the one that was supposed um to be kidnapped. However, for some reason, like we don't know how, but Kanan, the girl from the Middle East that is friends with Maria, got the info that that Hitomi was gonna get abducted, and she talked to Maria about it, her twin sister. And so Maria decided that she would get kidnapped instead of Hitomi to buy her some time or whatever, or at least get her sister out of the way, out of harm's way. But yes, Hitomi was supposed to be abducted. Maria ended up being abducted, and that's what she wanted. Okay? Why was Hitomi targeted? Don't ask me how they knew. It was probably Tanaka. Okay. Hitomi was purposefully infected by the UA virus by somebody 2 weeks ago or something like that. In game time. The game is 1 day long, right? Around 2 weeks ago, she got purposefully infected by the UA virus, the one that her father was doing research on. That virus, in 12 hours, can kill somebody. There's nothing you can do. But somebody tipped her father that she has been infected. So, first of all, it was not an accident, somebody knew, and somebody wanted her father to know. So, the father learns about this. Obviously, he doesn't want his daughter to die. However, he is not supposed to use the vaccine. It's in late stages of development. It's almost ready, but it's not yet. That means it's still technically illegal to use on somebody to treat them, right? But it's his daughter. It's his daughter. It's his last. He has to do something. So he calls Tanaka because without Tanaka, he doesn't have access to the vaccine. It's not possible with the security system. He calls him. He explains the situation. Tanaka agrees. They both go to the lab. They bring Hitomi with them. Because, yeah, when the person called the father and told him, like, check her blood, she's infected. He does, so he knows, right? They bring Hitomi to the lab. They bring one vial of the vaccine and they inject her with it. She is cured. However, how they made the vaccine, it uses DDS, I think it was. It's a technique to bring the antiviral agents, like the little things, straight to the virus, right? It targets the virus quicker than if you were to inject without it. It's one thing inside, it targets it. That's it. It's what brings the antiviral agent to the virus directly, makes it faster to work. That thing, that little thing that brings the antiviral to the virus, it stays in the body for as long as the virus could potentially still be in the body. You can, in the time that it's still in the body, you can take it away. You can take it back. If you take a syringe to the neck of the patient and drain the lymph nodes, because that's usually where it gets stuck in, you can take some blood and bring back that antiviral agent. And because of that, because there's still going to be a little bit of the antiviral agent stuck to it, you can recreate the vaccine. So, if your goal is to get the vaccine and you cannot get past the security of the lab where the vaccine is, what you want to do is get somebody that got the vaccine, get their blood from the lymph nodes, send it to a lab, and they are going to be able to recreate it. That was the end goal. They infected Hitomi, forced the father to act because they were like, obviously his dad, he is going to save his daughter, even though it is highly illegal, right? They infected her. She got cured. They kidnap her. They get her blood. They make the vaccine themselves elsewhere. That's the end goal. And probably sell the vaccine. That's what they wanted. That's why Hitomi was targeted. That's why she is still targeted. There. I hope it helped. But yeah, her body is special. They can make a vaccine out of her blood. That's all you need to know. The father realized this. And also he realized the reason Tanaka, his partner, was so quick to agree to saving his daughter was not because he was empathetic to a father wanting to rescue his daughter. That was a part apt summary. Thank you. But yeah, Tanaka, the partner, apparently it was not out of the goodness of his heart that he agreed to do that very illegal thing. He was part of the plan. Probably that the other people they knew, they needed either the lead scientist to agree or the partner, because you needed both to get access to the vaccine. So they brought him. He is into this. He is part of the attackers. He's part of the people that want the vaccine. So he is kind of a traitor. But why did I manage to get him on their side? It's because he probably, it's gonna be confirmed with Midorikawa later if it is true. He was the one that dated Osawa, the scientist, wife, before she was forced into a political marriage with him. He was the initial boyfriend. And ever since then, all he could see with his partner, the scientist, was how many things was attributed to him instead of Tanaka. He was jealous of everything the scientist had. Osawa. He got the wife, his girlfriend, he got the appreciation of the public, we know of one virologist that created this. That's Osawa, even though he has as many um as much I don't know how to say it, but he is also responsible for that research. But all the glory goes to Osawa and none to him. All the opportunities to Osawa, all the money to Osawa. What about him? He's the partner. They are 50-50 in this. Extremely jealous. So he decided no more. Part of so out of all the things you took from me, I'm gonna get some of them back. Probably part of the money, part of the girlfriend. He might want to get the girlfriend back because the listening device that the girlfriend, the wife, gave to Tanaka seems to be a very close gift to give just the partner of your husband. It seems like a very intimate gift, you know? Something for the tie. You give that to your husband, not to his partner. And even Osawa was like, she never gave me a tie bar. Why did she give to him? That's why he started to believe, oh, maybe he is the ex boyfriend before we got married. Maybe she's having an affair with him or is still entertaining the relationship despite the marriage. Marriage. So, Maria saving her sister by being abducted instead of her. Hitomi, the actual target. Achi, just a just a supporter, I guess, just a friend. However, the thing that the assassin said, it would be better if she was dead for you. Maybe he didn't say you as in specifically you, Achi, but like as a citizen. He doesn't love her anyway. Yeah, I don't get it. Maybe he meant as a Japanese citizen, it's better if she's dead because the wrong people, if they get to her, will get a vaccine that they will use for bad stuff, probably to deal with what I said last time. You get the virus, you infect people, you sell the vaccine. Maybe. I don't really know. It seems like the creator of the vaccine, the boss, Osawa's boss, the scientist boss, he seemed to want to use that vaccine for evil too. Like just to get money, which is to me evil. But yeah, the reporter is siding with Osawa right now. He is doing the investigating on Tanaka's relationship, potential relationship with I to see if he is actually part of this and why, and what could he be after. So Osawa and Midorikawa, the reporter, they are siding together. They are a pair now. Achi, Maria, Kanan, or Kanan, and Hitomi, they are together because the twins are involved. Hitomi, she's the target. Achi is in love with Hitomi, obviously. Kanan is siding with Maria. She probably wants her safe as much as Hitomi wants Maria safe. Anyway, they're helping each other out, right? That leaves Kano, the detective. He's gonna get there eventually. I mean, he did discover that the real target was Hitomi, and he knew about the investigation. He knew about the virus stuff. They're all starting to get connected to each other. That's good. I would like because this game is very diverse. There are many people of color. What I've realized, many people of color. I kind of hope that they go toward Kanan and Maria are in love with each other. I hope they're girlfriends. I kind of wish for that. I hope it is. I won't be disappointed if it isn't. It is a 2008 game. However, it's also Japan. Some Yuri in there wouldn't hurt. It would be really good if Achi and Hitomi becomes a couple and Kanan and Maria are a couple. That would be so cute. So cute. So funny that the Afro guy asked, who was it, Hitomi or Maria? Probably Hitomi. Ask her in marriage. So funny. He has but a short window left. He has but a. Sorry, can you explain? I don't get it. I'm surprised he wants a wife. Ah, yeah. I mean, he seems like a romantic, but a dumbass. Dumbass romantic. Like, I'm gonna get love anywhere. Because he really wants Miku, the wrestler, the boxer. That's who he wanted. But he was like, hey, I have an opportunity to get another wife, and I have the reasoning for it. Why not? I, as much as I like him, I don't want him as a husband. Who doesn't? I want a wife. I wish. Sorry. I don't know. Sometimes guys just like to have multiple women. I think he's just a happy go lucky guy. I genuinely think that's it. He wants a wife. That's it. Love comes after. That's kind of weird. Multiple Oshis. Your Honor, I don't have multiple wives. I did not cheat on my wife. I just have multiple Oshis. Acquitted. You better have one Oshi and that better be me though. You're no polygamy here. Poly Oshis here. No poly Oshiing. Not in here. We're mono Oshiing in this stream. Nobody else is allowed. Only me. There's multiple accounts on Twitter of people doing resin, either resin, it's probably resin, or glass little sea slugs. I desperately need like 10 of them. I need 10 of them. They are so incredibly cute. I don't know. I think it was for a piece of art, right? Like that. It's made by hands. I think it's decently priced. It is not in my like it's I cannot buy them. However, it is beautiful. One day, that's so precious. It is really beautiful. Let me see the prices. I'm seeing sea slugs more and more now than I used to before. Do you think it's a case where there was just as many sea slugs before, but you just didn't see them because it's just sea slugs? Now that you're seeing the lights of the beautifulness of sea slugs, now you're noticing them. I don't see the price. I remember one person I could see the prices. It's probably um not this one though. Probably not this account. Possibly, maybe I had been blind to the sea slug all along. Maybe, or maybe the algorithm somehow heard me say sea slugs a bunch of times, and they're like, oh, well, surely they're interested in sea slugs now? If not now, um, just feed them a bunch of sea slugs and they'll definitely be. The first ever sea slug that I've ever seen was probably in middle school when they were doing articles of like a Pokemon for real, and it was a Glaucus atlanticus. And to tell you the truth, I was so moved by that article. I was like in awe. I remember the scientific name of that sea slug. But there's a sea slug in the game I can gift to the islanders. Ah, if you give it to me, to my Tomodachi, and I do not react, game me trash. It doesn't understand me at all. Imagine I'm disgusted by it. You need to kill that Tomodachi and make a new one. Just guillotine this one. It's not real. It's a Wendigo. I'm so mad. I wish I had more dresses to give your little Tomodachi. So far, what kind of outfit do I seem to like? So far, you have on this shimmer dress. Perfect. So far, it's like it has good. It's promising. Maybe I will like sea slugs in the game. I wish I could play Tomodachi game. I could probably on the Switch one, but I think the fad is already fading. I think the hype is already fading. If I were to buy the game right now and a game capture card, it would probably already be Jover. I can show you the personality chart I got from it initially, but I added the stripes a little bit later. Sure, in media share, you need to keep me updated on myself. I need to know if I'm well taken care of, who I'm friends with. Especially, you need to tell me if at one point somebody either ever falls for me or I fall for somebody. I need to see who. I need to be aware. If you like the game, who cares about the fad? Kind of. Kind of. But also, I've been playing games that are years over. I'm playing a 2008 game. I'm playing an 18-year-old game. It's still 60 euros though. Wow. 60. The Elgato game capture card that I've been looking at is 150 euros. There's probably less expensive. Elgato. Eh. See, 150 is probably a bit on the expensive side, but there's another one who's like 20 euros. Now that's sus. We agree, right? Let me see per best sell best selling. There is one that is 16 euros, 2.4k um reviews at 4.2 out of 5 stars. There's also an Elgato 4K on sale right now for less than the other, but it's still 141. But at least I'm sure I'm gonna use it because I want to play Switch games. You do not need that expensive of one. The one I bought to stream was 23 euros. I see. I just want, I mean, I was about to say I just want one that is fail proof, but I've heard a lot of complaining about Elgato drivers, especially, that keep failing for absolutely no reason. There's one for 28 euros, 1.1k or 1.6k reviews with 4.4 stars. Compatible Switch. So it has to be good, right? Hmm. At least I hope so. But if it doesn't work for 28 euros, that's fine. That's like kind of fine. I was able to stream my PlayStation or Switch on or my different PC. I see. Ah, apparently there's a slight issue with latency. Works perfectly with the Switch 2 on ROG Ally. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get that one. So we can play another code, another game that is almost 20 years old. Kind of. I don't know when it came out, but I remember playing it when I was younger. Might have been an early teen. When did another code come out? Another code, two memories. 2005. It's older than Shibuya Scramble. If you're using a capture card and not using a different screen and just watching off your OBS, you're always going to have latency. The goal is to project, to use the Switch on my main monitor with my second monitor having the OBS screen and playing off of my monitor. So it should be okay. Should be, hopefully. But I'm gonna test it out um, when I get it. Because we have a backlog of games to play, so if there's no sales on this, yeah, if there's no sale, I won't buy it just yet. I will wait, buy the capture card and the game later. I'm pretty sure the joysticks needed fixing. I'm gonna talk to Salmon about it. Do Switch 1 games work on the Switch 2? I should check that out. Nintendo 2 can play compatible physical and digital game released on Nintendo Switch. Before purchasing Nintendo Switch games with the intention of using them on Nintendo Switch 2, please check the compatibility status using the search box. Okay, another code. Because if I ever buy a Switch 2, okay, another code is supported. Good. What about Tomodachi Life? It is supported. Okay, the two games that I want to play on stream are supported. So my setup was kind of wild. I had two PCs, a laptop, and two monitors. Okay, you're rich. I don't know if you bought them secondhand or like bought them off of parts. No idea, but that's a lot. That's a big setup. Using HDMI switchers to change the input. Yeah, I've seen about the HDMI to switch the screen. But yeah, my goal is just to work on my main monitor linked to the Switch and then have my OBS on another setup on another screen because I have my screen tablet that I use as a monitor. You guys are on my tablet. If I look down, usually it's to look at myself to see if I'm frozen or something like that. If I look over there, it's my third monitor. Technically, my second if you don't consider my screen tablet as a monitor. And that's where you guys are. The chat is over there. And over here is the main monitor for the game. And over there is to see me because I'm a narcissist. But yeah, I do like to see what I look like if I'm doing the right expression. Both PCs were hand-me-downs, as was one of my monitors, while the second monitor was an old TV I still had. Well, the laptop was gotten through college. Fair enough. I used to have a laptop too, and then I started to use it less and less since I got my main computer. And now I regret selling it. Honestly, I regret selling it. But there's barely any scenarios in which I need my laptop. However, if I were to go to Morocco to see my family and also to make Salmon discover the life in Morocco, because the idea is for us to move out of France and live in Morocco, I might be away for like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. For my setup, the only thing I bought to be able to stream were the switchers and cables. For me to stream, I bought the fiber optic connection, right? I had to buy the iPhone for better tracking. Obviously, the mics, because this is my second mic. I got my deck, which is the same brand as my mic, which is not a Steam Deck, so it's not Elgato. The mic is not an Elgato either. I bought that. I also bought a mixing board that I don't use because I turns out I don't need it, but it's still there just in case because I can't return it. It's been far too long. But if I ever want to use it, then I have that option. And then various subscription, not subscription, but like one time um investment in like VTube Studio because it's better and also they're doing a great job. Voice mod if I want to be funny, which I never used in the end. I tried recently to set it up again and it didn't work for what I wanted it to do. But yeah, I've invested a little bit, not as much as others. I might need to invest more because apparently people with an iPhone 13 are starting to have their phone tweak out, as in planned obsolescence. And I have an iPhone 14, so I'm next. Insert the meme with the Grim Reaper going door to door, and the next door is the iPhone 14 because he just went through the iPhone 13 door to kill it. But yeah, in maybe 1 or 2 years. But I think the next time I do that, I will get the latest model and just be over with it. It took me 4 months, I think, to repay um my investment for it because I bought it like in multiple uh establishment. I don't know. I paid it in 4 months, and it was refurbished. I did not pay Apple, so I guess I won't be able to do that. Fuck, I didn't think about this. I won't be able to do that for the latest iPhone for when my current phone is going to die, paid off in installments. Thank you. I think if you were to do a what I call Frenchism, because in English in French we have a word for when you're using an English word with the French pronunciation because you have a hard time switching the two. We call that an Anglicism. So a Frenchism would be the other way around. If I were to do that for installments, it would be um wait month monthality monthality something like that. Add ality or uality to month, and that's basically what it's a one use word. You have to pay something monthly, so you use that. When this one is killed off, don't get the most recent, but get last year's. Yeah. I don't think I would have the income to do that. Monthly? Yeah, no, it's a very specific word. And it would be a Frenchism, meaning it doesn't exist in English, but it does in French, so you just try to translate it to make it pass. But yeah, I wish Samsung or the other companies had the same face tracking as Apple does. Because it's been a few months now that I've had my iPhone. Usually in a week or two, I'm used to another OS, right? I'm still not used to the iOS. Still not used to. I said get last year's model so that you could get around supporting Apple. True. What's the latest? What's the latest model currently? The 17? It just came out, right? Yeah, I think it's the 17. So right now, on the same website that I bought my current iPhone on, there is refurbished iPhone 17 Pro in blue. It is 1,190 euros. However, the 16 is 559 euros. So yeah, I won't get the latest, but the one right before, as you said. Plus, I like the 16. It has pretty colors. I bought mine, like my 14 has purple, like lilac, lilac, light purple. I still have my S22 from 5 years ago. I had a Xiaomi that was, I think, 6 years old right before the iPhone. Lilac. Thank you. I was very content with my Xiaomi. It's a good phone, at least the one I had. It was a good phone. It did some good photography that I never used, but still, it was there When I needed it, it was there. But it started to boot up and shut down in a circle. Like as soon as it would boot up, it would boot up, right? Power on. As soon as it would power on, it would shut down, and then power on again, and then shut down, and there was nothing I could do. Nothing. I tried to charge it. Maybe the electricity would calm it down. Didn't work. So yeah, it was out of necessity. I was like, you know what? It's a good sign. Get a new phone. Maybe this one has done its due. And I'm sure if I were to boot it up again, like to power it on right now, it would not tweak out like this. But I can't risk that happening during stream. Anyway, I think my body is telling me to go eat. That means I need to do the dishes first. So, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I think either next stream or the one after might be the last one for 428 Shibuya Scramble. I will see if tomorrow we are far enough. I might add more hours so that we can finish the game. If we're very far in, let's say at midpoint of the stream or something close to that, we finished 16 to 17 hours, like 4 to 5 p.m. We might extend to get to 6 p.m., which I've seen was apparently the end of the game. And what is next? So that we're all aware. Paranormal sites. Paranorma sites will be the next one. And I think it's a VA too. A VN, visual novel. So, doing a lot of reading these days. And after that, it was Disco Elysium, I think. Yeah, Disco Elysium. The next two games. Be hyped. I was trying to get my screenshots from my Switch to PC. Don't worry. Do your thing. Do your thing. It's better for me to say thing because it's closer. I mean, it's TH. In French, it would be T, regardless. Doing my thing sounds better to pronounce than thing. It feels wrong. Thing feels wrong. I have to do it by USB. Oh my god. But take your time. Don't worry. They're killing me. That's Nintendo for ya. But yeah, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna do the dishes and then hopefully eat. I want spaghetti. I don't know with what. I want spaghetti. I want that texture. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. We'll see each other tomorrow. Don't forget to wash your feet, brush your teeth, and your ears. And stretch. Do stretch and drink water. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you for coming back today. Thank you to the lurkers. And if you're in the VODs and you came all the way here, thank you. Let a comment. Leave a comment, maybe. I don't know. Whatever you want. But I'll see you next stream tomorrow. Bye bye.